This is the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
Well, hello and welcome to Barbados. It is final time in the Men's T20 World Cup. History beckons for either India or South Africa. South Africa, a first appearance in a Men's T20 World Cup final. Indeed, a first appearance in a Men's World Cup final across ICC events. For India, well, familiar territory, but they've not lifted a trophy in over a decade. What an opportunity this is for Rohit Sharma and his side. The sun is shining at the Kensington Oval. The stands filled primarily with India supporters, and the two sides getting ready for a showdown to conclude what has been a brilliant topsy-turvy tournament. Let's head to the middle to join the inimitable Ravi Shastri for the toss.
It's the Kensington Oval, Barbados, the land of sobers, the three W's. Hall, Griffith, Marshall, Ghana, and of course, Greenwich and Haynes. It's the venue for the T20 World Cup Final 2024, India versus South Africa. In the green corner, ready to lay the uppercut and punch for the first time in a World Cup final, Aiden Markram. And punching all the way to the final for India, Rohit Sharma. And West Indies' own, to keep things calm, under control, and a potential punching bag, Richie Richardson. Aiden Markram will give it a flick.
Tails.
Tails is the call. What's it, Richie? But Rohit, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to bat first.
Looks a very good surface, this.
Yeah, looks a good pitch. We played one game here. You know, the scores have been really good, so yeah.
What do you tell the boys when on this big day? Not much to say. The cricket's been fabulous. But even if you have to say something, what do you say?
No, it's just about, you know, understanding individual's role. That's about it. I know it's a big occasion, but it's important to stay calm and, you know, play another game like it's an international game against a top team. We have to keep things under control, and there are ways to do that. Everyone will have their own way of doing it. That's been the message. Just stay calm and composed.
And respect for an opposition today, paramount.
Absolutely. I think it's quite critical. South Africa have played really good cricket in this tournament. We do understand that. So have we. We've played really good cricket as well. So it's going to be a great game between two quality teams.
Good thing for India. A lot of players have performed right through. You're not dependent on one or two players.
Yeah, I think that's been the story for us. Different individuals stepping up and getting the job done for the team, and that is what is required in a team sport, and that is something we are looking forward today as well. Everyone coming together and making sure that they get the job done.
And your team today?
Same team.
Enjoy it. Enjoy the final, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, Aiden, you unbeaten as well. Would you have batted as well?
Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty dry. Having said that, we get the first crack with the ball. Maybe there might be something, and hopefully can put them under pressure early on.
You've been tested in this tournament. There have been some tough situations, but the boys have responded magnificently.
They have, yeah. At times probably not been at our best, but found a way to win, which sort of does a lot for your change room and the energy in the change room. So we take a lot of confidence and belief in that. But yeah, today really striving for that perfect game. Although perfect's not really attainable, but if we can get close, we know we'll be in with a good shot.
The monkey's off the back. The semi-final tag is gone. You're in the final. What do you tell the boys?
Yeah, take it all in. A fantastic opportunity. There's absolutely no pressure for us today. Like you've mentioned, we've never been in a final, so to be here today is the opportunity that we've always wanted. So you can't win a trophy unless you're in a final, and we're here today, and that's the opportunity that lies ahead for us.
And your combination for today?
Yeah, we're going with the same team.
Have a good one, Aiden. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's India who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
So that is the news from the middle. India winning the toss, batting first, and Stephen Finn, Ashes winner with England, with us all tournament. Finny, we've spoken a lot about the toss. We wonder how significant it would be. interesting to hear that South Africa were absolutely certain they wanted to have a bat as well.
Yeah, it looks like a dry surface. The square is very bare all the way across it. There are 7 wickets down there beneath us, and there's not a blade of grass on any of them, so it suggests that the pitches here are a bit tired, and that's consistent with what we've seen throughout this tournament as well. So no surprise, I think, that both teams wanted to bat first. I thought South Africa may want to bowl first to try and make inroads into that top order, because by doing that inside these first 6 overs, I think that's their best opportunity of winning this game, trying to rip out the top order. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant, Surya Kumar Yadav. There's so many talented players in this Indian top order, but if you blow it open early, I think that's South Africa's best way to win the game. So it's going to be a fascinating start.
Two teams are on their way out in just a moment. The enormous flags that are such a feature of these tournaments are about to be unfurled by the school children, all in white. And the ground is looking a picture. I mean, India favourites for this game. We know that. We said that in the Test Match Special podcast yesterday. But for South Africa, they have to try and avoid wilting under pressure, whatever the run chase is, because that, for me, is the big worry, is that they will just struggle to cope with the pressure when they've got runs to get.
Yeah, I don't know. You listen to Aidan Markram speak there. He sounds like a man who's always very level. I think he's been a good addition to this team as a captain, and having that calming influence within the dressing room will help. And also, I think they've got themselves through some very tight situations in this tournament, and I think that will stand them in good stead. The experiences and the memories of doing those things inside this tournament, they've been challenged in ways that India haven't in the build-up to this final. So yeah, both sort of charted different courses on the way to this, but yeah, it's a battle of a team who will be nervous, and they're going to have to fight their nerves from within them, and India's noise and pressure is coming all from the outside because of the expectation, and that can weigh heavy on you as well in a final. So yeah, both teams have things to consider, but I anticipate both being able to deal with them well, and this being a really good final.
Rohit Sharma scored back-to-back half-centuries and played brilliantly over the last couple of matches. First time he's done that in 4 editions of the tournament. He feels like he is on a one-man crusade to right the wrongs of failing to lift that 50-over World Cup in Ahmedabad against Australia last November.
Yeah, there's a part of that, and I think also the 2022 final where they lost to England in Adelaide, they were really timid, and I think that they made a vow to themselves after that they were going to play on the front foot far more frequently. Clearly they have the players to be able to do that. You can't just say that and then not have the players to do it. So they've identified the people that are important to them. They've built the team around them. They've added some really exciting talent from the IPL to their team, and they seem well primed to take this trophy. They are favourites, but this is a one-off game of cricket where anything can happen.
It is. The two sides lining up for the national anthems out there in the middle, and South Africa will be thinking early wickets if they can just get an early breakthrough.
Yeah, and that's where South Africa's strength. You've got big Marco Jansen, who we're looking down at the teams doing the line-up now to sing the anthems. He's about 2 foot taller than any other player across the two teams. He'll have a big part to say in these first couple of overs.
Yeah, you sense it. As the wind blows, we've got blue skies overhead. We do expect rain at some point this weekend. At the moment, it is sunny. That's what we wanted to see. Right then, here come the national anthems of the two sides. India first and then South Africa.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
National anthem of India and South Africa come together ahead of their national anthem. Well, a rather emotional Aidan Markram, captain of this South Africa side, leads his troops away from where the two teams gathered for the national anthems. The flags are folded up. We're almost ready to go. And what an opportunity this is for both India and South Africa to win a World Cup final, the T20 World Cup, coming to you live from Barbados, the Kensington Oval, a venue where England 14 years ago won their first World Cup. Will it be South Africa's opportunity and chance to do the same today? Stephen Finn watching on here as we see the two sides preparing. It's very hard to know the psychology in the two teams, who will be given freedom by the position that this opportunity provides. Will South Africa, with the hoodoo of the semi-final having gone, have that freedom? Will India, knowing that they're away from the spotlight of being in India, get that freedom?
Yeah, I think it's just, you're in a World Cup final here. I mean, I've never played in one, but I would imagine that you're just trying to make everything as normal as you possibly can. South Africa in a huddle down below us now as the flags and all of the paraphernalia gets carted off the pitch so that this match can start. But I'd imagine there's always a lot of noise in the build-up to this World Cup final. But inside that huddle now, Aidan Markram will be trying to find peace for his team. He'll be trying to make them calm. And if they can get their foot in the door in this game, they can heap a lot of pressure onto India. India have a lot of support here today. It's very noisy on our walk into the ground this morning. It's going to be a great opportunity for South Africa to spoil that party inside these first 6 overs.
Indeed. Both sides unchanged. We'll go through those in just a moment. Geoff Lemon is standing by to take us through the first couple of overs. But what a picture in front of us. India flags flying everywhere you look. A few South Africa spectators hoping that it will be their day. The swimming pool on the beach over to our right, absolutely heaving. Apparently, the most they've had in it prior to today is 500. They expect around 1,200 today. It's going to be lively. Finney, what a day is ahead of us. Some more from you, and then Geoff Lemon.
Yep, the sun's beating down, which around midnight last night, when it was absolutely hacking down here, you didn't think it was fathomable. The players would have been sat in their hotel rooms praying that it blew through and praying that they'd wake up this morning able to start this game on time and not having to wait around to start this World Cup final. The Indian batters down there, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Kohli's had a very quiet tournament. It seems unfathomable that he would go through an entire T20 World Cup without having a say in any game. This is his last opportunity. It'd be interesting to see how he approaches these first 6 overs or so. And yeah, Marco Jansen has the ball. He'll be looking to take those wickets.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, a farewell and a good morning to Stephen Finn, who's wandering off. And a good morning to all of you from Barbados, whatever time it might be where you're listening in around the world. BBC Test Match Special, ABC Sport, or you might be listening in through the ICC website. Who knows? We're glad to have your company either way. And we're counting down to the last few moments before we get underway here, before the countdown clock tells us that the advertising commitments have been dispensed with. Thank you. Welcome to 5 Live Sport listeners as well. We've got Marco Jansen at the top of his mark. The countdown's ticking down. Geoff Lemon and Alex Hartley with you to watch the first ball of the T20 World Cup final of 2024. And South Africa looking to take home a World Cup of any flavour for the first time. Jansen comes up to Rohit Sharma, who drives him into the onside and takes a single. A quiet enough beginning as mid-on slides across to field. And they've opened their account with 1.
Yeah, they have indeed. Off the mark, first ball. Jansen is going to be key, isn't he, for South Africa today? The height that he has, the bounce they'll get off the surface. I'm intrigued to how this surface will play. They've all been tricky wickets throughout this World Cup. That's easy to say.
Jansen being made to wait while Kohli does a bit of gardening. There's not much grass to garden on that pitch. I'll tell you about it in a moment. But Kohli looking to make an impression. And he's driving the first ball he faces for 4. Out through backward point, and that is a lovely bit of timing. He sees width coming across him from the left arm of Virat Kohli, and he sees the ball over pitch and just leans into a square drive for first ball. That'll do him a world of good.
Well, he's had a quiet World Cup, Virat Kohli, so far. A few fails. I think he's got a top score of about 34 in this World Cup, but that one was a freebie, full wide outside the off stump, driven through backward point for 4, and you just feel, is today going to be Virat Kohli's day?
Well, 37 is his best score of the tournament against Bangladesh. Batted pretty well that day. Jansen bowls to him, and he clips his next ball for 4 as well. That was too full on leg stump, and Kohli's able to once again just lean into a shot. Doesn't need to swing the arms hard. Against England in the semi-final, he was charging, he was heaving to the leg side. This is just an easing away of the ball, a clip in front of square leg. That's an indicator of the timing. He was able to clip that in front of square. They're 9 for none.
Yeah, it was half volley again, wasn't it? This time slightly straighter from Jansen. He just needs to drag his length back ever so slightly. We've seen Virat Kohli out a few times, just prodding outside the off stump.
Jansen up to Kohli, who's playing a third drive. It's out through the covers. That won't go all the way. It should pull up inside the rope and does. They take 2 runs, and Kohli has 10 off 3. Strike rate of 333, if you don't mind. They're 11 without loss. India, after choosing to bat. Coin falling Rohit Sharma's way. What a start.
Of course it was going to fall India's way. Everything in this World Cup has been for India, hasn't it? Always is.
Well,
of course he wins the toss and elects to bat. I think that's the right decision, to be completely honest.
Certainly for India. It's the way that they've been able to make the biggest impression on games. And South Africa have been very ropey chasers during this World Cup. Jansen up to Kohli, who leaves the ball, and that's the sort of luxury you're allowed to have after your 10 off 3, as you can say, that's a bit wide, the angle across, I don't fancy slashing that to short third for a catch. I think I'll just let that one go.
The length was so much better though, wasn't it? It
Yeah.
wasn't full, back of a length. See how the pitch is behaving. A few balls that we've seen so far today have been far too full.
Jansen wandering back. First over hasn't gone his way so far. He's got one more opportunity to make something of it. Kohli, open stance, waits for him and drives back down the ground. The bowler can't get across. The ball's slowing up. There's a race. Norkia slides and accompanies it into the rope. 3 boundaries from the first over of the World Cup final for Virat Kohli. And the engine, it was stuttering, it was sputtering, but today it has started to purr. They're 15 for none.
Well, the 3 boundaries that we've had in that over have all been half volleys. Again, that one in the slot. Virat Kohli driving the ball down the ground. He gets himself into a beautiful position, but it's not the over that South Africa would have wanted at all to set the tone in this World Cup. 15 coming off it. We feel South Africa into a World Cup final for the first time ever. Is the pressure going to be too much for them?
Well, that was an over that felt like the pressure was telling. Jansen has been so good throughout this tournament, and it has been the length that he's bowled that's been so good. He was almost unplayable on that horrible pitch in the semi-final for Afghanistan. They had no idea what to do with him. They were gloving catches. The ball was bouncing erratically. That height that he's got, he's able to get that lift, but it doesn't help when you bowl a half volley. It doesn't matter how tall you are. What height the ball's coming down from.
Well, this is what I like, a spinner in the power play.
Maharaj, left arm orthodox after Alex Hartley's heart, and he's bowling short, and it's slashed away off the outside edge by Rohit Sharma for 4. India charging along. They go up to 19 without loss. Rohit up to 5. Kohli has 14 from 5 balls. Rowett on strike. Saw a little bit of width that was short enough, and it was a safe enough shot. They've got their short third fairly square, and he slashed that fine.
Yeah, I don't mind that delivery as a whole because it does bring slip into play. It's just slightly too wide.
The way that Rowett's batted during this World Cup, you know he'll go for that. He's not worried about the slip. He's worried about attacking. And he reverse sweeps the next ball for 4. That goes through exactly the same spot as the outside edge from the drive. He hits it fine. Finer than the short third fielder, but square of the slip. And he picks up another boundary. 23 for none. Rohit Sharma is 9 off 3. India have the foot to the floor.
Well, we were talking yesterday about who's going to throw the first punch, and India have definitely done that. Definitely done that here. They've been attacking. I don't mind Maharaj as an option. Spin against these two. You got to bowl in the right areas, target the stumps, keep things simple.
Well, the ball turns away from a right-hander for the left-arm orthodox, but Rohit Sharma using that turn to his advantage in the first couple of deliveries. He plays the next one respectfully down to Markram, who's standing at a fairly short cover, really. They've got a long off in the deep, so that cover's able to stand a bit squarer. There's a deep mid-wicket as well. The two fielders outside the circle during the power play. Maharaj floats it up fuller. Sweep from Rohit. He's caught it square leg. The Indian captain's gone, and the gamble of spin has worked. They've given away 8 runs, but that is a small price to pay to get Rohit Sharma in the form that he has been in. The brutal way that he's been striking the ball, and Heinrich Klaasen, who might be so important with the bat later, important in the field there, as he catches Rohit Sharma off Maharaj for 9. India 23 for 1.
It's a good grab at square leg as well. Low, diving to his left-hand side. Rohit Sharma, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to manipulate the field, trying to find those boundaries, find those gaps with the sweep shot. Square leg up inside the ring. There's nobody out there. There's a long off and a deep mid-wicket. Get that. That is a metre either side. It's going to race away for 4. And Maharaj into the attack. Yes, he's gone for 2 boundaries in his first 2 balls, but he's got the key wicket. Rohit Sharma's been in great form throughout this World Cup, and he's gone early today.
Rohit Sharma single figures. That's deal with the devil stuff. If you're a fielding captain, you would do anything to get that. But it does bring Rishabh Pant to the crease, and this is where things can get interesting. Left-handed.
They just keep coming, don't they?
Yep. One of the most destructive batters in the world when he gets going. Of course, on the comeback trail from that awful car accident that kept him out of the game for so long. And his comeback has been truly remarkable. He had an excellent IPL. His scoring rate hasn't diminished any. His enthusiasm and intent in the middle, he bubbles away out there. And he brings in a left-hand, right-hand combination as well. So the ball will be turning in towards the left-hander from Maharaj, who has a couple of deliveries to come in the second over. India 23 for 1. Kohli on 14. Rohit Sharma just out for 9. And Rishabh Pant at the crease. With the bat over his shoulder, now he taps it. Waits for Maharaj, who's bowling over the wicket and just plays a little push out behind point. Won't get a run. The field is well populated there.
It wasn't the best delivery to start that. That could have been driven through the covers for 4, but Pant just a little bit watchful, defending the ball on the front foot.
They've got a stacked offside field for him. 5 in the ring on the off. And Maharaj gets a sweep shot. Top edge. Is he caught behind? They're throwing up the ball to celebrate. Rishabh Pant hasn't gone anywhere. Now, has he reviewed that? Or has that not been given? What's happening out in the middle, Alex Hartley?
Well, I think he might have swept this onto his foot. Maharaj has pant twice in 8 balls in the history of cricket, but they are going to go upstairs and have a look. I think he's gone to sweep this. I think it might have hit his foot and ballooned up into the air.
Chief umpire to director. We have an umpire review for bump ball.
So they're checking the catch for the bump ball.
Bump foot.
The TV display has already gone to 2 wickets down. The scoreboard
Spin
hasn't.
vision, please.
So it wasn't given out by the on-field umpire. That's important to note. And Pant did not look at all like he thought that he was out. He just calmly wandered down to speak to the
that rolling through. Thank you.
Oh, it's out.
That's off the top edge.
Okay.
Or the glove, isn't it? That's just popped straight up.
Rolling through. Just all the way to the catch. Thank you.
Perhaps Pant thought that somehow it had gone to ground.
Thank
I don't
you.
see how
Clearly
it
not
could
hit
have.
the floor there.
It's off the toe of
Thank
the
you.
bat in the end.
Just take it all the way through to the catch.
Peculiar. But that is a massive, massive
Coffee,
strike.
thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
The big screen about to tick over to show the out decision from the third umpire's box, and that will be 23 for 2. 2 wickets in the over for Maharaj. He went for 8 in the over. 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls, and then dot, wicket, dot, wicket. It is a triumph for Keshav Maharaj. They're 23 for 2, India, who elected to bat. Our coverage will continue on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. For listeners on 5 Live, it's time for you to go back to Katie Smith.
Well, what a start for India in that first over, getting 15, and then Maharaj into the attack, getting 2 key wickets. Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant, but he just went for the sweep shot, came off the toe end of his bat and ballooned up into the air.
Well, it was confusing because it just looked a straightforward dismissal when we were calling it live, and then Punt just didn't go anywhere, wandered down to...
Well, you know, you've got to be given out, so why would you walk? You've got to wait for the umpires to make their decision.
He looked completely calm and happy, wandered down to talk to Kohli, no problem, let's just get this replay up and I'll carry on batting. But no, he's gone for a duck and he only faced 2 deliveries. So now it will be Kahisa Rabada. And he's coming up to bowl to Kohli outside the off stump. He falls over in his follow-through. There's Rabada.
I think what we might see now is just Virat Kohli just be slightly more watchful out there in the middle. He had the freedom, or he has the freedom, to go out and attack the power play, doesn't he? But when you're 2 down, you almost have to build a partnership. Surya Kumar Yadav to the crease.
Well,
he's been unbelievable.
He's the key for me, even more important than Rohit Sharma, I think, as he has been through the tournament. He's so good on off-pace pitches. Rabada bowling to Kohli, who's checking a push to cover point. Rabada with that back of a length sort of delivery. 23 for 2, still the score.
Things might just quieten down ever so slightly now.
Well, I think what we'll see is Surya Kumar Yadav will be the more aggressive partner, and Kohli will now shift gears to his preferred method and just look to bat through. Let the others work around him. This is dream scenario stuff for Virat Kohli. He can play the way that he likes. He's still 14 off 7, so he's going at a strike rate of 200 so far, but that will probably quiet down a bit. Rabada up to him, and Kohli's flicking, but he's finding mid-on. It was a nice on drive with that signature whip of the wrist when he plays to the leg side. Straight to the fielder, just needed to get it a bit squarer, and that would have been skating away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 23 for 2, still the score.
Well, Rabada's lengths have been so much better than Nortje's at the top of the innings. Jansen, sorry. Oh my God, he's not even bowled.
Yeah, you can't sledge him yet.
Can't sledge him yet. He's not bowled 3 half volleys.
He did fumble that 4 into the rope though, that long on, so yeah, you can get him for that. Find a way to pot somebody, don't you?
I always find a way.
23 for 2. Here goes Rabada up to Virat Kohli, who's reaching outside the off stump, steering to backward point. And he's able to get through for a single. It was a good sliding pick up there at backward point from Stubbs, who managed to pick up in one motion and threaten to throw. In the end, held on to the ball.
There's another battle between these 2 teams today, because Kuldeep refused to bowl at Tristan Stubbs during the IPL, so that Stubbs can't pick him, or you know, he hasn't faced him. Stubbs hasn't faced him. So I'm really excited to see that in the second innings.
Okay. Yeah, well, they're a likely matchup, aren't they? Middle order bat versus middle overs bowler. 24 for 2 now.
That's forward planning, not bowling at him in the IPL.
Rabada up to Surya Kumar Yadav, his first ball. He's squared up a touch and gets a small leading edge that hits the ground on the way to cover. There's no run there. And this is a quiet over so far. Exercise in contrast. 15 off the first, 8 runs from the first 2 balls of the second, and then 2 wickets go down. And India have scored 1 run in the last 9 deliveries.
Everything just calms down.
Rabada up to Surya Kumar, who steps across to the offside and flicks it just over the head of mid-on for a second. That ball was hanging in the air. Just looked like mid-on might be able to get back. He was on the treadmill a bit, trying to make up some ground. Couldn't get close enough to the drop zone of the ball. It lands over his head behind him for a couple of runs. It hit high up on the bat. Surya Kumayadov was looking to flick through the leg side and got it up near the badge in the end. He gets a couple of runs. He's off the mark. End of the third over, 26 for 2.
Tell you what, it wasn't far away at all, was it? Wasn't far away. From a diving Rickleton.
Rickleton, the subfielder, is out there.
It was him out there.
Yeah. It was something of a surprise to see Ryan Rickleton subfielding already after 2.5 overs. Generally don't need a replacement at that stage. It will, unsurprisingly, be Maharaj to continue. He's bowling to Kohli, left arm around the wicket, and Kohli smokes him out through the covers. That's a well-struck shot, and it's even better, the save in the deep. The sliding dive on the stomach across the turf taps the ball back in.
Yeah, David Miller with a brilliant piece of fielding down at long off. That ball slapped past extra cover, wasn't far away from extra cover at all. David Miller with a full-length dive to his left, saves the boundary.
28 for 2 as they've added a couple of runs. Kohli's up to 17. Still only 2 fielders outside the circle. This one straight on the stumps, and Kohli goes back to defend it suspiciously to short cover. Reza Hendricks is doing the fielding, 28 for 2.
I'd love Maharaj just to take the pace off here and see if Virat Kohli will go for it or not.
Try to hit it over long on, perhaps. Maharaj drives it in at the stumps, and Kohli defends from the crease.
Just almost that tempter, that teaser. Go on, hit me down the ground.
He's got Rabada at mid-on, just inside the circle.
There it is.
It is a little short. It is slapped out to deep cover, and Miller can't stop that one. Hits that squarer, does Kohli. Through extra, really, more than a wide long off. And it skates all the way to the boundary for 4. Kohli's up to 21 from 13. He's playing this nicely so far. 32 for 2, India.
Too wide from Maharaj. Back of a length. Wide outside the off stump. It actually spins as well. Turns away from Virat Kohli.
Maharaj up to him again, and Kohli's flicking off the leg stump, but straight to the square leg fielder. No run. It seemed to sit up, really, as well. Like it sort of tennis balled up and doinged up to just sit there. And like it was on a plate, like he was playing T-ball. Hard to time that, though. You wouldn't be expecting that sort of bounce. Maharaj bowls again. Kohli cuts him square of the wicket, and a good tumbling save from Jansen at point denies him a run. So just the 2 and the 4 from the over. Very tidy from Maharaj, who has 2 for 14 from 2.
Yeah, put him to bed now. 2 in the power play. You squeeze 1. I don't mind that. You get a couple of wickets, bowl another, but get rid of spin in the power play now, especially the back end. Especially bowling the 6th. I used to hate that when you bowl a good over, you get held back, and then the skipper will go, trying to bowl the 6th over in the power play. Not really.
No, thank you.
Because I know they're going to just try and hit me for 28.
Yep.
Some would say you should want the challenge, but no, I want the easy overs in the middle.
Sure. I would like to not be battered, please.
When the fielders are out. Thank you very much.
32 for 2, India's score. They chose to bat. It was going well for 8 deliveries, not so much after that. Rabada up to Surya Kumayadov, who opens the face, guides it to deep third. Shamsi lobs the ball back in, and they'll take 133 for 2. Surya Kumayadov up to 3. Kohli on 21, now has the strike again. Kohli versus Rabada. An interesting head-to-head. Rabada's had a pretty good record against him over the years. Got him out 4 times, I think, in T20 internationals. Coming forward is Kohli, driving to mid-off and taking on the throw, which is wide. In any case, so they get a run, 34 for 2. Kohli up to 22.
Handy, those stats, aren't they? I keep reading them going, oh, what's next?
What's next?
What can I say? I love a stat as well. I'm a proper cricket geek.
Yeah.
Not as you like your history of the game and things.
Sure.
But I love
Yeah. If I tell you about Warwick Armstrong in 1921, your eyes glaze over. But if it's about shot percentage is high here. Slogged over the leg side. Well, it's low because it's caught at a deep backward square. Hiding behind a pillar was Heinrich Klaassen, and he's popped out and taken the catch. And India in some real trouble here. Surya Kumayadov has been their trump card throughout this tournament. When they've been in strife, he's been the one to make runs. And he's taken the ball on He's hit it out to deep backward square leg. There are only 2 fielders outside the circle. And tumbling away to his left in the deep, Klaassen takes a good catch, and before he's even finished, he's on his back with both arms in the air and then just pumping his fists furiously to himself like a teenager dancing alone in his bedroom. They had no interest in what anyone else was doing. Heinrich Klaassen was having a party for one. Celebration solo.
Well, that's because it's huge. Massive wicket of Surya Kumar Yadav. That's his shot. He's played that shot so many times in this World Cup. It's come off so many times as well, but there's always the chance that you are going to get out playing it. He backs himself to clear that fine leg fielder. This time it just come off a little bit higher up the bat than he was expecting, and balloons up, and a good catch taken by Klaassen out there. And when do we get to the point where are India doing it again?
Now
it's happening.
Now is the point. This is the point where you wonder. I mean, they're 2 most aggressive, fastest scoring batters of the tournament in Rohit and Suryakumar are out, plus Rishabh Pant, who has that explosiveness. Now they've sent Akshar Patel up the order because they want a left-hander out there with Kohli. So they're shifting things around. They don't want Shivam Dubé coming in so early in the innings.
Well, he's not had the greatest tournament at all, and his dismissal in India's last game in that semi-final was so weak, just prodding outside the off stump.
Out first ball. He's hit a few bombs off the spinners, but they need him to be coming in about the 10th or 12th over at the earliest to try to hit spin through that back end. So Akshar, he batted well in a brief innings down the order against England in the semi-final. He's doing some squats, sorting out his groin muscles. He's waiting for a Rabada now and clipping off his toes, beats forward square leg. Rolling out through the leg side. There's a long chase. The ball teases and just gets to the boundary before the pursuing fielder. So Akshar is off the mark with 4 from his first delivery. 38 for 3 now the score. And to underline the significance of getting rid of Surya Kumar Yadav, before today in T20s, he'd scored 69 off 43 balls against Maharaj, 31 off 18 against Nortje, 39 off 13 against Rabada, and never been out to any of them. The Surya Kumar Yadav has towelled up South Africa's bowlers before.
It's a massive, massive wicket, and no wonder they celebrated in the way that they did.
Rabada up to Akshar, who's driving him through the offside this time, but they've got in front of point a roadblock in the way. So dot ball. Rabada walking back. 1 ball to come in the over, which has yielded India 6 runs and cost them a wicket. So after that first over went for 15, they've got 23 runs since, with 1 ball to come until the end of the 5th. It's short outside the off stump. It's cut. It's misfielded at backward point. It will be stopped by Klaassen coming around from deep third. That was just the extra spin. As you play that cut shot, the ball spins off the face of the bat and hits the ground and spins past David Miller to his right. So he's not able to stop the scoring, but it does only cost them 1 run. South Africa in the ascendancy at the moment, 39 for 3 after 5 overs. Virat Kohli's on 22. Akshar Patel promoted. He's on 5. Alex Hartley's on fire, and Henry Moran's on his way in.
I'm picking up wickets left, right and centre here, and we are going to see spinner come into action at this end again, the media end. It's going to be Markram, and I like the fact that Maharaj has bowled his 2, got his wickets, he's done. Keep him out of the power play. This is a huge over. This is the over that you often target, although they are 3 down, so is it a case of just get out of the power play?
Oh, it's compelling, this, isn't it? And I can tell when you're enjoying a game of cricket because you're standing up and you're rocking from one foot to the other.
I just love cricket, Henry, you know me.
I know you do.
And get to work with my mates.
Well, at least you think that. 39 for 3. Aiden Markram, then, the South African skipper, is going to come round the wicket. With his off spin, it's tossed right up and clipped off the pads by Akshar Patel, out towards mid-wicket. Kohli will be on strike. And I love Geoff's description in the Test Match Special podcast yesterday, previewing this game. He said, with Virat Kohli, it's a bit like when you're watching the last half hour of a film, and a main character, you think they've gone. You think the baddie might have been disappeared, but perhaps
There's 20 minutes
There's
left.
20 minutes left. You're thinking there's going to be something from him. In comes Markram, and Kohli deep in his crease will whip the ball out towards mid-wicket. No chances being taken. Single added, 41 for 3. And it's almost as if at some point Kohli has to do something. He's had a honking tournament.
Yeah, he has. He has. And you just feel like, is today going to be his day? Although he has slowed down, and rightly so, because wickets have been tumbling around him.
I did think first 8 balls, I thought this could be a very, very long day for South Africa.
A few poor deliveries, though.
Here's Markram round the wicket, bowling to Axer. Well, again, just ease the ball into the leg side, and a single is added. The score moves on to 42 for 3. We're midway through the 6th over, the final over of the power play. And as soon as that first wicket fell, it was almost as if South Africa thought, OK, we can do this. Remember why we're here.
They're a good team, South Africa. They've played some gritty cricket throughout this World Cup. I don't think they've necessarily played in the style that they were expecting when they went over to New York.
Here is Markram bowling to Kohli, tossed up, worked down the ground for a single. Jansen, like an enormous gazelle, sort of lopes across the outfield to pick up.
I really want to stand next to him because I'm really short and he's really tall. And I just want to see where I come up to, because, like, when I'm stood next to Finney, I'm, like, breast height.
Here comes Markram. Round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Axer, who's clipping the ball away. A little flourish, but again, only a single out to the leg side. But Jansen's a different specimen altogether.
I'm guessing he's taller, is he?
Well, he's certainly stringier. And Finney's quite a stringy individual. Markram again swaps around to bowl over the wicket.
Stringy?
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Here comes Markram into bowl to Virat Kohli, who plays in front of the pads, out to the leg side for a single. And it is a over that yields 6 singles, 45 for 3. It's the World Cup final, T20 World Cup final. History will be written today, because for whoever wins this, it'll be the first time a team has gone through a T20 World Cup unbeaten to lift the trophy. Will it be Rohit Sharma and his India side, or Aidan Markram and South Africa? And now we see Anrich Nortje coming into the attack, and he's had a fine World Cup. 13 wickets, the most ever picked up by a South African bowler in a single edition of the tournament, and he's been part of what has been a highly effective middle overs grouping for South Africa's bowlers. They've been really effective, 28 wickets in the middle overs. No other side has been quite as effective at managing to break through regularly, and it's that variety of attack, Tabraiz Shamsi and the raw pace of Nortje. And I think this battle between he and Kohli, with the field having spread, will be fascinating. Mid-on and mid-off remain up. Here comes Nortje in the sunshine of Barbados, running in towards us, and Kohli is up on his toes, pushing the ball past a diving Miller, who loses his sunglasses at backward point. Single taken. They won't mind singles.
No, it's a little win for them, isn't it? Oh, I've had a message. Jansen, supposedly 5 centimetres taller than Finney.
There you go.
So I could just stand next to Finney and pretend I'm standing next to Jansen, really.
You could do. I mean, it depends if you're celebrity spotting, because
I don't think I've ever celebrity spotted in my life.
Well, you're normally the celebrity, you see. In comes Nortje, bowling to Axer, dropping down on it. It's nice and tight from Anrich Nortje, who bowls very simply, really, in the main. It's straight approach, not much can go wrong, and he bowls at the stumps, basically. He's not trying to do anything too clever, varies the pace.
The pitches in New York really suited him. He was a massive threat. It seems like a lifetime ago that we were on Long Island covering the World Cup before we went to Florida and then here, but the pitches there, he was outstanding on them.
There's a slip in place. It is Jansen there underneath the hat, and Axel will drop the ball into the offside, looking for a single that he will find out towards deep cover. And the sun is shining. That is good news. 47 for 3.
I've almost forgotten that there's weather around.
Yeah, weather around does not begin to cover what's coming Sunday night, Monday morning. Beryl's on her way.
Yeah, Beryl is. She's not far away, is she?
She's roaring in. To the extent where hotels have been sort of telling residents there is a storm coming, you might have to be in your rooms.
Yeah.
Shut the windows, away from the doors, that sort of thing. I've not seen weather like that.
I did in Jamaica when I was there in 2016. There was a hurricane on the way and everything was locked down.
Here comes Nortje to Virat Kohli, who gets in a bit of a tangle trying to whip the ball in front of square on the leg side. Can't do so. Another dot ball, 47 for 3 still.
Yeah, we came over to play the West Indies and all the glass windows, they were all boarded up with wooden panels, and got told not to leave our rooms, so we couldn't train, we couldn't play our warm-up games. The hurricane never came. We were in an all-inclusive and had a great time.
I bet you did. I bet you did. So that's what, there is some talk of it.
So hopefully it doesn't turn up.
In comes Nortje, running in. 2 balls left of the 7th over. Kohli on strike, and it's a slower ball which is pulled away, sort of swatted Roger Federer style down towards Kagiso Rabada. At fine leg. So 1 run taken, just 3 from the over. Kohli's 27 from 22. Aksha's 9 from 8. But that's what we're expecting tomorrow night. And tell you what, because of the rain reserve day, a lot of people aren't flying until Sunday or Monday in terms of the teams, in terms of all of the TV operation, everything like that. There could be a fair few sticking around Barbados, I fancy.
Could have a few camping at our gaff.
48 for 3. Nortje bowling, whipped out towards mid-wicket by Aksha, who is a tidy player, but not one you sense is ever going to be too destructive. And 4 from Heinrich Nortje's first over. 49 for 3 is the score. 7 overs gone. Alex Hartley, World Cup winner with England in 2017. Thank you to you. And Alex to be replaced by an Ashes winning fast bowler, Stephen Finn, who's been watching on. Finny, what have you made of the first 7 overs?
Well, it's been entertaining, hasn't it? An excellent first over for India, scoring 15 from it, but I think South Africa have fought back well. I think that the labels of chokers after the first over were a touch premature. A very combative side led by Aiden Markram, who's joggered his bowlers nicely, and now it feels like they're just slightly ahead.
Markram round the wicket to bowl to Aksha, who comes forward, wants a single, and will get it to get Kohli onto strike. A few patches of empty seats around this ground. A lot of India supporters are here. It is primarily India fans that are in the venue. A lot of fans coming over from the United States. And there are a few patches of empty seats. Here comes Markram to bowl to Kohli, who's get guard on leg stump, and he comes forward, clipping the ball to the left of mid-wicket, out towards Loloving Jansen, who runs in from long on. 50 for 3, 51 for 3, I should say. There's another runs taken. You can hear the band striking up down to our left, and you can see them. They're all in white today. We've seen them all in red before, but for the final, it's all white. There's a drum. Lots of different brass instruments. Here comes Markram round the wicket, and a big swing into the leg side from Aksha. I think he's got 6. He does. And listen to the roar. And I said he didn't necessarily have the power to take a game away from you, but he occasionally can unfurl something like that, and that is a big old hit. 57 for 3.
Yeah, good strike by Aksha. The ball just drifting in towards his leg stump from Markram, bowling right arm off spin. There's not too much turn out there today, it doesn't seem yet, whilst this surface is still drying up. Aksha just hitting with the drift, manages to get it up and use the wind.
Aksha coming forward, but will only push the ball towards Maharaj at short cover. And there'll be no run there, a little change in the field. Sees Maharaj go to backward point, and Miller come across from mid-wicket towards cover. Big swing again. He doesn't get all of that, and half an appeal for LBW from Quinton de Kock, which feels bold for a shot that ends up going out towards the boundary. But 58 for 3 is the score. And wind will play a factor here, because you can see the India flags over in the party stand. They're being blown quite firmly in that direction out towards the sea, which is to our left, with those big cranes over in the port. 58 for 3. 1 ball left at the 8th over. Kohli on strike. He's on 28 from 23. Markram creeping into bowl to him, deep in the crease. Another single eased into the onside. And the score after 8, 59 for 3. So, early stages I appreciate, but what are we thinking from the surface and from the pressure of a World Cup final will be within South Africa's range?
I think they'll be looking to try and restrict India under, I would say, 160. We haven't seen any of the stoppy nature of the surface that we have seen here so far in this tournament. It does seem as though the ball's coming onto the bat. The way that Virat Kohli played those drives inside the first couple of overs suggests to me that this surface is just coming on a bit better than maybe we or the teams anticipated. We're yet to be seen whether it might slow up as the day goes on with this wind and the sun beating down on it, but it doesn't seem like a stinker of a wicket. So if South Africa can keep them to around 160, they'll feel as though they're very much in the game.
This could be quite a crucial phase of the innings as Geoff Maharaj comes into the attack. Left arm spin. Virat Kohli is on strike and waits now for Maharaj, pushing the ball down the ground into space, up towards wide, long off. He's not trying to do anything too expansive here, Kohli. Happy just to keep that scoreboard ticking.
No, well, he also knows that we're 1 wicket away from Dubé coming in, then Pandya, then we're into the bowlers, really, I think. So he knows that they can't afford to lose another wicket now.
11 wickets for Maharaj in the tournament so far. He comes in and bowls to Akshar Patel, slapping the ball out towards deep cover. Get one more. He's played nicely so far. 61 for 3.
The interesting thing here is they're going to have to get Shamsi into the attack. He's just warming up below us here, down at around the short third region. How India play him and how Akshar in particular with that wind.
Kohli again gets a single, this time up to long on. And Nortje it is, wide-brimmed hat out there in the distance. Hot day, just gone past 11 in the morning. So Shamsi's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's more that if Shamsi can force Akshar Patel hitting against the spin with his wrist spin, whether they might get more purchase off the surface with that.
This has gone hard into the leg side from Akshar Patel. I think he's got 6 more out towards the party stand. Landing in amongst the jet skis. That's another good shot over mid-wicket. 68 for 3. 9 from the over with 2 balls left of it.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot by Akshar Patel. We know he strikes the ball very, very cleanly, and Maharaj bowling pretty quick, but it's quite full. It means that Akshar Patel can just step his foot down the middle of the pitch, sink down onto one knee and play a beautiful slog sweep up into the leg side. It's against the wind, but it doesn't matter. It's gone a long way back towards the stage where the carnival dancers are shaking their bodies round in a manner that I am certainly not able to, but it's a lovely shot by Akshar Patel.
Here is Maharaj bowling to Akshar, who plays slightly more circumspect, push towards cover where the ball will be fielded by Rabada. So 68 for 3, 1 ball left of the 9th over. The ball took a while to be found in amongst the sand, I think, out there in the deep. 68 for 3 the score. Maharaj to bowl to Akshar Patel. This partnership is worth 34 now. Akshar will clip the ball towards the leg side and mid-wicket will field. And yeah, it's an over that will feel that there's the 6 in there and there's the pressure of that. But actually, 9 from it, yeah, it's not disastrous for South Africa.
No, and actually something that India did very well the other day in their semi-final against England was rotate the strike, and then there's 2s on offer, relatively big square boundaries here. So if you do manage to hit the gaps, which Virat Kohli is very good at, you would anticipate that 2s could be added to the score as well. And you stick a few 2s in amongst those 6s, and the scoreboard just moves that little bit quicker. But 68 for 3 from 9 overs on a pitch, to me, from a distance, that looks pretty good. Doesn't look as though there's excessive spin from the finger spinners that we've seen so far. The wrist spin will be a different proposition though now. Shamsi into the attack. They've kept the mid-wicket in play to try and stop Kohli just nudging it into that onside, which I like, actually.
So Shamsi with the left arm wrist spin over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Virat Kohli. That's tossed up very wide outside the off stump and will be signalled wide. So 1 more on to the total. It now stands at 69 for 3. Shamsi, who bowling average under 10 in the tournament, and just blows on his fingers. Cloud moves overhead, scudding across the skyline as in comes Shamsi. Worked down the ground by Kohli, who'll trot through once again for a single. If they can keep this partnership going until 12-13 overs, they've got the power at the back end of the innings to really push things forward, India.
Well, that's exactly why Axar Patel has been sent up. He does bat up the order in the IPL sometimes, so he's not unaccustomed to doing this. But he's out there just to give a little bit of impetus through these overs to make sure that Kohli is the one who remains the anchor.
Shamsi moving in again. And Axar will defend into the offside. No is the cry from Kohli at the non-strikers then. I think that was a good call as well.
And the reason why you send Axar in now is so that you don't waste one of those really good power hitters against seam. In those last few overs where they can be so destructive, those cameos that we saw against England really propelled their score to one that was far too many the other day.
Shamsi moving in to bowl to Axar Patel, who's deep in the crease again, pushing forward, lunging forward defensively, and he won't find a run there. So 4 balls in the over, or 3 balls legitimate in the over, 2 from them.
South Africa are hunting here. The point fielder is 5-7 probably yards in from the 30-yard circle. Extra cover, Aidan Markram, the captain himself, is the same, 7 yards inside the circle, trying to squeeze Axar here.
Shamsi bowls to Axar Patel, who will get a single into the onside, not pushing for more than that. Shamsi's an interesting approach. He starts at a sort of Collingwood run-up distance, if you know what I mean. Proper medium pacers distance from probably 15 yards or so, and then walks for about 5 or 6 yards, and then begins trotting forward. And so there's a fair amount of time when the whole enterprise seems to sort of stop still. Everyone's focusing on it. And there he is at the end of his mark, 3, 4, 5 paces. Then he begins approaching a little more swiftly. Bowling to Kohli onto the pads, and it's flicked round the corner. Beats the dive of the fielder. Won't beat the fielder down there at backward square leg. Throw comes in, and had it been better, Kohli was struggling. And he knows it as well. He had to put on the afterburners and ended up halfway down towards the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand. Risky. 73 for 3.
South Africa look good here in the field. They look sharp. They look on it. I love how they're hunting, squeezing inside the ring. The fielder at deep backward square leg, their head round, picked it up one-handed, and a direct hit would have been out.
Kohli on strike, goes hard on the ball into the leg side. That's a nice strike. He might not get 4 though, because again, really good fielding. This time it's Tristan Stubbs. Throw comes in! And I think Axar's probably home. Tabraiz Shamsi's excited because he hasn't seen behind him Axar getting back pretty quickly. But at the end of the 10th over sees a couple of scramble 2s from that over, 7 from it. Midway stage, 75 for 3. The partnership is worth 41 from 34. Platform being built by India here. And Kohli leading the way, 36 from 29. 4 fours in his innings so far. He started so quickly, but reined in by the wickets falling at the other end. If you want to see in-play highlights, BBC Sport website and app, where our live text commentary is in full swing. You can join the conversation there, or email tms@bbc.co.uk. Let us know where you're listening, what you think of this game, what you've made of the tournament. And Stephen Finn, some more from you before Geoff Lemon joins us again.
Yeah, the players just taking some refreshments down there. The coach is South Africa head coach talking to Aidan Markram about plans, about how they're going to restrict India here, how they're going to take those wickets, because ultimately that is what slows the rate down the most. You don't want these two guys to build and build and build and then let Dubé, Pandya come in and go berserk in the last 5 overs or so. So South Africa, there's a high price on these 2 wickets here to put pressure on that lower middle order towards the middle of the innings rather than the back end. And Rahul Dravid, the India coach, is out there talking to his batters about how exactly they can counteract that. So we've got a fascinating, evenly poised battle for me here at the moment. But South Africa are looking very good, and they're fielding tenaciously, which I think is a lovely thing to see in a World Cup final.
Interesting to see a coach out there at the drinks break talking to players. It's not something we're accustomed to seeing in cricket.
Not in international cricket, we're not. In the IPL, it happens every time there's a strategical timeout. The coaches will be out there, and it's been pretty consistent this tournament. The coaches during these drinks breaks at 10 overs have always gone out there to just reaffirm plans, I think, with the captain.
Yeah, curious one. The way that the sport shifts, I suppose. The way that the relationship that coaches have with players in different sports, the kind of tennis situation where you're not allowed to do anything, but, you know, surreptitious signalling from the box, that kind of thing. Raul Dravid out there having a chat. And starting to wander off now as the South Africans disperse. So this is very evenly poised at the moment. Another wicket or two, South Africa are all over it, but if this partnership builds for a few more overs, Akshar Patel's really done a job. Been aggressive, hit a couple of sixes, taken some pressure off Kohli to do all the run scoring.
Yeah, he's very good at that, Akshar Patel, actually. He's always fluctuating where he bats in the order. We've seen him promoted, I think, twice in this tournament so far.
Yeah.
Under these kind of circumstances, you lose 3 wickets early. He's there to consolidate so that, as I mentioned before, that the likes of Pandya and Dubé aren't asked to do too much for 12, 13 overs. They'd rather be there for 5 or 6 at the end and just watch the ball and whack it. But South Africa here know, and as the fielding side, you know that having taken those 3 early wickets, if you can burst a couple through the door now, that you're quids in when it comes to the back end.
And on the contrary, if India could maintain this sort of rate, 75 at the halfway mark, if they could get 150, I'd be backing them in given the strength of their bowling. Jansen, poor first over. He's back to try to do better here. Slashed off the outside edge down to deep third. It almost wrong foots Rabada as he comes across and launches the throw back in. It skips through Quinton de Kock, but it's backed up by the fielder at mid-off. So they'll add a single. Akshar carving that away. He's up to 27. They're 76 for 3.
Yeah, just that first shot there from Jansen. They've probably said he's gone for 15 in his first over. In the semi-final of the World Cup against Australia, he got whacked around and he really started, I think, for South Africa. He was the one that was most susceptible to those nerves in that semi-final. So they've probably said, look, this could be our opportunity. Mid-off is inside the ring for both these players. When they get on strike, it's an opportunity for them to try and put him under pressure.
Kohli, making sure everything is to his liking down by the side screen, is now ready. Waiting for Jansen, left arm over and driven away off the back foot almost. Out through backward point. Just hovered on the crease, was able to get his bat through the line of the ball. Only one because deep point is out, 77 for 3.
Yep, Akshar will be more of the aggressor here through these overs.
Right hand, left hand, making Jansen change that line. He has had some trouble with wides through the tournament, Jansen. More often to the right-handers, slipping it down the leg side. He's got a left-hander on strike, though, and Akshar Patel, who's guiding the ball down to deep third. Much more in control this time, gets over the top of it, rolls it along the ground to Rabada, 78 for 3, halfway through the 11th.
Yeah, that's a nice length from Jansen. I completely understand why he bowled those drive balls in the first over, because you want to get it up there, you want to get it to swing. Left arm swing bowlers have been so potent in the first few overs of almost every game that we've watched. So getting it up there, giving it the opportunity to swing. But now through these middle overs, use the surface, use the wind, use your height. More back of a length is needed.
Jansen to Kohli, who pulls, gets a decent piece of it, but they've got a deep square leg out, so only the one run there. 79 for 3. They've been coming in singles through this 11th over.
Yeah, it's a nice reintroduction into the attack, actually, by Jansen. Seems like he's been in control here. When your first over goes for 15, sometimes you could be sat around or stood around for, 9 overs now, until he's been asked to bowl again, wondering what happens when I bowl again, how am I going to deal with it, what am I going to do? Get those first couple of balls out the way and then you settle back into your natural rhythm.
Akshar waiting for the ball and again running it down to deep third. He just sees that length outside off, and you'd think that Jansen would be pretty happy with that, giving away singles at this point. 5 of them in a row now. Almost there with the full picket fence for this over. 80 for 3 the score.
Yes, nice length there. Akshar has to take a real risk thrashing across the line with a cross bat if he wants to hit that for a boundary, whereas the full deliveries you can just step and hit towards. So Jansen using his height here, those big long arms that he has.
Kohli playing a patience game with Marco Jansen. Steps across to the offside and tries to flick through mid-wicket. It's called a wide. It didn't seem very far past the pads, and he did move across, so I'd be interested to see the replay there. 81 for 3 with the extra.
Yeah, Janssen didn't look all that enthralled with the decision, but you understand, I think. Even though I am a bowler, I like seeing the laws in the bowler's favour occasionally. It's probably the right call.
Yeah, there is a provision that if the batter moves out of the way of the ball, it's not a wide. Janssen tries to finish the over again, and Kohli's trying to pull and getting very little on it. Is that glove? It rolls away softly behind square leg, and they go through for a run, 82 for 3. So Kohli's up to 39, Akshar Patel on 29. A quiet-ish over from Janssen with 7 from it, but that's about the rate that India have been going at since that booming start. 15 off the first over, 2 boundaries off balls 7 and 8 of the innings, and then the first wicket fell, and it's been much more a bedtime lullaby of an innings since then, with the occasional dropping of a plate from Akshar Patel as he punted one over the leg side and then another.
Yeah, they're going to have to be a touch more aggressive at some stage, India. You do feel as though this partnership now is worth 48 from 41 deliveries, so they've laid themselves that foundation here, but they just need to make sure that they're not wasting too many deliveries here, because it does look like a decent surface.
Well, Kohli hit 3 boundaries in the first over, and he's hit 1 since. So that gives you a sense of...
And he's not really tried to hit a boundary,
no.
Has he? He's just decided he's going to be the anchor.
So Tabraiz Shamsi will bowl left-arm wrist spin. And he's floating one up and clipped away around the front pad from Kohli, but straight to short mid-wicket. Can't score there.
I like that position. That's an unusual position here. Usually people would have that mid-wicket man over at point, in case there's a cut, in case there's a reverse sweep, but that man at mid-wicket keeps the pressure on Kohli to rotate the strike.
Shamsi up to Kohli, who's playing a similar shot, but he's able to manoeuvre it, use more wrist to get it squarer. It ends up a deep backward square leg for 1, 83 for 3.
And that's the risk there. If you leave that mid-wicket section open, Kohli can play with the straight bat and the full face and just wait for the ball and guide it through there, whereas if he has to try and hit it squarer, he's playing with half a bat. He's clearly good enough to do that, so he hits it quite firmly out to deep backward square leg, but there's more risk because he has to hit it squarer.
Does Akshar take on Shamsi at this point? He does. Big slog sweep. He doesn't get much of it. It's off the pad. Out to deep backward square leg. Not quite. The backward square fielder gets in the way. 83 for 3 as they go through for a run. And there was a bit of something on that, bit of glove on that before it hit the pad.
Yeah, I think a big inside edge, actually. It was drifting down the leg side, so the line was tight from Shamsi, but that's the matchup that Aksar's looking for here. He wants to use that win to pump a 6.
Shamsi to Kohli, who'll want to put Akshar on strike. He does by stepping back onto his stumps and playing with a straight bat across the line. That ball does go to deep backward square. 85 for 3, so Akshar has 2 balls remaining, with the ball should be spinning maybe to his favour.
Well, no, he's hitting against the spin, isn't he? But it's the wind.
Shamsi bowls that wrong one, which he sometimes uses to the left-handers. We've seen him bowl it well at times. Might not risk it. Akshar does go the big hit down the ground for 6. Rabada nearly gets it. He's running across to his right. He lunges, he puts a hand out. It was catchable height had he been positioned a bit straighter. But Akshar, it's a matter of a couple of feet, but he gets it straight enough. 91 for 3 with the 6. Akshar is up to 36.
Yep, I thought like something was going to happen there. It's a touch full from Shamsi. It's a leg spinner. I think he'd be foolish to try and bowl a googly so that Akshar can just drag it with the wind.
Shamsi looks to finish the over off. It's short. It's carved over backward point. There'll be more runs here, probably a couple. They do want to take it on and come back for the second. They do it comfortably enough in the end as the throw comes in from the deep. So a more profitable over for India. They take 11 from it. 3 singles, the 6, the 2. They're up to 93 for 3 after 12. Kohli's on 41. Akshar is on 38. If you're just joining us, we're on BBC Test Match Special, also on ABC Sport. Geoff Lemon and Stephen Finn with you at Kensington Oval from Bridgetown. India elected to bat. Rohit Sharma was out in the second over for 9. Rishabh Pant out in the same over for a duck. And Surya Kumar Yadav hit one to deep backward square leg and was caught for 3. So it was a rocky start for India after they plundered 15 off the first over. Things didn't go well after that. Kohli and Akshar Patel have been rebuilding the partnerships up to 59, and they've got 8 overs to go.
Nortje comes back into the attack, the pace. Kohli, if he bangs them in here, Nortje, Kohli may look to take him onto that side with the wind.
Nortje coming in and pitching up, and Kohli's driving him out to deep mid-wicket along the ground for 1. So we'll rotate the strike again. 94 for 3. Kohli's got 42.
It's been a fantastic day so far at Kensington Oval, and I heard a lot of reference about the wind.
Carlos Brathwaite lobbing in there on our commentary without us expecting it. West Indies all-rounder who had such a great day in 2016. Great night, really, in Kolkata. But Akshar Patel waiting for Nortje, charging him and driving him down to mid-off and running with the stroke. He gets through. 95 for 3 as Akshar is up to 39.
He's a brave man to be running at Anrik Nortje. Just under 90 miles an hour there, 142 kilometres an hour. I think that's about 89.7 or something like that. So operating around 90, it's very brave. Take a couple of steps down and try and hit him over his head.
Yeah, not quite quick enough. Just need to make it a bit faster for yourself. Nortje to Kohli, who's waiting in his crease and dabbing the ball to backward point where Miller fields no run.
Yeah, nice from Nortje. It's a nice length, actually. It's that length that Josh Hazlewood bowled so frequently throughout this tournament. Call it box high. It's going to hit the batter in the box. He can neither go forward nor back to it. It hits the splice of the bat, and from that, on these kinds of pitches that are dry, maybe sometimes too paced, the batters have to take so much risk to hit a ball from that length.
Nortje coming up now, and Kohli's driving it square. This time he just beats Miller at backward point, hits it square of him and gets through for a run. Again, South Africa won't mind these singles. 96 for 3. Kohli up to 43. Anrik Nortje, he was pace off for that last delivery. He's mostly been bowling gas from the Joel Garner end of the ground, fittingly. A little more incongruous when Shamsi's bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. Not a lot in common between those two.
Maybe similar height.
It's true. Nortje up to Akshar down the leg side. He tries to pull, misses it. It's a wide. And Akshar frustrated that he couldn't just get a bit of bat on that, because it would have scooted away through fine leg for 4 had he done so. But they get the extra, 97 for 3.
Yeah, like the intent, though, from Nortje. He has his 1 bouncer and overs. The 2 bouncers and over playing regulation in the IPL isn't continued here in the World Cup. So fast bowlers, or any bowler, can bowl 1 bouncer per over. And to have Akshar hitting to a slightly longer side with the wind is a good option for South Africa, a good wicket-taking option.
Nortje sets off again. Up to the left-hander, who's trying to dab the ball to deep third. His preferred get-off strike shot to faster bowling, but he misses it. The pace is a bit too much up at 142 kilometres an hour.
Good for South Africa, though, at the moment. Only 4 runs from this over.
Feels like Akshar might do something off this last ball, doesn't
it? Feels like he's almost at a stage where it's either better, he either whacks it and gets the runs, or it's better if he gets out and allows now, with 7 overs to go, the likes of Pandya to come to the crease.
Nortje to Akshar, who flicks it away off his hip out to deep mid-wicket. They'll only get 1. As the fielder out there is swiftly onto it. Throws the ball back in. 98 for 3. A good over for South Africa. 5 from it with the wide. Kohli on 43. Akshar a little more aggressively on 40 from 29 balls compared to Kohli's 43 from 38. Kohli started with a rush. He scored 3 boundaries off the first over. And he had to change his game plan after those wickets fell. So 13 overs gone, 98 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of a ghost, though, since then. And that's the power of taking wickets, especially inside that power play. Even if it's a good surface, it makes the batting team really second guess and question how many runs are going to be required on this surface. India also knowing that they have probably the best bowling attack in this competition, and their ability to defend a slightly lower total is probably, the probability of that happening is higher than any other team in the tournament. But in a final, they can't leave themselves too short here, so they're going to have to show some intent.
Rabada will bowl around the wicket to Akshar, who opens up and hits him down the ground for 6. What a shot. Akshar Patel, are you a spinner or are you a batter in disguise? 104 for 3. And that was sweet. It was simple. Just steps into it and launches the on drive straight. Looked like it was coming up to us in our commentary box at one point, and they've got Marco Jansen down there, but you could have the tallest man in the world, it wouldn't matter. That was carrying Akshar up to 46. He's gone past Kohli.
Yeah, it's a stunning shot from Akshar, actually, with a straight bat. And it's the angle from around the wicket from Rabada that's allowed him to play that shot, coming round with no swing, no seam movement. It opens up both sides of the ground for me when you're not looking to bowl a wide Yorker or you're not looking to bowl slower balls. If you bowl it on a length around off stump, that ball can get hit anywhere from deep backward point all the way round to deep mid wicket. He's changed his angle. Coming
back over the wicket now as we speak, and Akshar goes back and cuts a short ball out to deep cover where there's a sweeper. Just the one run, 105 for 3. He's 47 off 31. Who needs Hardik Pandya when you've got Akshar Patel? What a luxury, Stephen Finn, to have your spinner who was batting at 8 in the previous game, who can come up the order and smack you. Well, he's nearly got himself a half century.
Yep, and he's played beautifully. He's been controlled. He's been that aggressive foil at times to Kohli. He knows he's not there to just pat it around. He's there to show some intent and to try and give his team this platform. The partnership now 71 has been a very good one.
Shifting the field, deep mid wicket comes up and then drops back again for Kohli. Mid on up, long off back. Kohli charges and then ducks under a bouncer. Well bowled by Rabada. Don't know if he saw him coming or if he was always planning to bowl the short ball. Well, the umpire says not well bowled, calls it a wide. Not sure about that.
No, I don't like that. Kohli's come dancing down the pitch and Rabada has spotted him and banged it in halfway down, and Kohli, just to take evasive action, has sort of popped his head back down into his neck like a turtle.
Rabada to Kohli again on the leg stump, flicked away, but it doesn't beat the wicketkeeper. And Akshar, well, he could be run out. I think he is run out at the non-striker's end. They're taking off to run ricocheted overthrows, so it's gone to the boundary for 4 overthrows, but I think that's out at the non-striker's end because the ball's come off Kohli's hip to short fine. He didn't want to run, took a couple of steps down. Akshar was more than halfway, almost 3/4, turned around and ran back, and I'm sure the direct hitters caught him short. Even though the ricochet's gone to the boundary, it won't cost South Africa anything because this should be given out. The throw from Quinton de Kock with the glove off.
Convinced.
Yep, he's got him. He's got him by 3 inches.
Take that back one frame, please.
That is brilliant, brilliant wicket keeping. High risk, high reward.
Forwards. Freeze that there.
But he's got Akshar out for 47.
Back short of the ground. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
There we go. The decision will flash up in a moment. He is out. 106 for 4. Akshar Patel gone for 47, but it has been a brilliant performance, potentially a match-turning performance from Akshar, who was asked to do a job. And my word, has he done it. He's set things up for Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dube to come in and try to do some damage towards the back end.
Yep, it's been a fantastic innings from Akshar Patel, 47 from 31, but Quinton de Kock was convinced. He's one of the few players in world cricket where I reckon his ability to decipher whether something is out or not out is the best that there is. Almost every review that he calls for it, that when he's insistent on the captain taking that review, it's out. And I think other players were 50-50 there. Even the ones square of the wicket thought, oh, it might be out, it might not be out. But it was lazy by Akshar. He got 3/4 of the way down the wicket. He turned, he sort of jogged back, then realised that de Kock was actually going to throw the ball. And it was a bullet of a throw from de Kock. You could see once that was given out, or once they saw the first replay and that it was out, he turns and starts pointing straight to his dressing room. So he's clearly been working on his throwing with someone, and that's a big wicket for South Africa.
106 for 4, and it's Shivam Dube to the middle. He's not batting, though, because Kohli's on strike. He drives down to long on, and that will put Dube on strike for the first time today. 107 for 4. Kohli on 44 of 40 deliveries now, so that strike rate has got lower and lower. Started high, but it's back to not much more than a run a ball. India going along at about 7.8 runs and over at the moment, so their projected score would be about 150. It's Dube's job, along with Pandya, to make sure that It's higher than that. Yeah, that was lazy running on the replay from Akshar.
Yeah, he just presumed that de Kock wasn't going to throw it, but de Kock definitely was going to throw it. It was lazy running and
paid the price. Rabada to Dubé, who opens up and tries to slam him back down the ground first ball and only gets an edge into his pad that ends up at short cover. So that's at least shown what Dubé's planning to do out there. 107 for 4 with the ball to come in the over.
Yeah, they've sort of left themselves in a funny position here, India, because the way that Kohli is able to smash those balls to long on, they're not hitting the splice of the bat, they're not stopping in the pitch. He's able to step towards it and smash it out the middle of the bat to long on. To me, suggests that this surface is good.
Rabada up to Dubé, who backs away and slams it into the ground. Doesn't have any timing on the shot. Gets a run because he's put it in between cover and point. That's the end of the 14th over. 6 to go. 108 for 4. So 36 deliveries. At their current rate, they'd be about 150. We've got Kohli on 44, Dubé on 1. Hardik Pandya to come, who can smash it. Jadeja can smash it. And Stephen Finn can head off and smash a cup of tea. 108 for 4 the score. Alex Hartley about to come back in. Marco Jansen to come back into the attack. He's bowled 2 overs for 22 today. The first one went for 15, the second for 7. Alex, welcome back.
Hello, hello. Do you feel like that they can get 170? Which they're going to have to go at 10 runs and over from here to get that. Do you feel like maybe, just maybe, it might be too many on this surface?
I feel like 150 is probably too many on this, given South Africa's wobbles in the chase, but they might pull out a performance today. Jansen comes in and it's slotted down the ground by Dubé. That's gone for 6. Well, that's what he's there to do. He's come out, tried to hit a 6 first ball, tried to hit 1 second ball, managed to get himself a run with a mistimed single, and now he's clattered an off drive down the ground. He's up to 7 with that 6, 114 for 4.
Well, again, just a fuller delivery from Jansen, wasn't it? And he just needs to drag his length back even more so.
That's at least 4 times that he's been punished so far today. And, there's a long conversation at the top of his mark with the captain. He's running in now. Jansen to Dubé, and he bowls very short. Dubé's just riding the bounce, glancing it down to fine leg for 1. 115 for 4. Dubé to 8.
Yeah, I prefer that delivery. Much prefer that delivery. Although you know that Dubé is going to take it on at some stage.
Oh, he has to. He'll probably take it on every second delivery.
He's not had a great tournament so far, has Dubé, but as you say, he is there to take advantage, to hit boundaries, and you can get out cheaply doing that. So India's sticking with him throughout this World Cup, even though he hasn't had the mountain of runs he would have liked.
Jansen up to Kohli now, who's opening his stance and then trying to baseball it down through long on, but he doesn't get much of it, just hits it back to Jansen on the bounce. Dubé hit one of the biggest 6s I've seen in the tournament. I think it was in New York. It might have been I can't remember if it was the Pakistan game or one of the other, maybe the USA game they played there. Enormous out over that temporary grandstand. So they do go when he gets them. Powerful striker. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment.
Well, Kohli, although he's 44 off 41, he's slowed down significantly since that first over, hasn't he? 3 4s in a row for him.
Yeah,
or 3 4s in that first over.
His strike rate was 333 at one point. Now it's 107. So he's regressed to the mean, but he's doing a job by sticking it out there while the others can hit around him. He takes on the slower ball bouncer and gets it out to deep backward square. Rabada comes across to fine leg to field in front of Klaasen, who's at deep backward. 116 for 4. Kohli up to 45.
I've just been for a walk around the ground just to soak up a bit of atmosphere. There's a brass band over to our left who are all getting prepared for, I guess, the halfway stage in the innings. But there are a lot of crazy fans out there.
Yeah, they do like the brass band here at Kensington Oval. They do a lap with their euphoniums or whatever they are. Janssen up, and he's bowling outside the leg stump, and Dubé can only get across and drive it along the ground to deep mid-wicket for one. That's a good delivery at this point of the innings. The old Stephen Finn bowl at the batter's heel. Don't give him room to get under it.
Yeah. The low full toss is, it can be a really effective delivery, actually. But it can go out the park.
Well, it depends on the line of it, I suppose.
Yeah.
If it's cramping you, making you
and
come across your front leg.
The game as well. You know, not going to take it on at this set stage. Lose another wicket.
117 for 4. Janssen up to Kohli, who advances and hits him hard out to deep mid-wicket. That went much squarer than he was intending, I think. Kohli wanted to hit that over mid-on down the ground for 4, but instead he smears it wider off the inside portion. And it rolls away for a single. Safe, though. Kohli's up to 46 off 43. Can he find a way to move things up a bit in the last 5 overs? Can Dubé keep hitting them? He's 9 off 5. What a way to make a living. It's 118 for 4 after 15 overs with Henry Moran coming in.
Very good. I enjoyed that. We see Shamsi's going to come back into the attack here for the last 5 overs. And if you're India, first of all, target that 150. And then can you push on? Can you go at 10 runs and over, try and get that 170? Because you do feel like that'll be too much with their world-class bowling attack that India have got.
Yep, I'm with you. Crucial over this one, I think. 16th over, Shamsi's third. He's gone for 9 apiece in his first couple. Deep in the crease is Kohli, flicking the ball round the corner. He's not going to beat the dive of Janssen, who rather tumbles like one of those enormous cranes over the porch while left. Sort of dressed a bit like a South African cricketer today, that bright yellow.
Well, Ollie Mitchell's been in touch and said it's not about the height of Janssen. She said what we need to do is get him to stretch his arms out.
Ah, the wingspan.
The wingspan. Apparently,
yes.
The TV couldn't pan out far enough, the TV camera, because his arms were so long.
How far away was the TV camera?
It was in Jamaica.
Here's Shamsi, left arm wrist spin. It's Walter Dubé, one that does turn, and he's groping at mid-air. It's a dot ball. 119 for 4. One thing that's impressed me with South Africa today, Alex, is when there has been a 6 early in an over or a boundary, they've not let the over get away from them.
Yeah, I think that's really important as well. It's about how you come back, isn't it? For India, if they can get a boundary early in the over and rotate the strike, you'll get 9 and over anyway.
Shamsi, bowling Dubé, tossed up and toe end of the bat towards Janssen again, who picks up, and Kohli's there quickly running in from the non-striker's end. He'll be on strike on 47. That one that just turned, Alex, that will have Kuldeep looking at it and his fingers twitching.
It will indeed. He'll be watching the TV, won't he? The replay, and we've seen a couple of balls holding this surface, a couple little bit tennis bouncy.
Shamsi to bowl to Kohli. He's moving around in the crease, whipping the ball out towards the deep on the bounce. Stubbs will field in front of the big screen, and below that big screen, I love this here. You've got gentlemen in the blue t-shirts who every time the score moves forward, lifting up those numbers and putting them by hand up on that old manual scoreboard. There we go, the number 9's just dropped to the floor with a clatter.
It's windy out there as well, so you've got to get them on quickly, get them flat against the board as quick as possible before they blow away.
So Shamsi, this creeping approach again. Into bowl to Dubé, who swings violently at a ball. Oh, that's a good shot, and it almost was 6 flat. It's 4, I think, but that was hit so hard. And a gentleman in the crowd has collected the ball on the bounce. He's showing it to everyone around him. Look what I've got.
It was a proper grab in the crowd. That one bounce, he sticks his mitt out, but what a shot this is. The sweep shot in front of square, splits long on and deep mid-wicket perfectly. Goes like a tracer bullet.
Here's Shamsi again, 1-2-5 for 4. Final ball of the 16th over, and Dubé again goes hard at it. Down the ground straight. Rabada will move to his left below us to pick up. And we are right on top of the field, because this media centre sort of leans over slightly. It is directly below us where they're fielding at long on and long off. End of the over, 8 from it, 126 for 4. What India don't want to be doing is creeping their way to 150 for 4, with Kohli there, say unbeaten on 61. Barely going at a strike rate above 100. I mean, it's lovely if you're average. But
yeah, last 4 overs, you'd expect them to kick on now, wouldn't you? Even expect Virat Kohli to start taking more risks. He's slowed down significantly in the middle overs of this game. You would expect that he will go out there now and try and accelerate, or I'd like him to, because otherwise, as you say, he's going to be 60 red off 60 balls, and that's not really great, is it?
Here comes Henrik Nortje running in towards us. Dubé waiting, chopping the ball towards backward point. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end from Maharaj, and it wasn't far away. Kohli wanted to get on strike as quickly as is possible. He was all right. It's the other fella in trouble. 1-2-7 for 4. I love to our left, by the way. We've got the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and on top of it, the solar panels. And this ground, it's doing its bit for the planet here, because they've got solar panels right across all of the roofs. What a place to have. If you're going to make the most of it, Barbados isn't a bad place. But,
yeah, you don't get those in Manchester.
Well, not quite. Well, I think they are quite effective, actually, wherever, but it feels, you know, it feels more so here. In comes Nortje, bowling to Kohli, and he almost gets caught down the leg side by a diving Quinton de Kock, who ends up in a heap. He tried to pull it round the corner, hit a bit of glove, a bit of pad, and it looped up. And Kohli moves to within 1 of a 50, so 128 for 4. But on those solar panels, they're all over them, these little spiders of where the ball has hit, and it's created a big indentation and this sort of splintering of the glass. And it's a little bit like a sort of town centre after a riot. You know what I mean? So you can see all of the damage. Here comes Nortje bowling to Dubé, hitting back towards him and down the ground, moving to his right is Stubbs to pick up, and it'll again just be the one more, 129 for 4.
There's one at the far end of the ground, like straight opposite us, right at the back, where Joss Buttler hit a humongous 6 against USA not so long ago, last week sometime. Just bounced off the media centre and came back. Not off the media centre, what is that? The Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand.
3 Ws. And actually, yesterday we were driving round. I managed to tick off 2 out of 3 in terms of the roundabouts. Here comes Nortje to bowl to Kohli on 49, pushing the ball into the offside, and well, there's some that are saying, is that a catch? I don't think it is for David Miller diving forward. There's a little glance between the umpires, Gaffney and Illingworth, as if to say, do we need to check anything? But surely not. That, to me, just looked like he played it into the ground towards the fielder.
Yeah, the umpires aren't even going to go upstairs for that one. David Miller, he's looking up going, hang on a minute.
Well,
I don't...
Hold on a minute.
Should they have gone upstairs for that?
Here comes Nortje. Let's see that again. And bowling to Kohli, pulls into the leg side, not particularly well timed. He'll run through for a single, that'll get the crowd up at about 130 for 4. And Kohli moves to 50 from 48. It's not been an express innings, but it has been effective, and it has laid the foundation, but it's a foundation that needs to be capitalised upon. 130 for 4. I want to see that again, Alex.
Yeah, I do. I think it was a bump ball, but it, you know, I don't know why they've not gone upstairs and checked it. It was David Miller was the only one that was convinced that it was potentially a catch. I do think it's been squeezed between the floor and the bat.
I think it has been.
Which is why it ballooned up.
It takes a moment to check. Here comes Nortje. Well to Dubé, who swings hard at that. He's going to get 4. Beats backward point and manages to create that width with just a little hint of a step towards the leg side. It's not been brilliant over for India, but it's been greatly improved by that boundary at the end of it. 134 for 4. 3 overs left of the first innings of the World Cup final here on BBC Sounds.
Yeah, they're just ticking along at 8 and over, aren't they? India at the moment, who feel like Dubé's going to be the one. He's going to be key here. If South Africa can get him out, his strike rate just less than 200 at the moment. 21 off 12 balls. He's accelerating, and he's not had the best of World Cups, but he's doing it when it matters.
Yeah, but then 50 off 48.
Yeah, that's not great. But had he have got out, India could have collapsed around him.
Well, they could have done.
He's played a good anchoring role, but now it's time to get going.
Yeah, I don't think average should be worried about in the final, really.
Oh, no.
Not at this point. 3 overs left, everything must go. You've still got 6 wickets in hand, and we're going to see Kagiso Rabada bowling his final over of the World Cup. He's got figures of 1 for 20 today. And if he can get the wicket of Kohli, well, they'll be very happy with that. Right, what's going on here? Why are we getting a delay? Well, we're ready to go now, so that's the main thing. In comes Rabada to bowl to Kohli. Oh, he does go big. Down the ground, 6. Over the head of David Miller. That's more like it from Virat Kohli. Over long on, and not for the first time this innings. Kagisa Rabada gets the treatment from the first ball of an over. 140 for 4.
Yeah, pressure on Rabada now. Going for 6 the first ball. How is he going to come back? It's a good shot from Virat Kohli, who knows it's time to open his arms, knows it's time to get on with things. Just picks the ball up just slightly too full. And it was nearly taken by somebody that works for the ICC, but dropped.
It was, which is, don't know what that says, really. 140 for 4. Kohli, steely look in his eyes. That's 56 now from 49. In comes Rabada. It's a full delivery right on the toes of Kohli, who's sprinting through for the first run. He'll turn for the second. Stubbs running in. He'll pick up throw. It's a unusual piece of fielding because as he dives forward Superman style, he's almost thrown the ball into the ground and straight back into his chin. But instead, it does eventually bounce back towards the bowler. 1-4-2 for 4.
I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with South Africa's fielding today.
It's been great.
I think they've been on top form. I don't think they've really done much wrong.
Rabada sprinting in once more. Kohli moving around in the crease. He's pulling the ball away behind square. I think he's going to get 4 more towards the beach, and he does. The India flag's flying well before the ball reaches them. And this is an expensive over, and Rabada is not finishing his World Cup at the ball in the way that he would have wanted to. 12 from the first, 3 balls of his final over. And India heading towards 150. And are they heading towards a total that'll be too much for South Africa?
It feels that way, doesn't it? The short ball there, Virat Kohli just helps it around the corner. He's decided it's time to get going. And I noticed his shoelace was undone before that previous ball.
Kohli's?
Yeah, and he's just stopped to tie it. I've got eagle-eyed. Eagle-eyed?
You could see that from here.
Yeah.
No, you could see it on the telly.
I could see it from here.
Stop it. In comes Rabada. Over the wicket, it's a full delivery again. It's onto the pads of Kohli, who'll get 1 out towards Stubbs on the leg side. 1-4-7 for 4. I'm not having you could see that from this distance.
No, my eyes are actually awful as well. And I've had them lasered. But I had them lasered like 10 years ago, so, you know, it doesn't last forever.
No, I thought it just got worse when... I thought it, as everyone's sight becomes slightly... You know, it's why everyone needs reading glasses eventually. It should still remain good.
Well, they're deteriorating my eyes.
You might want to go and get that checked out.
I have to get them redone.
I'm not sure you can. 1-4-7 for 4.
You can have it done 3 times. Like a hair transplant, I think.
Is that 3 times?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Quite a popular service in the world of cricket, actually.
It is.
There's a fair few who've had that done.
I would have it done. But I've been blessed with a full head.
I reckon there is at least, I think probably 4 or 5 members of the England setup. Anyway, 1-4-7 for 4. Oh, it's an awful ball. Beamer and wide. And Rabada's not getting it right here at all. It's a wide. I don't think it'll be anything more than that. It's not going to be a no ball. And Kohli is just drying his hands with a towel taken from the umpire at this end, umpire Gaffney. But in all of that, Rabada's got to try and get his head back right, because 14 from the over, still 2 balls left of it. He's coming in again. That's a better looking ball, which is sliced out towards deep backward point, and the ever busy Janssen. 1-4-9 for 4. Feels a big delivery, this next one.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? It's been a big over for India. It's changed the game massively, actually. 10 runs and over previously would have got them up to 168. Now they can get up and over 170 from this position. 15 runs coming off so far. You feel like he's going to bowl a Yorker here, Rabada.
Well, Kohli is on 63 from 52. And he waits, and it is a Yorker, and it's dug out. And will just be the 1 run. Kohli wants to strike at the start of the 19th over. The 150 comes up for this India side, who won the toss, wanted to have a bat first. South Africa say they would have done the same. And we thought early wickets was going to be South Africa's route into the match. Well, they got them. And things have played out like this, because though it started very quickly for this India side, smashing it all over the place, they were 23 without loss midway through the second over before Rohit Sharma found himself caught by Klaasen in the deep off the bowling of Maharaj, who had 2 in the space of 3 balls when Rishabh Pant manages to just balloon the ball straight to the wicketkeeper Quinton de Kock. Surya Kumar Yadav fell midway through the 5th over. for just 3, but then a really good partnership between Akshay Patel, who made 47, and Virat Kohli. And since then, 44 runs have been added from 28 balls between Kohli and Dubé. We're going to see Jansen bowling from the far end of the ground. And this feels like, again, a big over. And of course they are. They're going to be at this stage of an innings. But Jansen has felt quite hittable today. Not 32.
For me, he's not bowled that well today.
He's running into bowl to Virat Kohli, who, well, that's a good ball. Wide Yorker length, and there's nothing that Kohli can do with it. Hold on a minute. They're tossing the ball up as if they've got a wicket. And they're saying, well, Kohli, off you go. Keeper's convinced.
Down, take it down. Illy, we have a no ball.
Oh, what?
Repeat, no ball.
It's a no ball, so if he is out, it's not out. That was the voice of umpire Kettleborough. I mean, that's a very confusing state of affairs, because Kohli wasn't going anywhere. He didn't know it was a no ball, but it's a biggie.
Oh, it's a big no ball. It's a huge no ball, and Quinton de Kock was convinced that he had Virat Kohli caught behind. We were just saying Jansen's not bowled well, and if he has got a wicket there, well, that's going to be crucial, that no ball, because now Virat Kohli with the free hit.
I don't think he edged it either. I think it's bat on ground. I mean, all round, that was a really weird delivery. Anyway, it's a free hit. It's 1-5-1 for 4. Here comes Jansen into bowl to Kohli. Swings at that. It's a wild swing, and Kohli said, that's wide. Come on, put your arms out. And the umpire's saying, no, I will put my arms out if I think it's wide. You can laugh at me and you can look at me, but I'm not giving you the wide. 5-1 for 4.
Virat Kohli's giving it the double teapot there.
Well, he's glaring, is Kohli, isn't he? Bristling. And
it's not wide, it's well bowled. It's really well bowled.
And Kohli moved. Jansen into bowl to the India superstar. Comes over the wicket, and Kohli flicking the ball away into the leg side. He's going to get 4. He goes behind square, and the fielder in the deep, Klaasen, was never in the game. It was onto the pads, and Jansen, who found this early on in the game, first over, was hit all over the place. I think, for me, Alex, I think he's would be better off bowling round the wicket, trying to cramp Kohli for room.
Yeah, I think for me there, Virat Kohli has actually played it very well, because the previous ball he stepped outside the off stump. This time he stayed still, knowing that Jansen is going to change his line and flicks the ball into the deep.
It's a full toss. Put it away. Jansen bowling to Kohli. Open stance. He's hitting the ball down the ground. Not sure he was aiming there, really. A good tumbling save, and they will get a second. And in the end, the fielder ends up in a right old heap. It's the skipper, Markram, and I think a bit of the turf has just got caught in his heel, and so he's been rather felled in unglamorous fashion. He tried to throw it. 157 for 4. 3 balls left to the 19th.
There's a good bit of fielding as well. Diving, full length dive to his right.
Right? It was his right. Right.
Yeah. Trust the process, Henry.
Not when it's you and left and right.
There are some people in the world that just can't get their lefts and rights. And I'm not one of them, because you got it wrong, I didn't.
Yeah, that is a rare occasion. I've driven with you enough times.
Take the next left. Oh, sorry, it was meant to be the next right.
Yes. Cries of Kohli around the ground. He's on 70 from 57. Jansen moves in, bowls to Virat Kohli, who's got under this for 6. Out towards the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, on to the roof of it as well. What a shot. Absolutely brilliant.
That is massive from Virat Kohli. Absolutely massive. I actually think he's gone out of the ground, over the pavilion. And the Indian fans absolutely love it. And Virat Kohli just opens up that front leg and clatters the ball out of the ground. It was a slower ball, picks up the length so well, 95 metres. And they're bringing the spare ball bag out, because that ball has gone out of the park.
That is a massive hit, and Kohli riled by that lack of a wide being signalled early on in the over. He hit it and did not even bother following the trajectory, because he knew from the feel off the bat, or sometimes when you hit so well you don't even feel it, that the ball was sailing away out towards that Garfield Sobers Pavilion. I'm sure he's here today. He's been here for many games in the tournament, and the great man will have enjoyed that. 163 for 4, and Kohli's on to 76.
Well, they do so well in baseball, and I'm bringing this up because half the World Cup has been in America, is if the ball goes into the crowd or out the ground or whatever, they just get a new one. Whereas in cricket, we faff around, we try and find it, we try and get the ball back. And I like the fact there they've just gone, no, just bring out the ball bag, we'll get a new one.
It's quite important in cricket, the ball, in a way that it is not in baseball. I mean, you need a ball, obviously, but it's the age and condition, is what I mean.
Ooh, we've run out. Anyone got an ink ready?
Right, Janssen to finish. Torturous spell. He's got 2 balls left of it. Kohli is waiting. He's gone hard at that, down the ground. Not sure he's got the distance, and he's caught. Rabada with the catch in the deep. Kohli's fine innings comes to an end. Excellent 76 from 59 deliveries, but he's been caught at long on, and it's 163 for 5 as he tried to repeat the trick. Maybe that ball was a little bit heavier. Who knows? He didn't get all of it. High up on the bat. And away it goes into the hands of Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, slow ball from Janssen, back of a length. It was shorter than the previous delivery into the pitch. Virat Kohli looking for the same shot, doesn't get hold of it. It's a huge wicket, actually, because Virat Kohli was just starting to motor. And he's had a decent knock there for India, but that wicket has come at a good time.
Yeah, you feel... Again, it's funny things, isn't it, in a match? Start an innings well, it can be very hard to get things back of the opposition, and in the end that over from Maharaj really did turn things early on for South Africa, and it looked almost in the early stages like it was getting out of hand very early on. If you can finish the innings well with the ball, it can give you real belief. You think, oh, we thought we were going to be chasing 180, we're only chasing 175. That feels a little better.
Yeah,
even small things like that.
And what we've seen today is it only takes one batter to get in and get a score, and you're naturally going to get up to that 160 as long as people are chipping in around you.
In comes Janssen. To bowl to Hardik Pandya, who's spooned the ball in the air. It's going to clear the fielder down at short third, and it skips on with a load of topspin and goes to the boundary for 4 runs. So 17 from the over. Janssen's spell, 4 overs, 1 for 49, is not one that he'll be terribly pleased with. And it's 167 for 5 after 19.
He's unlucky with that last delivery, though, isn't he? Going for 4. The over should have gone for 13. Maybe 14 had they got a single off that, but Hardik Pandya looking to pull the ball into the leg side. Swings so hard he ends up doing a full 360. And the top edge goes over the keeper, and he actually hits the advertising board in front of us and kicks on down towards the boundary.
So doing what he needed to do there, Hardik Pandya, just swinging at it early doors, and does that very well. He's a very dangerous player. So 1 over left of this India innings. They've managed to accelerate things towards the back end of it. Kohli out, 76 from 59. If you want to see some of the best shots of the innings, head to the BBC Sport website and app. Heinrich Nokia. He's going to bowl the final over. Mustachioed figure. He looks like he could be an extra from a spaghetti western. He might walk into a saloon.
Yeah, he does.
Doors swinging.
He's one of those hats.
A cowboy.
Yeah.
A Stetson. Like Rishabh Pant had that hat early on in the tournament. Did I tell you about that?
What?
Here comes Heinrich Nokia running into bowl to Dubé outside the off stump. That'll be wide. He was trying to find that wide line Yorker, but he doesn't quite get his radar right. 168 for 5.
I know that the whole Pakistan team went to a rodeo in America.
Did they?
They'll put their hats on.
Well, they can now say this ain't my first rodeo.
This ain't my first rodeo.
Yeah. No, Rishabh Pant wasn't led into a restaurant where we were dining because he was wearing a hat and pointed, and he had to be led to the front where it said no hats, and then he went and sat on his own outside. Anyway, here comes Nokia running into bowl to Dubé on 22. That's a better ball. It's whipped away into the leg side on the bounce, collected at mid-wicket. They'll just get the 1 run. 169 for 5. 5 balls left of the innings.
Just see Markram just telling his fielders exactly where to go by just pointing at the boundary. 1, 2, 3.
They've been good in the field today.
Been so good. I've been really impressed with their fielding, actually. And fielding makes such a difference when it comes to T20 cricket. We saw Australia in one of their games. They were woeful in the field. In fact, they didn't field well for a few games.
Nokia it is, running in away from us and bowling a very good delivery right in the block hole that is dug out by Hardik Pandya. He'll run through for 1, but only 1. So wide, single to start the over. 170 for 5. If you want to join the conversation, by the way, TMS at bbc.co.uk on the email. And on the BBC Sport website and app, our live text commentary is up and running.
Who's in charge of that today?
Today, well, good friend of ours. Here comes Henrik Nortje into ball for Dubé, who's drilling the ball down the ground. He gets 4, beats the dive of mid-on. Rather dug it out, and Nortje crouches down to redo his shoot. As the South African skipper, Aidan Markram, on his haunches now picks himself up, with the score now reaching 174 for 5 with 3 balls left.
Yeah, it's a great shot as well, isn't it? Probably in the slot a little bit, looking for the Yorker, doesn't quite get it. Crunches the ball down the ground. They needed that boundary, India. 180 is definitely on here.
Yeah, that will feel a lot to me. That will be quite a test for this South Africa side, who chasing have looked panicky at times in this tournament, but they have to just believe. They've just got to go for it.
Well, the thing is, they've played on tough pitches, tough wickets. They've found themselves in, you know, situations where they've been 4 down quite early on.
In comes Nortje, bowling a ball which is a full toss down the ground. Could be a catch. Oh, and it is. Good catch, David Miller. It almost took him out down there on the boundary edge. It got to him very quickly. And Dubé goes, caught it long off, and Miller gets a hug and a little bit of a joke with his captain, but
he's nearly eaten that.
It was
crunched down the ground from Dubé.
Full toss,
and Miller is running in full speed. He thinks he's going to drop short, and he has to stop and take the catch, and that'd have knocked his teeth out had he not have got his hands in the way there.
It would have done. He'll feel he's missed out there, Dubé, because that was a full toss. Possibly should have been launched over the boundary. It wasn't, so it's 174 for 6.
33% of them get wickets.
And so you keep telling me. It's Fionn Wynne who's looking after things on the live text commentary. If you want to join that conversation, please do so, and you'll find your in-play highlights there as well. And you follow the conversation. You can listen to our commentary there too. And, I should say, the upcoming Men's International Test Summer, which gets underway week on Wednesday. Have your text commentaries there as well. Outside the off stump, hit away in the air into the deep. Who wants it? Which fielder's going to run round to pick up? Well, it's going to be 2 runs off the bat of Jadeja first up. Eventually, it was a bit yes, no, maybe from Tristan Stubbs out there on the boundary alongside Jansen, who...
I don't think Jansen saw it because he didn't move. He stood completely still until the ball bounced.
We've got 1 ball left of the innings. It was a funny one, that. So Nortje's over has only had 9 from it, which is not bad going at the end of an innings.
I don't like the live text, you know, because everyone gives me thumbs downs all the time.
It's because of what you say.
Give me a thumbs up.
176 for 6. Nortje bowls a ball which goes spooning up in the air. Who wants it? Fielder running round, takes a good tumbling catch. And so the innings ends with a wicket. The final over sees 2 fall. 9 from it. And at the end of all of that, India have got a good total. Is it a match-winning total? 176 for 7. It'll be 177 for South Africa to climb a mountain they've never climbed and win an ICC World Cup. For India, well, it's been a long old wait for them, 13 years. And as we see Jadeja trotting off with Hardik Pandya behind him, India, I think, will be the happier of the 2 sides, is my instinct, Alex.
Yeah, I think it's going to be enough, to be completely honest. When you look at the India bowling attack, world-class bowling attack, we saw that the pitch is spinning as well. So there is going to be a little bit in it for the bowlers, for the spinners. And it's going to be a tough ask for South Africa. But what we do know is it takes 1 person to get in and to get a big score. And they are right in this game.
Well, that's it. And that's what they've got to believe. And Quinton de Kock has looked in decent touch, actually, in the last couple of matches, and he feels like somebody that could, if he gets a quick start, and just don't forget that pressure can affect this Indian bowling lineup. As good as they are, you know that if they can find a way getting hold of Jasprit Bumrah, that will send shockwaves through the Indian bowling lineup more generally, I think. So how did this innings play out, where Rohit Sharma was the first wicket to fall after a really quick start? He was caught by Klaasen well in the deep off the bowling of Maharaj, who got a wicket 2 balls later with Rishabh Pant caught spooning the ball in the air to Quinton de Kock second ball without scoring. Suryakumar Yadav only made 3 from 4. It looked really problematic for India at that stage before Akshar Patel and Virat Kohli put on an excellent partnership. That just seemed to swing the momentum. And at that point, it was one of those where you look at it and you think, okay, well, how many can they get from this platform? But Patel was run out. Good bit of work from Quinton de Kock. 47 from 31. And then Virat Kohli made 76 off 59. He accelerated towards the back end of his innings, and it was crucial that in those final few overs, India went close to 12 and over in the final 5, which was, you feel, really significant and important. And Dubey caught 27 from 16 balls, and Jadeja 2 from 2. So that's how the innings played out. In terms of the bowling figures, 2 for Maharaj, 2 for Nortje, who were both excellent.
Kesh,
and
2
here
for
is
23 in 3 overs. India off to a flyer. You come in to bowl the second over. What was your mindset?
I was just trying to use the surface and see if I could use the breeze to my advantage, and, you know, lucky enough it did pay off.
What have you made of how the surface has played today?
It started off a little bit slow, and then I think it's starting to get a little bit better now. So, you know, hopefully that's a low enough score for us to chase.
In a big match like this, you want your fielders to step up, and they surely did for you today.
Yeah, definitely. I think the catching and the outfielding was superb. I mean, something we pride ourselves on as South Africans, so it's good to see it come to fruition on the final stage.
177 to win the World Cup. Can you do it?
Yes, definitely. I think we can. The boys are ready to go. Opportunities like this don't come easily, so, you know, hopefully we can grab it with both hands.
Well played.
Thank you.
Thoughts there, Keshav Maharaj chatting there on the boundary edge to Cas Naidu. So 177 will be the target for South Africa. Can they possibly do it? Well, one man who's been following the tournament, part of our team throughout, Bharat Sundaresan, who finds himself living in Australia, from India, and Bharat, what have you made of the first innings and what we've seen?
The kind of innings that a lot of people in India would have been worried about. At the halfway mark, when Virat Kohli got to his 50 of 48 balls, I could see on social media, opinions were divided. Ooh, what's Virat doing here? And he's been criticized quite a bit for his strike rates. But I think at this point, it's pretty late at night in India. They would be tucking into dinner now. You know how Indians are, how late they eat. And I think they'll be pretty happy with the way things have finished. They have a Virat Kohli innings of which the highlights they'll see for the rest of their lives, especially the 6 of Marco Jansen towards the end. But having said all of that, it's been a pitch where you've seen batters sit on the up. Even that 6 that Virat hit, a couple of 6s from Akshar Patel, who played a crucial hand. He's quietly been India's MVP for this World Cup, hasn't he? With ball, with bat, he comes in at different positions with bat in hand. So I think India will be quietly confident. Jasprit Bumrah is warming up, and on his shoulders rest a lot of India's hopes to win this World Cup. This World Cup that's eluded them for, like I said, over a dozen years. But don't count out Kuldeep Yadav either. For me, the way South Africa handle Kuldeep Yadav will decide this game. They're still in it. They're not out of it yet.
Well, I can see Jasprit Bumrah is in his full bowling kit along with Arshdeep Singh. He'll be opening the bowling, these two, and they're going through their warm-ups. And it's an interesting one that you look at the way that Jasprit Bumrah has bowled in this tournament, and nobody has managed to find a way of combating it. And normally with a bowler, particularly one that plays a lot of cricket, you can analyse every element of their action, everything. People find a way, but nobody's managed to do so.
Yeah, because I think there's been so much focus on his bowling action and how tough it is to pick him the way he bowls. Now, like you said, Henry, most of these South African batters who play in the IPL and just a lot of international cricket as well, they've faced Jasprit Bumrah, so they know what's coming at them. But I think this is where his skill level, he's just taken it to such an elite level that he finds ways. The fact that he can bowl that slow one when you least expect it with no change in his action, the fact that he can nail the Yorker when it counts. I said this on air during the India-Australia game. It's tough to talk about Jasprit Bumrah and not say he's in the top 3 greatest cricketers India have ever produced. It is at all. It's a big list. Kapil Dev, Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, all of them. But that's just how influential he's been. And in a run chase, it's so tough. Like, you know, the bogeyman will come and get you. He always does. But in this World Cup, what's been impressive for India is they've not been overly reliant on him. You know what Bumrah is going to give you. as he starts hooping the ball around of 2 steps just beneath where we are sat. But it's Akshar Patel and Kuldeep Yadav in the middle overs on a pitch which has been slightly tacky for the spinners. Keshav Maharaj bowled really well. So, and I think it's so perfectly poised, Henrik. South Africa have the best spin hitters in the middle order. They have Heinrich Klaassen, they have David Miller, and Markram can play the Virat Kohli role. It's going to be quite something. Hopefully South Africa don't lose too many wickets in the power play.
Yeah, I think that is the fear, is how they cope with chasing it. There was a big difference. The South African duo of Markram and Klaassen, who played for Sunrisers Hyderabad in the IPL, was so destructive in the first innings. And it was a different story when chasing. And that's the worry, is can these players turn it on when it comes to the pressure of a scoreboard in a final? I mean, what would this win mean, do you think, in India? Will it in any way make up for the defeat in Ahmedabad 6 months ago?
Not 100%. It'll be something. There'll be some relief, honestly, if India do win the World Cup, not just for the billion Indians back home, but even for this team, Rohit Sharma in particular. I remember how crestfallen he was after they lost that final in Ahmedabad. It took him a few days to even recover from it. He asked his wife, was that real? Did that really happen? Was that a nightmare? So I think they're still reeling from what happened in Ahmedabad, because it was just the way that it was built up, with the Air Force pilots or the planes flying over. It was supposed to be this coronation of this great Indian team, which wasn't to be. Like I said, it'll be pretty late at night if India were to win this World Cup here in Barbados. But yeah, there will be a lot of celebrations. I mean, Indians have taken over Barbados already. They were playing Punjabi music at Oystons last night, Henry.
I know. You and I went to the famous Oystons fish market on a Friday night. It is the place to be. And we went down there for some dinner. We had some local fish, some mahi-mahi, some shrimp that you see on the flame grills. There's flames, smoke, the rum punches. Not for us last night ahead of an early start, let me tell you.
Of course not. Yeah.
But it was a lively old spot. I can safely say it was a very, very busy evening, and there was a lot of India supporters there. And it did feel like it was sort of the coming together of Indian cricket, West Indies cricket as well. A few South African fans in there as well. But it was a lovely atmosphere, and it's felt like a really nice atmosphere today as well, actually. The beach over there is very busy and populated. And so Will Griggs on Fire booms around to the ground. It's amazing. You may not know the origins of this piece of music, but it started because it became a sort of YouTube meme about a Northern Ireland striker who played for Wigan Athletics singing along to this song, and it's now become a sort of ubiquitous sports anthem. Anyway, I digress. The team huddling on the boundary edge, India, knowing, and I'm sure the conversation is, we're 20 overs away from doing something we've not done in over a decade. The umpires are coming to the middle. And we're almost ready for a run chase that you feel for South Africa has to start quickly. Their required rate is going to be just under 9 and over. They can't let it get to 10 early doors.
They can't, and they need to be at a position where they can give themselves a few balls off Kuldeep Yadav to just see him off and then maybe go after him. They can't lose wickets, but you know what? I'm sticking my neck out. I think South Africa are getting it done, Henry.
Bharat, really? Do you genuinely back them here?
I do. They've never played in a final before. I heard you talk about a mountain that they've never climbed before, but they've never got a chance to climb that mountain.
They've never reached base camp, have they?
And in many ways, the pressure's really on this Indian team now. Just because, like you said, they haven't won in a long time, but also what Indian cricket represents. And I keep going back to that fear of failure. It's very different when you talk about fear of failure in a context of Indian cricket. South Africa have nothing to lose.
I can see Dinesh Karthik a couple of commentary boxes down, waving in our general direction, Bharat. And he's waving at you. He's waving at you, not me. There we go. There you go. Story of my life, Bharat. Thank you so much, Bharat Sundaresan. Lovely to have you part of our team across this World Cup. We have brought you every ball of every single game. You have not missed a thing with us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and across the ABC as well in Australia, and the ICC app around the world. It has been so much fun bringing this tournament to you. We have one final act. Will it be South Africa to chase down 177? Will it be India to defend it? In an hour and a half, we will know which way this game is going. It'll be reaching its conclusion. And to take us through the early stages, after some more thoughts from Stephen Finn, it will be Geoff Lemon.
Yep, curious innings by Virat Kohli there. Just a bit of a go slow through the middle, but this looks like a good surface. This start is going to be fascinating. Arshdeep Singh, left arm swing. Reza Hendricks not really got into this tournament at all. A lot of the early impetus has been provided by Quinton de Kock, who India will see as the prized wicket here in this top order. If de Kock gets a flyer, makes those middle overs more manageable. This is a good surface. The likes of Klaasen, Miller will be able to punish India towards the end, but they don't want to leave them too much to do, so this opening partnership crucial.
It's about to get underway with Hendricks on strike. Coming up to bowl to him, Arshdeep, and he's getting a forward defensive shot from Hendricks out to point. There's no run. Reza Hendricks tournament so far: 4 against Sri Lanka, 3 against Netherlands, duck against Bangladesh, 43 against Nepal, 11 against the USA, 19 against England, another duck against West Indies, and a big 29 not out against Afghanistan, chasing 50. It is not what you would call a convincing performance. And a little surprising that they've even got him taking first ball. I would have thought you'd want Quinton de Kock facing as many as possible. There's so much riding on him.
Let him have a look at a few, I think, from the other end first.
Arshdeep up to Hendricks, who dabs and almost nicks it. And Arshdeep thinks he has. One arm raised in the air in half celebration, half question. But the answer is no. There was no edge. Still no score either.
And de Kock's had his problems against the ball swinging away from him as well. He can nick them outside off stump. So even if Hendricks can take just a little bit of shine off this ball here from Arshdeep, it means it's less threatening when de Kock comes to facing it.
So Hendricks, the cannon fodder, is he? Just going in first.
Well, I'd be slightly more respectful towards him than that.
Arshdeep runs up the left armour and he's bowling in on the hip, too straight, and Hendricks is able to nudge it into the leg side. Rolls slowly down towards fine leg, where Bumrah comes up to meet it. That's the first score of the innings. It's a leg by off the thigh pad, and 1 for none. And now Quinton de Kock will face the left armour. Does 3 balls take much shine off it?
No. No, I anticipate this ball swinging. There's a slip in place. Suryakumar Yadav stood there ready to snaffle anything that comes his way. This is the prize wicket. If you're bowling here, you're doing everything you can to try and take this early wicket of de Kock, because it's that calmness that just even a cameo from him brings to the rest of their dressing room, especially in a big final like this. The highest ever score in a T20 World Cup final in the first innings.
De Kock finally ready after prodding the pitch, digs out a full ball to short mid-wicket, no run. This pitch is an interesting one. Looking at it close up this morning, it's so consistent. It's just a brown sort of block. It looks like it's been poured out as a liquid and is set. It looks like that sort of MDF fiberboard that you get in a hardware store, that sort of cheap fiberboard.
Yeah, a fair bit of that in England. But it's looked good. The pace has looked even all the way through. If someone's wanted to hit a 6, it's not as though it's been skewing off the inside half of the bat. It's been crisp striking.
Arshdeep up to de Kock, who gets a run, leaning back, playing a late cut out to deep backward point, where Kohli's doing the fielding, 2 for none.
Yeah, we saw a hint of spin for Shamsi, but not exorbitant amounts, which will give South Africa heart as well. But certainly the way that Virat Kohli towards the end there was able to stand and whack that ball onto the top of Garfield Sova's pavilion suggests to me that this surface wasn't getting any slower as the innings went on either. So that powerful middle order of South Africa, particularly Klaasen, will like batting on this.
Arshdeep up to Hendricks, who plays with gusto for the first time, unfurls through the ball and drives it through backward point for 4. That will be encouraging for Reza Hendricks. He gets his runs account open, 6 for none after the first over. South Africa need 177 to win, so they've got 171 to go. Encouraging for Hendricks to be able to hit fluently through a wider ball.
Yeah, crisp timing. Crisp timing. This is a good surface. I've said it many times now today, but the games that we've seen here so far, it's been okay to bat on for the first 5-6 overs of the first innings, then it's got progressively slower, progressively harder to time the ball. Seen some really tight games here at this ground, just by dint of the fact that it's been almost impossible to hit boundaries, but I don't envisage that being the case here. And that delivery to Hendricks, that he's able to just time through the covers very crisply for 4, suggests that that's the case.
Well, The trump card is being played now. It will be Jasprit Bumrah to bowl against Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, he doesn't really care about the surface, Bumrah, I don't think.
The two most important players for either team. The two keys to this chase. Bumrah off his short run to the left armour, and it's almost gone through him. Very nearly takes the edge, very nearly takes the off stump. As de Kock was just pushing at that ball. Was not sure of the line of it at all. It comes flying out of the hand. It zings off the seam, off the surface, and away from the left-hander. And that came through fast, fizzing and flat. Nearly flattened his stumps.
Yeah, beautiful delivery by Bumrah. The in-swing and away nipper.
Remarkable ability to produce those magical deliveries. Bumrah down the leg side, just slips a bit. Has he been put down by the keeper? Was there a touch on that? Quinton de Kock played off it. Was that off the pad? Was there an inside edge? It's given as a leg by. So Rishabh Pant didn't glove it cleanly, but at least it wasn't a drop according to the umpire. They're 7 for none with the extra.
Yeah, so it's definitely, well, clearly it's touched something. Rishabh Pant, as he caught it with 2 hands, held it like it was a scoop of ice cream atop an ice cream cone, and then his elbows hit the floor and it bounced out the top portion of his gloves. I think that may have been just a flick of the pad on the way past. It sounded a bit woody. It must have just been the tiniest flick of the hard leather corner of the pad.
Bumrah bowled to the right-handed Hendricks now. And he's in, he's bowled in! Bumrah strikes in the final! And what else would you expect? He has been relentless throughout this tournament. He's knocked over plenty, and he's given away nothing along the way. And Jasprit Bumrah, from 3 deliveries for the cost of 1 leg by, has his first wicket of the T20 World Cup final. And that was another delivery that did plenty. It was scrambled seam a little, it wobbled, it angled in, and then it decked away sharply, and it takes the top of off stump as Hendricks pushes down the line of middle. He had absolutely no idea about that delivery, Reza Hendricks. He's bowled for 4, and Bumrah's in the book.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful delivery from Bumrah. He just manages to find things that other bowlers don't on surfaces like this. It's a sort of delivery that we anticipate seeing James Anderson bowl in around 10 days' time when he makes his final test appearance at Lord's, angled in towards off stump. Reza Hendricks plays as if it's going to end on middle and off, but it just evades the outside edge of his bat and just cannons into the top of off stump. The stumps light up, and the whole of India lit up with that one. That was an absolute ripper.
What a piece of fast bowling. People might think that we talk this guy up too much, but I don't think you can.
Well, you can't look at the numbers. He averages 13.5 in tests in India. He's been going at 4 and over throughout an entire T20 World Cup. It's unfathomable, really.
8 runs per wicket through this T20 World Cup as well, I think it was. Ridiculous, ridiculous numbers in a batting-dominated game. So they're still trying to repair the stumps from where they got smashed apart. Aiden Markram, the South African captain, is in the middle. This is such a key pairing for South Africa, de Kock and Markram. If they can bat through 12, 13 overs and let Klaasen and Miller come in and do their work, that's their chance. Bumrah, though, to deal with, and he's up and bowling and carved away by Markram, out through backward point. He'll pick up 4. So they did have a deep third back who looked like he had it comfortably covered initially. That ball was well enough timed that it beats the chase of Ashdeep Singh around the rope. 11 for 1. Markram's up and running. South Africa need 177.
It's nice timing by Markram, but he's used the pace of Bumrah there. Bumrah not opting for slower balls or anything so far. Just waits for it, times it out through backward point. Beautiful shot for 4.
Bumrah bails out of the delivery to Markram. Markram seemed to be ready. Not sure what Bumrah's issue was, but he slowed up in his approach. Now there's a bit of a confab going on between the keeper and first slip. Everything's settled between Pant and Surya Kumar Yadav. And Bumrah will bowl to Markram. It's on a length outside the off stump and swerving away. For some reason, slip was appealing, even though the bat was nowhere near the ball. But that jagged off the surface as well. 11 for 1 still to score.
Yeah, India excitable here in the field. You can See, all the fielders are in off the 30-yard circle, trying to create pressure on the South African batters, knowing the importance of these early wickets.
Bumrah into Markram. It's straight, and it's met with a straight bat. So the over comes to an end, the second of the innings, the first of Bumrah's day. And he has conceded his traditional 4 runs per over, and he's picked up a wicket along the way. There was a leg by in there too that doesn't go against the bowler's analysis. South Africa 11 for 1, needing a further 166 runs to win.
Yeah, Arshdeep Singh gets another go at the other end as well. Left arm swing bowler, Quinton de Kock. There's a couple of troubles against left arm swingers over the years. And India and Rohit Sharma, the captain, opting for his wicket-taking bowlers here right at the top. Arshdeep, the leading wicket-taker for India in this World Cup.
Quinton de Kock waiting for him and driving the ball back past the non-striker, who does a balletic turn to get out of the way. They'll get a single as mid-on comes across. That was a Barishnikov spin from Markram to the pirouette. They're 12 for 1. Markram taking his guard to receive the bowling from the Joel Garner end for the first time. We've got the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand down that end of the ground. End named for Joel Garner. Garfield Sobers on the pavilion that Virat Kohli landed one on the roof of. Arshdeep up to Markram, who's opening the face to a full wide ball and trying to squeeze it behind point, but Suryakumar Yadav is in the way. There was something fitting in the symbolism of Kohli launching one onto Garfield Sobers' house. A meeting of champions across eras.
Yes, and it was a humongous hit as well. Landed up on the aircon. I think it must be the aircon units on top of the building. Rattled around in those, popped off down towards the nets.
They've smashed several solar panels. All of the roofs of these pavilions are covered in solar panels. You can see a few of the dings from some of the sixes. Arshdeep up to Markram, who's caught behind. Another one goes, and the South African captain stands at the crease for a minute, disconsolate, tilts his head up towards the sky, and swishes his bat like the tail of an angry cat. But he has to walk. 12 for 2. India on top early. Arshdeep Singh picks up his first. 1 for Bumrah, 1 for Arshdeep. The number 3 is gone. Quinton de Kock still there, watching from the non-striker's end on 2 off 5 balls. Markram's gone for 4. It was a thick edge as he drove at the ball, and Rishabh Pant sprawled to his right and managed not to let that one jar out as his arms hit the ground. Big one.
Yeah, he's reluctant to walk off there. Aidan Markram, the captain, he saw width from Arshdeep Singh. It wasn't a big arcing in swing up like we saw the delivery before. It was angled across, and that angle across has led to Markram just playing away from his body, as you have to do in the power play. If you see that width, you commit to hitting it. This is a good surface, so you could trust the surface, but it's that angle from the left arm going all the way across Markram that has left him just reaching for it slightly, and it catches the bottom corner of the bat, and Rishabh Pant diving forward as well as across manages to intercept that before it bounces on the ground, and India have their second, and it's another big wicket.
Tristan Stubbs out to the middle. I was out there having a look at the pitch earlier, and he wandered up to stand next to me and do his batting visualisation. Often you see players practising a forward defensive or a cover drive out there behind the pitch. Tristan Stubbs was practising clearing the front leg and having a big mow over mid-wicket. Then he practiced a few reverse sweeps, back over mid-wicket again. Well, he's out in the middle for real now, and he's reaching for a wide ball and driving it out through point. Should get a couple. They've got a call for the second. Second would have been on there, but they're a bit gun-shy, the South Africans, so they settle for 1. 13 for 2. Stubbs with that single. De Kock with 2 runs to his name. So they're in all sorts of trouble before Quinton de Kock's even got himself into the game. I thought so much of this chase relied on de Kock having a good start. Now he's got that extra pressure of knowing the wickets have gone down.
Yep, similar to Kohli, isn't it? Kohli had those wickets falling at the other end, albeit they had more runs on the board at that stage than South Africa do right now.
Arshdeep up to the left-hander de Kock, who tries to pull a ball down the leg side. They're appealing. Rishabh Pant's up. Suryakumar's up at slip. Umpire says no. Indian players converging. Rohit's asking the bowler. He still hasn't signalled. He does now. He taps his fingers to his forearm to make the half-hearted T sign.
Player review for caught behind.
Have a look.
Original decision is not out.
The third umpire's
Phone
replay.
speak text, fair delivery. That's spin vision, please.
De Kock was just grinning towards Rohit Sharma there as he was contemplating whether to send that upstairs. I feel as though there's not much on it. He's shaking his head towards the Indian team as well. So
Arshdeep dug it into the pitch. De Kock chased it on the first replay. It looks like a gap.
There.
But Snicko often finds a little whisper where the human eye thinks that there couldn't be one. Was there a touch of glove? Just could have been the slightest
We're going to need
brush
an edge when available, thank you.
on the top of the glove.
Keep that rolling
on the
through.
top hand.
Keep it
but
rolling
I don't
through,
think there
please,
is.
frame by frame. Keep it rolling through. We've got
He's
a flat
safe.
line.
He's safe on the
Thank
sound
you.
wave.
Going to go back to
Shows
Richard
no
on field.
disturbance.
Thank you. Richard, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
So the umpire's decision is upheld. Well officiated. Arshdeep doesn't get a second, but it won't help the feeling for Quinton de Kock that he's under siege out there. 13 for 2 the score. One ball to come in the third over. Arshdeep Singh bustling up. Bowls to de Kock, who comes forward and drives it through the non-striker's legs. There's a trick shot. As Stubbs does a little Michael Jackson dance move. Get out of the way. And after 3 overs, South Africa, they need to be cruising along at, what, about 9.5 and over at the moment. They're going along at 4.5. They're 14 for 2 after 3 overs. They're in strife. De Kock on 3, Stubbs on 1. Hendricks out, Markram out.
they are, and Bumrah's got the ball in his hand again. Rohit Sharma going for the kill here, wanting to get rid of de Kock. He realises that that's such a crucial wicket. If they can get de Kock here, they're not home and hose because there's clearly batting to come, but de Kock really has laid the foundations in the games that South Africa have played well this year.
Slip waiting, short third, backward point, cover, mid-off. As Bumrah bowls across, and it's just bouncing in front of slip. It escapes through the grasp for 4. Surya Yadav away to his left. And that ball wouldn't have carried, but on the bounce, he's not able to get a full touch to it. Just deflects it down to the deep third boundary. So a fortuitous 4 runs for Quinton de Kock. He's gone up to 7. They're 18 for 2.
Yeah, just guides it off the face of the bat. Manages to get the placement sort of between the two fielders. He'll feel better for that 4, though.
Bumrah bowls to de Kock, who's driving him through the covers. That's a much more convincing stroke. Hasn't timed it perfectly, so it is held up inside the boundary. Kuldeep Yadav swings himself off his feet with the throw. He chases it all the way out to the boundary, grabs it, and then as he's throwing it, spins his whole body around, loses his footing and ends up on the grass. But he's got the ball back in. They've taken 2 runs, 20 for 2.
It wasn't all that elegant, was it, from Kuldeep Yadav? That was treaded water or trod water all the way to the ball on the boundary, and then collapsed in a heap as he tried to get it in one movement to try and stop the 3rd run.
Bumrah come around the wicket now to the left-handed de Kock, who's tapping the ball off his pads to deep backward square. So he's handled Bumrah well so far. 4-2-1 halfway through the over, 21 for 2. Kuldeep Yadav wearing the 23 on his back. Just wondering if that's, I mean, famously that was Michael Jordan's number, and that's why Shane Warne wore number 23.
Yep.
Wondering if, as a fellow wrist spinner, whether there'd be a Warne connection with choosing that one.
My guess is I think Kuldeep Yadav's a big David Beckham fan.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Beckham
is,
also wore 23.
He met him at the 50 over World Cup.
Yeah, 50 over World Cup. It was the final, wasn't it? I
Might
think.
have been, yeah. It was gushing.
Yeah.
It was the final or the semi in Mumbai. I can't remember which. Might have been the Mumbai game.
It was the semi in Mumbai, yeah.
Bumrah will bowl to the right-hander, and Stubbs is clipping the ball off his pads straight to short mid-wicket. The Indian captain fields. No run there, 21 for 2.
But then David Beckham's number for Manchester United, which I think Kuldeep Yadav is a fan of Manchester United for his sins. Beckham wore number 7.
Okay.
He only wore 23, I think, later in his career.
Interesting.
at Madrid and then LA Galaxy.
Maybe he was a Michael Jordan fan.
Maybe.
I suppose most people were at one stage. Bumrah bowls wide of the off stump. Stubbs checks a drive, and it's fielded at short cover. Kohli springing to his feet with the ball in hand. Wanting to be in this, wanting to be in everything. 21 for 2. Couple of dots for Bumrah.
He stares down Tristan Stubbs there. It's a nice little push drive, actually, from Stubbs. But, you know, when Kohli's in the mood, he's scored his runs. He's feeling a bit more upbeat about his batting than he has done probably throughout this tournament. Therefore, fielding at extra cover, he can stare down the batter.
Bumrah finish off his second. Up to Stubbs, who flicks it down to fine leg for 1. And so ends a rare unsuccessful over for Jasprit Bumrah. A flabbergasting 8 runs taken from it, and he didn't pick up a wicket. The score is a Richie Benaud 22 for 2 after 4 overs.
Yeah, looks a bit frustrated there, Bumrah. He's probably not used to someone hitting him for a boundary.
Or if they do, he gets a wicket in the over.
Yes, you know. Yeah, he's just a remarkable bowler. His ability to read situations, his ability to execute exactly what he wants to as well under pressure is second to none. He'd be my highest paid player. I'm sure the batters get paid more than him in the IPL, but he would be my #1 top draft auction pick. Pay him 90% of your salary cap, and we'll make up the rest as we go along.
The bowlers have tended to get the big money in recent years.
Overseas bowlers,
yeah. Oh, but not local.
Yeah.
Well, Bumrah does deserve it. We've got a bit of Akshar Patel, and coming across the crease and trying a sweep shot is Stubbs, but he's not connecting Arshdeep at square leg fields. Just a word for everybody on the internet who was sacking Kohli and Shivam Dubey before this final. They made 103 of India's runs between them, so hope you're enjoying the game. Here's Akshar, and he's cutting hard into the ground, and successfully Stubbs. He beats backward point. There's a fielder so close to that, diving across, but he hit it so powerfully that it went flying past for 4. So Stubbs gets a boundary away. He's up to 6. De Kock's on 10. They're 26 for 2.
Yeah, very quick from Akshar Patel. 95 kilometres an hour. Stubbs just using that pace.
Akshar to Stubbs. It goes back and cuts well in front of point this time. Straight at cover. Rowett is stationed, so no run there. Switching the fielding around now. Jadeja's coming into that backward point position. Akshar. Stubbs comes down the pitch, drives down to long off for a single. They've got protection back there, 27 for 2.
And that required rate is just creeping and creeping. It's at 9.78 now. Not alarming. Wasn't a humongous score in the first innings, but it is enough if you have 3 or 4 quiet overs that then the batting team, especially under the pressure, will start to feel that.
10 and over feels very tough on this pitch. It's not quite a belter. Akshar, he backs away, does De Kock, and he smacks it out through the covers for 4. Well, that was well timed. They've got most of the fielders up on the offside, and he picks the gap between the cover point and extra cover. 31 for 2 as De Kock goes to 14. Akshar in and spearing it through and opening the face, timing it well, but stopped at backward point by Arshdeep. Half stopped anyway, sprawling and knocking the ball away to Bumrah at short third. Keeps them to a single. So 5 overs gone. They haven't gone well for South Africa. They're only going at about a run a ball. 32 runs off 30 deliveries, legal deliveries, and they've lost 2 wickets along the way with Hendricks and Markram dismissed. So Quinton de Kock on 15, Stubbs on 7, and they need a further 145 from 90 deliveries. Stephen Finn, your company, and Henry Moran about to be his.
Yep, steady progress by South Africa so far. Losing those 2 wickets derailed the power play somewhat, but on a positive note, they've seen off 12 deliveries from Jasprit Bumrah, who is clearly the most lethal threat at any stage for India. But these next 3 or 4 overs, Kuldeep Yadav coming into the attack, are really going to signify, I think, whether South Africa will get close to this or not.
Big phase of the game. Here comes Kuldeep with the left arm wrist spin. Quinton de Kock deep in the crease will angle the ball towards short fine leg and get a single, a slingy throw from Jasprit Bumrah, who bowled arguably the ball of the tournament. That delivery.
It was a Geoff, it was a test match delivery. Angled in, seemed perfectly pointing upright. towards where a first slip would be, arcs in, and then at the last second just darts and swings past the outside edge of Hendricks, who's left groping towards, trying to hit it towards mid-on actually. His bottom hand comes off the bat and it just cannons into the top of off stump. In a ground where those stump holes would have been watered, say in a test match in England, that stump would have cartwheeled all the way back towards the wicketkeeper too.
Kuldeep bowling to Stubbs, who goes inside out. Oh, he gets a little bit lucky, manages to clear Arshdeep Singh at backward point. They'll turn for a second run. He was looking to try and punch the ball over cover with the field up inside the circle, looking to maximise the use of this final power play over. He only gets 2. Worth pointing out that India at this stage were a wicket further down and only 6 runs ahead. So
yeah, we're not in panic stations for South Africa yet at all. I do think this is a very good surface. People are timing the ball really well. It's just the skill of the Indian bowlers.
Kuldeep bowling to Stubbs, who hits that ball crisply down the ground. It's gone like a rocket, but what a good piece of fielding from Surya Kumar Yadav below us. They'll turn again for a second. And he thought he got 4 there, did Tristan Stubbs, but it's only 2. 5 from the over so far.
Yeah, we're not seeing the stoppy turn. We're not seeing the exaggerated turn either that we have seen on some surfaces throughout this World Cup. That means Stubbs is able to use his feet, come down the pitch towards the ball, make sure he commits to the shot and strikes it hard.
Kuldeep bowling to Stubbs, who again goes down the ground, this time without the timing, and will get a single. So 6 so far from the over. 38 for 2. The wind is blowing firmly. There's a Trinidad and Tobago flag, the red with the black line across it diagonally, high up in the party stand. That is getting really blown firmly over to our right. That's where any weather that will come, that's where we've got to be looking. Quinton de Kock waiting for Kuldeep, and de Kock will be thinking, that's the side of the ground, I'm going to go big, that's where I'm targeting. Kuldeep to de Kock, and he comes forward and thinks about winding up, and it's defended. Rishabh Pant, who is a fairly consistent sound behind the stumps, and he's good fun as well. He shares a joke with Quinton de Kock. It might be a World Cup final, but you're not going to change Rishabh Pant's attitude and approach to life.
No, both men laughing there, and interesting. So de Kock's come down, maybe looking to ease that up over long on, who is inside the circle. Mid-on is inside the circle.
In comes Kuldeep, bowls to de Kock, who will get 4. Spanking the ball past Ravindra Jadeja out towards the party stand. There's a pirate flag flying, and the India flags are just leaning over the advertising hoardings. That was a good shot. And an expensive over, with 10 from it, comes to an end. So they're in touch. It's 42 for 2. The required rate stands at 9.64. And the partnership's now worth 30 from 21. They're just building into this a little bit.
Yeah, much like that partnership between Axar Patel and Virat Kohli. It was around a runner ball to begin with, but as soon as they got used to the pace of the pitch, they realised it's a good one. Axar Patel took more of the risks, and it was curious at the time as to why Kohli wasn't trying to accelerate. Clearly, his approach was somewhat vindicated by the way that he hit a few sixes towards the back end of the innings. But if South Africa were to chase this down, there's one man that everyone would be looking at and saying, why on a good surface did you not try and play more shots through those middle overs and take more of a risk? South Africa, they're more than in touch. I think they're very much in the game here at the moment. Klaasen, Miller, still to come.
Well, Axar Patel is going to bowl from the far end, round the wicket. Left arm spin. Tristan Stubbs is back in the crease, easing the ball out towards deep cover. And what we saw between Axar, who's bowling now, but he and Virat Kohli was a partnership that it was a consolidation. It was never at any point a risk-taking partnership. And they gave them the platform for 12 and over at the back end of the innings. Much harder, of course, when one, you've got Jasprit Bumrah bowling, but also the pressure of a World Cup final to go at that sort of rate at the back end. But at the moment they're in touch. We've got a deep backward point. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. And it is hit down the ground firmly by Quinton de Kock, straight to that fielder, Virat Kohli, in front of the India supporters at the far end, and a single will be taken. 44 for 2.
Yeah, the question for South Africa here is, where do they find their boundaries to keep up with this 10 and over? Once the field is back, there are far fewer gaps to be able to pierce. It's a fairly decent size outfield, especially square.
Axar bowls to Stubbs. He goes big into the leg side. There could be one, and it is. It wasn't that far away from the fielder at deep mid-wicket, but it was hit so firmly out towards the Greenwich and Haynes stand. And there's a solitary South Africa flag that is flying there. The target is 177. We're midway through the 7th over, and it is 48 for 2. Stubbs 17 from 13. His second boundary is a good one.
He's had nice intent, Stubbs, as well. He's used his feet. He's not let the bowlers just bowl at him. Axar's under pressure now.
Axar bowling to Stubbs, who's deep in the crease and angling the ball out towards deep cover. 7 from the over so far. 2 balls left of it. 128 needed from 80 balls.
And then it's important in a chase like this, where if you hit your boundary, you're clearly looking to hit a boundary next ball, but as soon as that ball's not there, you rotate the strike, especially with a right-left-hand partnership. Keep the bowlers changing their lines and lengths.
De Kock on strike, paddling the ball towards short fine leg, and Kuldeep will field. It goes straight to him. Not a bad option from De Kock, knowing that fine leg and third are up inside the circle, so anything fine enough is going to go quickly down to that boundary below us. Final ball of the 7th over is swung at and swept at and missed out on by De Kock, so 7 from the over with 2 dots to finish it. 128 needed from 78 deliveries. Stephen Finn, thank you so much for the time being. A multi-Ashes winner to be replaced by a World Cup winner, with Alex Hartley coming to join us and leaping down from the little stage behind us with a thump.
Ta-da!
There you are.
Well, I've got a dress on that it's not got much movement in it, so I can't step down, so... And I like to make an entrance, you know.
Well, I know. How about this then? Both these sides neck and neck, apart from the fact that South Africa actually are a wicket better off at this stage.
This is an interesting partnership for me, Kuldeep versus Stubbs, because Kuldeep refused to bowl at him when the IPL was going on in Delhi.
Kuldeep bowling to Stubbs, ball with lots of loop and driven down the ground for 4. Why did he refuse? It's 50 up for South Africa, by the way, 53 for 2.
So that he could keep that mystery about him, so he wouldn't bowl at him at practice, wouldn't bowl him in the nets, so that come to the World Cup final, Stubbs hasn't faced him.
Well, he didn't seem to worry too much then, did he?
Well, no, and I think one of the counter arguments to that is, why would you not bowl at him and learn how he plays?
That's a good point. Stubbs easing the ball out towards Surya Kumar Yadav, who runs in from wide long on, sleeves rolled halfway up his arms. 54 for 2.
Because the more you bowl at somebody, you pick up cues on, you know, you get a sense and a feel for when you think they're going to come after you. The trigger movements, the way they lift their bat up, you get that feeling, that sense for things. So I'd be bowling at everybody and anybody.
De Kock gets one onto the toes and will nudge it towards short fine leg. Stubbs calls through for the 1 immediately. And already 6 from the over, midway through it. 122 needed from 75. This partnership up to 43. I also know when you're enthused by a game, not only do you stand up on commentary, but I'll let you, dear listener, into a little secret. Here comes Kuldeep and bowls to Stubbs. He'll get 1 into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. 56 for 2. But there's one of those little ends to a microphone, those furry little... The muff. The windshield. And when you're into a game in a big way, you start picking it up and delivering each ball with the little windshield. And you pick it up and you sort of massage it and you're sort of bowling each ball as it comes. And you've been doing that all day.
I have.
Here comes Kuldeep Yadav into bowl to Quinton de Kock, who gets a little bit of room to work with, but can only drive into the ground and straight back to the bowler. And as we've seen in this game really consistently, both innings, that an early boundary is not then followed with a big over. Quite often it's been quite well hauled back in by the bowler. Kuldeep again. Big delivery, it feels like to me, this. He's bowling to De Kock, who swings at it, and he's got 6. Monstrously. Smash onto the roof.
Oh.
There goes a solar panel, and that ball's going to need replacing. That's a massive hit. 62 for 2. The over goes for 13. And South Africa, well, 50 partnership comes up, and he was going with the wind there, Quinton de Kock, and he got all of it.
Yeah, it's a brave shot, isn't it? Across the line, last ball of the over, the sweep shot, slog sweep, gets underneath it, lifts the ball, elevates the ball in the air. I think it's Hardik Pandya on the boundary, just watches it sail over his head. It hits the roof of the building and rolls up and over the other side.
And another of those solar panels gets a bit of treatment. We were speaking about this earlier. Nigel's been in touch on the email. TMS@bbc.co.uk. regarding solar panels, because we said that they're not quite as effective in Manchester. But actually, there's a common misconception is they need sunlight to work properly. They're better in sunlight, but actually all they need is light to produce energy, and even in Manchester, I believe. So there you go. Thank you, Nigel.
Well, that makes sense, Nige, actually. My mate Nige now. I've got a watch that charges, it's a solar panel watch, like a sports one. And if you're out in the sun, you don't need to charge it because it'll charge. And I just leave it on the balcony.
It's not quite the same as doing the exercise with the sports watch, is it?
No, I don't use it for exercise.
I know.
I spent about 600 quid on it as well.
Didn't.
I did.
That is
I thought it would give me motivation. If anything, I just can't be bothered.
It's like when people join a gym.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go all the time.
I've done that as well. Been twice in 6 months.
In comes Akshay Patel to bowl to Tristan Stubbs, giving himself some room, swatting into the leg side. Has it got the distance? It does. It's 6. And a good start to the over for South Africa. Huge stride forward from a big man. And he's got big shoulders and arms to hit that ball away over the leg side as well. 68 for 2, back-to-back sixes across the over. The partnership's 56 from 34. And it's 109 needed from 71. Here comes Akshay Patel. How will he respond? Round the wicket. Stubbs moving around in the crease. Drilling the ball out to deep cover. Single taken.
The scary thing is he didn't even hit that. It went for 6. It was a top edge and it still flew over the boundary. He's a strong player, isn't he? Going for that reverse sweep. The ball just bouncing more than he thought it would. But he gets hold of it and he's safe.
69 for 2. Early on in the 9th over. Here comes Akshay Patel to bowl to De Kock, who tries a reverse sweep and will run through for a very well taken single, actually, because it dropped into space probably 6 or 7 yards to the right of Rishabh Pant. And Tristan Stubbs said, quick, there's a chance here. 70 for 2.
Is that exactly what he said?
He did.
Quick, there's a chance.
Yeah, in a very sort of gentle English accent, I imagine. Come along then, Quinton. 70 for 2. Here comes Akshay Patel bowling to Stubbs. Deep in the crease, will slice the ball towards a diving Jadeja, whose hair is sort of elevated by the bandana into a rather pleasing tuft at the top. So when he leaps forward, it sort of blows in the wind. 70 for 2. 8 from the over so far. And stepping across. Oh, and bowled! Stubbs tried to give himself some room, exposed the stumps, exposed the risk. And Akshay Patel strikes to break the partnership. He's gone 31 from 21. It's 70 for 3. South Africa need 107 from 67. And this threat, this partnership is broken.
Yeah, Tristan Stubbs there, stepping right outside the off stump, hits the ball. Does he hit the ball onto his own stumps or does he completely miss it? It's well bowled for Akshay Patel, who's just keeping the stumps in play. Quinton de Kock not happy at the non-striker's end with his mate, who's just thrown his wicket away. It was half-decent knock from Tristan Stubbs, but it's not good enough for South Africa. Not yet. You can't be giving your wicket away like that. You've got to stick around if you're going to stay in this game. Still 107 runs to win for South Africa to make history and win a World Cup. Quinton de Kock, you could see him roll his eyes from the far side of the ground.
Yeah, he wasn't impressed with that, I don't think. And now this is a big moment, I think. Heinrich Klaasen, there's no one better in world cricket against spin. His strike rate is phenomenal, particularly against slow left-arm spin. Averages 47 against that particular matchup in T20 cricket, striking at over 160 as well. So if he can get going, there's not going to be a ground big enough in world cricket anywhere at any time. As England found out in Mumbai on that fateful afternoon in the 50-over World Cup. And he joins Quinton de Kock with 107 needed from 67. Final ball of the 9th over. Klaasen, struck on the pad. Yes, no is the cry from the batting duo, as a single eventually will be accrued. I think probably that was off the pad. Yeah, one leg by signal. So Klaasen remains on none, but after 6 from the first ball of the over, 1-1-0 wicket 1. A very good return for Akshay Patel.
It was indeed. I don't actually think Stubbs got anything on it on the replay. Patel just went fuller, straighter at the stumps. Keep things simple and let the batters make the mistakes. With Klaassen come into the crease, it makes you think as a captain, because he plays spin so well, because he is so dominant against spin, you don't want to let him settle by bowling spinners, so you almost have to change your bowling plans when somebody like him comes to the crease and bowl somebody that you were holding back for another reason, because you want to be bowling seam at him early on in his innings.
So Hardik Pandya is that option for Rohit Sharma, who immediately turned to his all-rounder and said, we want you into the attack, please. And so that is what we're going to see. Field is a slightly unusual one here, actually. We've got a deep third, fine leg, deep square leg, long on. A deep backward square, actually, out there in the distance. Klaassen is cramped for room. Good bowling from Hardik Pandya, not giving any space to work with. And it's a dot ball, so suddenly the required rate is pushing 10 and over again. Klaassen, none from 2, 71 for 3.
I quite like this field because there's an extra cover and a mid-wicket in stopping the one as well, so they are going to try and put a little bit of pressure on Klaassen, but as well as having those boundary riders. With deep mid-wicket open, you're saying, go on then, hit me that way, hit me across the line.
Into the wind. As well, that's the other factor that is a big part of the batter's mind today. 71 for 3, Hardik Pandya to bowl to Heinrich Klaassen. Ooh, nudging the ball aerially, just briefly towards Jadeja at mid-wicket. Klaassen still yet to get off the mark. I don't think he's the sort of guy that'll be overly stressed. We went to a breakfast spot in St Lucia, and he was dining at the same place. I can reveal what Heinrich Klaassen has for breakfast.
Oh, yeah, what does he have for breakfast?
I'm going to wait for this next. Actually, I'm not going to wait for the next delivery in case he's out. Pancakes, loads of them.
Oh,
mountain of them.
Mountain of them. Did you count how many individuals? Did it look like 12?
No, I know his strike rate against left arm spin. I don't know his pancake rate early in the morning. Hardik Pandya running into bowl. 2 dots to start the 10th over. Klaassen gets a wide delivery. It's going to be another dot ball. He's not timing it at all. It's dribbling along the ground towards Jadeja, and the decibels crank up a touch. The game being squeezed by India all of a sudden. The run rate required is over 10.
It's smart captaincy from Rohit Sharma, because it's obviously a bit of a risk, having seen from one end when Quinton de Kock's still there, but Klaassen on strike brings Hardik Pandya into the attack, bowls 3 dot balls, and now you feel like this is a big delivery here for South Africa,
who are 1 run ahead of where India were in their innings, for the record. Deep third comes up inside the circle. Extra fielder on the boundary, out at deep mid-wicket. Pandya, wide delivery. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. 6. How's he hit that there? It's gone with the wind, yes, but over cover, cross-batted. And it has gone as flat as the proverbial pancake. And it is a shot powered by pancakes, as we know. 77 for 3, what a shot.
That's
brilliant.
Filthy from Klaassen, isn't it? It wasn't a great delivery from Hardik Pandya. We said that was going to be a big ball. It was short, wide, and he clatters it over the boundary for 6.
It's inexplicably powerful. Here comes Pandya, 77 for 3. This is nudged down the ground. Suddenly everything looks a lot more comfortable for Hardik Pandya, who for Heinrich Klaassen, who just trots on through.
I've taken a run.
So 78 for 3 is the score. We can hear Carlos Brathwaite on the boundary edge.
What's he doing down there?
Carlos, we love you dearly.
But get off our feed.
Excuse me. Was that a no ball? It might have been, you know. Okay. Another little twist. So a free hit for Quinton de Kock to get stuck into. 98 needed from 62. Field can change because it is not the same batter on strike. And is it a big no? Not as big as the one Janssen bowled, but it's significant enough. Inch or 2. Hardik. 79 for 3. Free hit to be bowled at de Kock. He comes in round the wicket, and de Kock hits the ball a mile up in the air. Now he'll get underneath that. I think the keeper probably. The catch will almost certainly be taken, and it is. Some in the crowd think it's out. Nope. It is just 1. It was given everything by de Kock, and rather unusually actually, and I think this is quite clever from Rishabh Pant. He took 1 glove off because he knew that the only chance of a wicket would be the run out, so actually ended up taking the catch with just the 1 gauntlet on.
He's clever, very clever.
Not too much damage done. So 9 from the over so far. 97 needed from 61 balls before we can all have a drink and have a think. In comes Hardik Pandya to bowl to Klaasen, who gets a delivery onto the hips, work around the corner, down towards the party stand for a single. So 10 from the over, 81 for 3 South Africa. Barbados flag, the blue and the yellow and the trident is flying out there in the distance, somewhere in amongst what is primarily India supporters out in front of that stage. It's 81 for 3.
We met the lifeguard for the party stand the other day when we were on the beach.
Did you? Are they a real lifeguard? Oh, because there was a swimming pool.
Yeah, there's a swimming pool there, and he said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I've come to watch the cricket or work on the cricket." He said, "I'm the lifeguard at the party stand on the World Cup final." I said, "Are you going to be able to squeeze me in and get me in?" He said, "Nope." And I was asking how many people you could get in the party stand in the pool. They said he reckons you can get 500 in the pool, 4,000 in the party stand. I was like, no way. 500 people in the pool, there'd be no water left in it.
Oh, well, I hope there's more than one lifeguard.
Yeah.
For that many. Anyway, 81 for 3, halfway stage of the run chase. 96 needed from 60 balls. Other thing to bear in mind is we now have a game. We're not coming back tomorrow. We know that much. Interestingly poised. Partnership is 11 off 8. De Kock's there on 30. Klaasen's 8 from 7. And South Africa need 96 from 60 balls to win their first World Cup. Alex Hartley, some more from you, and then Geoff Lemon.
Well, it would be interesting to keep an eye on Duckworth Lewis Stern and what that is, because we never know. It has got a little bit darker over to our left. I don't know where the weather's coming from. Hopefully it's not there. Hopefully it's not the sea that we can see out there, but it's been very stormy in the evenings here. Yesterday it was raining so hard it rained into my hotel room and I couldn't believe it.
You're not even on the top floor.
But this game, interesting here, very, very interesting.
I'd be interested to see who's on top of the Duckworth Lewis if it were to rain at the moment. It's not about to, but it could happen. 81 for 3 at the halfway mark. And what would it be? At 3 wickets down, South Africa would need to be 82. Well, they'd need to be 83, actually, because you've got to be 1 ahead of the calculation rate. So they're almost there if it were to rain. Interesting. They need 96 from 60 balls, which is doable if someone's up and running.
It's always a good guide as well, looking at DLS, to know if that you're ahead of the rate or behind the rate. So it's always good to keep your eye on that.
Tell you what I wouldn't be doing is getting in a swimming pool that size with 500 people.
We'll get in anyway.
That would not be swimming. That'd be human stew. It'd just be all dead skin cells and gunk.
But yeah, there is a little get-together afterwards down there, and I will not be getting in the pool.
No. There needs to be a large amount of water per person. The ocean? Fine. You can get in there. 81 for 3. We're just waiting to be told to resume. Another interesting thing at that drinks break, David Miller came out for a chat with the 2 batters. When have you ever seen the next batter
Yeah, it happens
out?
all the time in the IPL. They do it all the time because you can then talk about how the pitch is playing and who's easier to face. I think every team should do it.
Yeah.
Makes so much more sense.
Haven't seen it in international cricket before. Jadeja is taking up the attack after the drinks break, and Klaasen is bouncing away to leg like a battery-powered rabbit, playing the ball out through the offside, only for 1.
Speak of the devil, we've just seen Carlos Brathwaite downstairs on the boundary, and he is moist.
He's in the box. He is. He's come up, 5 flights of stairs at full tilt. It's 82 for 3. The white shirt's a bit see-through at the moment.
It's like he's been to a wet T-shirt competition.
Has he been in the pool?
He's been going that swimming pool.
There wouldn't be room for 500 if Carlos were in there. There might be room for 450. 82 for 3 as Jadeja comes in and bowls to De Kock, who's pulling up to the deep. Oh, it looked like it was going to carry for a second, but it bounces in front of Akshar Patel out there. 83 for 3. De Kock living a little dangerously. Got caught off a no ball a while ago. 31 off 24 balls he has. Klaasen 9 off 8.
Yeah, you do feel like Akshar Patel's just pulled out of that, don't you? Slightly early.
Might have gone for it. Jadeja to Klaasen, who hits him down the ground for 6. That's classic Heinrich Klaasen. It goes over the sight screen. And that's the shot that he loves to play against spin. Just get that front leg out of the way and play the booming straight drive. Booming back at you if you're the bowler. He is not a complicated player when he's really up and flowing. 89 for 3 as Klaasen goes to 15.
Well, it's a brave move bowling spin at him, isn't it? I think Rohit Sharma was perfect in the previous over bowling seam, bringing Hardik Pandya into the attack. I mean, you can't just not bowl spin at somebody because they play it so well, but you've got to be able to have your plans. Are you going back of a length? Are you going Yorkers? Don't give him that step and hit.
Jadeja to Klaasen, who doesn't get step and hit, but he does get a cut shot to deep point for 1. 90 for 3. I wonder even if you might consider, given his importance, given Klaasen's the player who is most likely to win the game for South Africa from here, whether you go to an earlier over from Bumrah. They do sometimes use an over from him in the middle, but it's usually more like the 16th. They'll come back to him for the 19th. Jadeja in and bowling to de Kock, who taps her under the leg side, wants a second. They will come for it. Klaasen honours the call. And it was a well-weighted shot from Quinton de Kock. It was like a lawn bowl sort of roll it across the grass with just enough weight. The bowler had to chase it, and the deep mid-wicket fielder had too far to come in at 92 for 3.
It's a great game, lawn bowls.
Rob Perella.
I love playing it in Australia.
Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Shout out if you're listening. Robbie P goes back to Quinton de Kock and cuts it to backward point. There's a fumble there. And they'll get through for a run. 93 for 3. The stones on Rob Perella with that drive in the gold medal match to smash the bowls out of the area and put the onus back on, what was it, McMahon, the young Hong Kong bowls representative. It was brilliant lawn bowls. Knew his way around the green, did Rob Perella. 93 for 3 after 11 overs.
Well, that over was a good one for South Africa, wasn't it? One that they needed. They've now probably gone ahead of Duckworth Lewis Stern, and they're ahead of where India were.
84 from 54. Doable if this pair stay out there. Wickets required for India, and Kuldeep Yadav's been a source of that, but they played him really well, aggressively. Stubbs took him on. And we're going to see Kuldeep in to bowl his third over. He bowls it very short, wide and slow, and it's cut by Quinton de Kock out to deep point. He couldn't help himself from playing that shot, even though if he'd left it alone, it would have been a wide.
He's done well to hit it. It was that wide. It was way outside that blue line that's the guide for the umpires.
Yeah, he was sort of squatting down and reaching for it like he was trying to pull the car along with a cable or something. 94 for 3. De Kock at 35 at the non-strikers. And Klaasen goes back and cuts, but straight to cover. Rowett fields on the bounce, no run.
So he's one of the best players of spin in the world, this Klaasen. And we know that. We know that he hits the ball a long way. And the ICC have like a skill set graphic. And they've only given him 95 out of 100. What's the man got to do?
Come on. 95 out of 100. It's like those sports video games where they give you, like what percentage on speed and agility and skill. Kuldeep bowls it short outside off. It's smacked for 6. Over cover with a cut shot. What on earth? How is that possible? That was slow. It sat up, but Klaasen had the timing and the power to absolutely dismiss that. That went miles over the fence and into the crowd, and is a remarkable shot to bring up South Africa's 100. They're 100 for 3. Kuldeep will bowl again quickly. They found the ball. He bowls outside leg stump, slog sweep to deep backward square where it's fielded. They won't get the second. Klaasen wanted it. De Kock didn't. 101 for 3. Klaasen's up to 23.
I mean, we thought his shot earlier on was the best of the day, but that one was by far and away the best of the day. It was wide, it was there to be hit, the ball going right across him, but the fact that he's managed to hit it halfway up the stand.
The one off Hardick had some class to it. That was just brute, but the timing was perfect. Kuldeep floats it up to de Kock, who's getting a bit tangled as he comes on the front foot. The ball angling in at his pad, and he gets the bat and the pad close together and squeezes it out to cover, takes a step down and then runs back into his crease. Kuldeep, he's gone for 8 from the over, looking for something. De Kock cuts and misses. The ball scoots through, and Rishabh is able to tidy it up. So 12 overs gone, 101 for 3. Quinton de Kock 35, Heinrich Klaasen 23. South Africa needs 76 from 48. This is in the doable range from here.
It is. It was good over that from Kuldeep. Yes, it went for 8, but actually there was 3 dot balls in that previous over as well, and just a couple of singles. There was that massive 6 from Klaasen that's made it, more of an expensive over. But the way that he mixed his lines, his lengths, he was a bit unpredictable. Consistently inconsistent, which is something we talk about a lot in cricket, especially as a spin bowler. Be proactive, not reactive.
8 overs to go. They're going back to Arshdeep Singh. He's only bowled 2, 1 for 8 early.
I think this is a big over.
This could be one to target for Klaasen. A dip at the knees for the burly right-hander. He gets the ball in at his hip, well bowled by Arshdeep. All that he can do is clip it away with a restrained pull shot to deep square leg, where the fielder is back 102 for 3, Klaasen 24.
Yeah, you do feel like when you look at the bowling attack and their lineup, you do feel like Arshdeep is the one that you can target. Although early on he can swing the ball both ways, which is why he was effective today.
Need to get his lengths spot on here. They've got a long off back for Quinton de Kock with a deep point. They've got a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Left armour to left-hander. Arshdeep Singh to de Kock, who pulls him over fine leg. It just bounces in front of the rope. So they had a deep backward square. They didn't have anyone finer. Short fine up inside the circle. So de Kock was happy to go aerial in that direction. Would have been a simple catch for someone standing on the rope at fine leg, but if there had been someone there, he probably wouldn't have played that shot. He gets 4, 106 for 3, de Kock to 39.
Yeah, it's clever from Quinton de Kock, who goes up and over fine leg, a bit like Surya Kumar Yadav does time and time again. Very effective, flicking the ball over that way, and it brings a change in field, which is exactly what he would have wanted. That fine leg fielder goes out, mid-off comes up, so now that extra cover all the way through to mid-off is open to go over the top.
Arshdeep can't bowl full here. He goes back to Kock, plays the same shot again, and he's caught it fine leg. That is a brain fade of the highest order. We just talked about how that field would be the means of his dismissal, and he's played exactly the same stroke despite them changing the field. I cannot understand that. He wasn't trying to hit that squarer. There was no intention. Maybe it was just reflex, but there was no intention to play anything different than the same shot that he'd played, whipping it as fine as possible, and Kuldeep Yadav had been moved down there for exactly that shot. Quinton de Kock is out for 39 off 31, and suddenly this task for South Africa has gone from manageable to much more difficult. They need 71 from 45. They're 106 for 4. Arshdeep Singh has 2 for 13. And the move to bring him back has paid enormous dividends. David Miller walking to the middle, as he did in the drinks break, but this time he'll stick around and have a chance to bat.
I mean, de Kock there just tried to go for the same shot, wasn't he? Up and over fine leg. It's come off higher of the bat, so it's not come out the middle of the bat. It's come off the splice as he's hit it straight to deep fine leg. And as you say, a little bit of a brain fade from him there. Whether or not he was trying to go squarer, I'm not sure. But it just gives India another opening here.
It was just such a strange decision, because it's not as though the previous one was so well timed that it carried for 6. You can understand it maybe if he thought that he could carry that fielder, but the previous one landed inside the rope, and that one fell quite a bit short, several metres inside. Kuldeep had to come in a bit to make up ground.
It's well bowled as well, bowling the same delivery, going, go on then, do it again.
Do it again? Yeah. Nice shot. Let's see if you can do it again. Wonder what that does to the Duckworth, Lewis. It's getting a bit more cloudy out there. 106 for 4 as Arshdeep comes up to another left-hander in Miller, and he's cutting the ball back in off a length into the thigh pad. That's that box height that Stephen Finn was talking about earlier, and that's well bowled for a dot ball.
13 overs, 107 if you fall down.
Okay. So they're right on it.
Yeah,
they're too short, as they were before. Two runs short. You'd need to be one above that Duckworth-Lewis calculation, as Sean Pollock famously found out in 2003. Arshdeep. Up to Miller, who's flicking the ball down to fine leg. And Kuldeep Yadav is still there where he took the catch a couple of deliveries ago. 1 run, Miller. He starts his run-scoring day. Klaasen now the key. 24 off 14 for him. 1 ball left in this Arshdeep Singh over. And it's 70 from 43. Required rate pushing up towards 10 now. As Klaasen look to push that down, attack this last delivery, take something back from this over for South Africa, or does he ride it off and look to the next one? Arshdeep Singh, that angled, bustling run for the left armour, and it's just chopped into the ground by Klaasen. It's not stopped at cover. Rowett would have fancied himself to stop that, but doesn't quite. It is fielded at deep cover. They'll get 2 runs. So 8 from the over, plus the wicket. That makes that a win for India We've had 13 overs bowled, 109 for 4.
Yeah, this partnership's key, isn't it? Between these two, the run rate required is still less than 10 runs and over, but we know India closed out their innings really well, just going at, well, just 12 and over for the last 5 overs, got them up to that 176. And we felt like it was going to be a little bit too many, but this partnership here for South Africa, if it's not going to be too many, these two are going to be key.
Well, the other thing being that South Africa don't bat as deep as India do. They've got Marco Jansen in next, and yes, he played very well to close out that West Indies chase a few nights ago, but this is a different situation. You can't ask too much of him. He's always felt like he's a spot too high at 7. They don't have that luxury that India have with Jadeja and Akshar and the ability to shuffle players around. So Miller and Klaasen, really the last fully recognised pair, and Kuldeep is bowling to David Miller, who's driving him out to deep mid-wicket. Should take a second. It's into the gap. They will get 2. 2 boundary riders out there. Converge, 111 for 4. Rishabh Pant chatting away as usual. Kuldeep, left arm over to the left-hander, who punches the ball behind point, no run.
Yeah, it's Kuldeep's last over this, so if South Africa can get through this, it's a win for them.
One more from Akshar. Jadeja's only bowled the 1, so they could go to him. Hardik Pandya's only bowled the 1. Kuldeep, sweep shot from Miller, gets a decent bit of timing on it, but they've got Arshdeep Singh back at deep backward square leg, 1 run. 112 for 4. Miller's up to 4. Bumrah with 2 overs left. Might look to him for the 17th and 19th. It's probably the most likely.
Yeah, big last 3 balls here for both India and South Africa.
They need 10 and over exactly at this point, South Africa. They'll get 1 run from this ball that Klaasen clips out to deep mid-wicket. The question about the second is answered in the negative. Klaasen to 27. South Africa 113 for 4. They need 64 from 38 balls from here. Kuldeep with 2 balls to come. He's got a slip in place now for the left-handed Miller. Rohit Sharma putting himself there, flighted, going back, cutting Miller out to deep cover. Has he got the timing? The race is on. It's gone for 4. It has gone for 4. There was a close chase. The fielder at a deep cover point coming across to a deep extra cover. Like Akshar Patel out there. 117 for 4.
Well, the difference between the two teams is South Africa would have dived and tried to stop that, whereas Akshar Patel, yes, he probably wouldn't have stopped it, but he has just guided it to the rope.
Sort of accompanied it and watched it go over. Kuldeep to Miller, who goes back, pulls him over the leg side for 6. Oh, that's big. Those last 2 deliveries from David Miller. South Africa was starting to drift, and he's just got them a bit of purchase. 10 runs from the last 2 deliveries. That makes 14 from the over, where it might have been 4 or 5 or 6. South Africa now need 54 from 36. It's back in the realm of the doable. The required rate has gone from 10 and over to 9 and over in the space of those 2 deliveries. That is a big minute of play. Klaasen has 27. Miller has 14. Alex Hartley has left the building. And Stephen Finn is back again.
Here we go.
This is going to get interesting.
Yep. Well, it's a fascinating game, isn't it? A fascinating game. You hope that lack of batting depth from South Africa beyond Marco Jansen doesn't hurt them here, but boy, they're playing a great innings here so far.
Yeah, 1 wicket makes all the difference here. So they're walking a tightrope, Miller and Klaasen. Have to keep being aggressive, can't afford to get out. It is the T20 conundrum, but even more pointed at the moment. Akshar Patel's bowling, and Klaasen hits him down the ground for 4. That's very Heinrich Klaasen. Steps away to leg as Akshar's just looking to spear the ball in at the base of middle stump. Klaasen says, I've got enough time to get out of the way and open up my bat swing and just hit that straight back over your head. 127 for 4. They need 50 from 35. Getting closer. Akshar. Bowl again, wider and slower to Klaasen. It's called a wide by the umpire. 49 from 35.
He picks length so quickly, Klaasen. That's why he's so good at playing against spin the second that ball comes out the hand.
128 for 4, wide again, and wided again by the umpire. So Akshar is turning to umpire Illingworth and saying, really? Wide? Well, yes, really. 48 needed off 35. Akshar tries again, and this time Klaasen hits it. But doesn't hit it very well. And only ends up in the ground and then in the keeper's gloves. 4 wide dot ball. Only 2 legal deliveries so far in the over. Akshar to Klaasen, who slots him over deep mid-wicket. See you later. That is massive. That's nearly smashed the solar panels again. It's just hit the upper tier of the roof just below the solar panels and bounced back into the field of play. Suddenly it feels like South Africa are going to do this. Klaasen he has 37 off 19. He needs 42 from 33. That feels very achievable.
He's just playing with Axar Patel here. Axar trying to go towards the wide line, trying to get it outside the swinging arc. Klaasen takes a step across, outside off stump, hammers it.
Akshar to Klaasen, who goes again. That is absolutely huge. That has vanished, and there is another bill for a solar panel for Barbados cricket, because that has landed on the roof of the Hall and Griffith stand, plumb into the middle of one of those photovoltaic cell banks, and it has bounced down into the causeway between the stands. The ball has somehow made its way back into the middle. 18 runs off the over so far, 2 balls to come. Akshar Patel saved India with the bat. He's giving up the game with the ball. Klaasen up to 43 from 20. Run rate's almost a run a ball now. They need 36 from 32, Stephen Finn. Everything has changed in the space of a few deliveries. It could yet change again. Akshar wide to Klaasen, who drives him up and over cover, and it's 1 bounce for 4. Oh, that nearly carried as well. Just half volleys the rope, and that kept going and going and going against the breeze somehow. It kept sailing and so nearly carries. 1 ball to come in the over. It's gone for 22. Klaasen 47 off 21. This is an all-time T20 innings in the circumstances, in the pressure. He slices it over backward point, just over Jadeja. Will come back for the second run. And if anyone was going to sprint back and dive and catch that running away from the flight of the ball, it was Ravindra Jadeja, but he can't get there. 147 for 4. 24 runs from the over. Klaasen up to 49 from 22 balls. And South Africa need 30 from 30. If they lose this from here, they will deserve the word that has been applied to them in the past. But they have played fabulously to get back into this position, to see if they can do it, if they can clinch a World Cup title for the first time. Henry Moran is coming in to join Stephen Finn.
Yeah, and a tactical misstep maybe here from India is going to be delaying Jasprit Bumrah too late in this innings. You know that South Africa don't bat beyond number 7. It's bowlers to come after that. This partnership was clearly going to be the key. The spinners have been whacked at 10 and over so far. Klaasen's so adept at playing spin, and he's hammered it today. Get Bumrah back into the attack, break this partnership, win the game. He's left it too late, it feels, Rohit Sharma.
And here comes Jasprit Bumrah into the attack, around the wicket to the left-handed Miller. Bumrah bowls. Oh, he gets lucky, chopping it into the turf. Will get 1 down to fine leg. No, is the cry from Klaasen. 1 run taken, 29 from 29 for South Africa to win a World Cup. A phrase that for decades has been inconceivable, not just because they would have a side capable of it. They've had that. They've never had the chance. They've never reached a final. 29 needed from 29. Klaasen is on 49, and here comes Jasprit Bumrah over the wicket. Field up inside the circle on the offside. Klaasen nudges the ball in front of square. He'll get 1. May turn for a second. They do turn for a second. They'll get that second comfortably. There's a misfield in the deep. And there's a brilliant 50 for Heinrich Klaasen. He raises his bat, looks to the heavens, and David Miller will come and punch gloves. They know this is not job done, but they're getting the job done. 27 needed from 28. It's 150 up for South Africa, 150 for 4. Bumrah down below us into his work once again. A stuttering approach, very straight-limbed, elbows everywhere, and he bowls. Oh, big appeal for LBW! No, inside edge.
So 2 noises there. If that wasn't an inside edge, that was very adjacent. Klaasen, he plants his front foot across to Bumrah, which is exactly why, if I was Rohit Sharma 3 overs ago, I'd have been bringing this bloke back into the attack and trying to take the wicket of Klaasen before he could do any damage against the spinners.
27 from 27 needed. Here comes Bumrah again. Wind blowing. Klaasen on strike. Full delivery, and he just about gets his bat down on it. Bumrah has 8 balls left to bowl. Can he dig India out of a hole? Can he find the breakthrough that breaks the partnership, that breaks the game open, that raises the heart rates across South Africa that little bit more? 27 needed from 26.
Yeah, Rohit, he's backed himself into a corner here, really. Jadeja has 3 overs left, but would you bowl spin to Klaasen in this mood? I feel not. Hardik Pandya has 1. Arshdeep Singh has 1, so he's got overs to find from somewhere.
Big couple of balls here. Bumrah to Klaasen, onto the pads, whipped away, into space on the leg side. They'll get 2. In fact, they'll get 1, because the ball spins kindly out there in the deep as the throw comes in. 1 run is taken, so just 4 from the over so far. 26 needed from 25. Miller, who is a very capable and experienced player. We sometimes joke that there's never a T20 match happening anywhere in the world that doesn't involve David Miller, because he seems to be playing in all of them. But he'll know these situations. He'll know facing Bumrah. Not many have quite as much experience as he. 151 for 4. Final ball of the over to be launched. The projectile from Bumrah around the wicket, driven into the turf. No is the cry, and tumbling like a big baby at a play school. Rohit Sharma onto his backside to stop it. End of the over. 26 needed from 24. And the game moves forward. We head towards its conclusion. We have 4 overs left of a compelling World Cup, Finny. Goodness me, we've been lucky.
Been very lucky, and I think we've actually been very lucky with this surface today. I was really worried that this would be a really slow, stoppy, stodgy surface, one that wouldn't be befitting a World Cup final, but it has been fantastic. You haven't been able to just lob it up there as a spinner and get rewarded for putting some revs on the ball. You've had to be on it, and if you haven't, you've been punished. And Heinrich Klaasen has punished these Indian spinners, which will be the difference between the 2 teams. If they do come out on top, the difference of intent between Heinrich Klaasen and Virat Kohli through those middle overs, if South Africa make it over the line. But with the label that they've been labelled with over the last number of years, which I'm reluctant to use that word, this situation needing 26 from 24 needs calm heads out there, and they've got 2 of the calmest that South Africa have ever produced, and I think it really helps that they've played IPL cricket. They won't be overawed by this situation here. It's purely about watching the ball, scoring the runs, getting their team over the line, nothing else.
26 needed from 24 balls for South Africa to win a World Cup. India needs something. They've turned to Hardik Pandya from the Joel Garner end. And though the DJ continues to shout and to encourage, there is a hush around this ground from those in the crowd. The horns blare still, but there isn't that feverish atmosphere, that sense of carnival that we had for so much of today, because this ground is 95% full of India supporters. Let's see it happening again. And Klaasen, a man who made his T20 international debut against India, who smashed 69 from 30 balls as they chased down a target of almost 190 against India in his second T20 international. That got him onto the radar of those at the IPL. He played brilliantly for the Sunrisers. He loves facing spin, and he's wrought havoc on India today. He's 52 from 26. He's not facing spin here. There's a pause because Rishabh Pant's had some running repairs. That might just give a moment or two for South Africa to catch their breaths and realise where they are, how close that summit is. And Hardik Pandya, at the end of his mark, Rishabh Pant shares a little word with Heinrich Klaasen. And we're ready to go. Backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. In comes Pandya to bowl. Oh, he's got an edge and he's gone! Klaasen chases a delivery and up goes the volume. And the game swings, 26 and 23, a loose drive. And maybe it's South Africa will be thinking, oh no, not now we've come so far, not now we're so close. The off-cutter, the edge, the wicket.
It's an excellent piece of bowling by Pandya. I just wonder how that break in play where Rishabh Pant had his knee strapped up has just broken the concentration of Klaasen there. It was slow, dipping and full outside the off stump, almost on the wide line. It wouldn't have been called wide had he left it, so Klaasen would have felt as though he has to play the shot, and his weight goes back and he throws his hands towards the ball out on the wide line, and it's that extra kick from the off cutter of Hardik Pandya that just catches the outside edge of the bat, and Rishabh Pant is standing close enough to pouch it, even though it's slightly slower than he would have anticipated. So it feels like a huge wicket for India. Heinrich Klaasen, though, what a magnificent innings that was in the end. He's put his team into a position to win the game, and now the calm, cool, collected character of Marco Jansen, who got South Africa over the line in a nervy game against the West Indies just a few days ago. Can he do the same again here?
All it needs is a calm head. They need 26 and 23. I know it's easier said than done. It's a World Cup final, but South Africa's position is such a strong one. They're 5 down now, and they've lost the player that was causing the havoc, 52 from 27. And Jansen comes to the middle. Tall figure, right-handed. In comes Hardik Pandya, driven into the ground, no run. Out towards mid-off. And again, the noise goes up a bit. India will need their fans to do their bit as well.
Yeah, their body language was poor before that delivery from Hardik Pandya. The Indians, they're moping around on the edge of the circle, probably bemoaning their bad luck. If they have had any bad luck in this game, it would be all their own doing if they were to lose it, but that wicket has galvanised them. You can see Virat Kohli's back inside the ring, chest pumped out, staring at Marco Jansen. Jadeja the same at backward point.
Wheeling round at the far end, flying start from Pandya, running in to bowl to Jansen, who drives crisply behind square on the offside for a single. The equation moves forward, 25 from 21. It was a runner ball not long ago, and they need to keep the scoreboard moving. They can't afford an over that goes by with one from it. It's currently 3 balls gone, wicket .1. Got to keep things moving, South Africa.
Yep, and now Rohit Sharma has a really massive decision to make here. Does he go to Bumrah again to try and break this partnership and get the bowlers in? Keshav Maharaj in next at number 8. Not too much to write home about there in terms of boundary hitting prowess. Yes, he can hold a bat, but it's not a Miller or a Klaasen. Does he try and kill the game in this next over by bowling his premier fast bowler Bumrah?
25 needed from 21. Miller on strike. Hardik Pandya broke that partnership. Can he get the other set batter? The left-handed Miller on strike, waiting and nudging the ball behind square. Comfortable, clever batting. Kuldeep runs in from the boundary to pick up. 2 from the over so far. 24 needed from 20. How do you approach this if you're South Africa?
Well, I think you just need to keep that scoreboard moving. What they can't afford is 3-4 dot balls in a row. What you have to do is, if the ball's there to hit, you commit to hitting it. If it's not, you hit it into a gap, you rotate the strike. They're not at the stage where they need to thrash around for boundaries. They don't need an over of 10, 12 in order to get ahead of the rate. They are ahead of the rate. They need 7.2 runs per over. That's 5 singles and a 2, an over, and they win the game.
153 for 5. India at this point were 129 for 4. Hardik Pandya to bowl to Marco Jansen in a half of the bat, but a single will be taken down the ground towards long on. 3 from the over so far. 1 ball left of it. There is 1 Jasprit Bumrah over to come. That's the trump card. That's the game, isn't it?
Not necessarily the game, but I do think that India give themselves a far better chance of defending these runs if they break this partnership now. If you're trying to get Bumrah to defend 6 off the last over, it's a bit of pot luck. Even with the great skill of such a fantastic bowler, I would be thinking, if I were captain here, I've only captained domestic T20 games, but I want Bumrah bowling the next over to try and break this partnership.
23 needed from 19 for South Africa. Every eye trained on the creeping approach of Hardik Pandya. He's coming into bowl to Miller. Final ball of the over. Miller paddles the ball gently. He thought about winding up, but realised into the breeze, 2 fielders out there, not worth it. 4 from the over. They need 22 from 18. We've got 3 overs left of the World Cup. It should be South Africa's from this position.
Is there such thing as should in a World Cup at this stage?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. Funnier things have happened in World Cups. There's a meeting now between all the senior players of India in the middle of the pitch. Bumrah has his cap off and he's given it to the umpire. I like this from Rohit Sharma. I like it. Get Miller out, you give yourselves a much better chance of winning this game. This is the game, this over, in terms of if South Africa make this through unscathed for 6, then I think they're definitely winning. If they lose a wicket, it's 50-50 again.
Okay. 22 needed from 18. Jasprit Bumrah, he's been brilliant this World Cup. I can't remember a bowler having a tournament quite like it, where they've been so far and ahead of others. He's coming into this game, he's used a false shot percentage of 62.3. Which is far ahead of anyone else, so they tell me. Here comes Bumrah round the wicket to bowl to Miller, who is feeling for a ball outside the off stump, and he looked back at the keeper in a way that suggested there was an edge. There wasn't, but it's a dot. 22 from 17. Bumrah bowling with that seam immaculately up. Oh, it's so close to the off stump.
Just dabbling. It's crazy, the aura of Bumrah. I think South Africa know this is the over. This is India's last throw of the dice, really. Bumrah, 1 ball, big outs, big play and a miss outside the off stump from Miller.
Bumrah just tugs at his sleeve and then begins running it again round the wicket to bowl to Miller, who is pushing the ball into the offside. No is the cry again. The crowd are up. 2 dot balls to not put the pressure on South Africa, certainly give India more life in this game. The requirement, 22 from 16.
Yep. Even 4 runs off this over. 18 from 2 overs is defendable, but you don't have 1 more from Bumrah. If he takes the wicket, the pendulum swings.
Fine balance. Jasprit Bumrah running in past the umpire, round the wicket. Miller on strike, thrashes at the ball to deep cover. They get 1. 21 from 15. Does Jansen have some freedom here?
No, no, he doesn't.
Do you not think?
No, definitely not. Definitely, he's got 3 balls to get through here. Not necessarily get through. If the ball's there to try and whack it, which is unlikely from Bumrah, you do it, but you make sure your feet are in a good position. You make sure you're solid with your defence, and you try and hit that gap between cover, try and run it down to deep third, knock it off your hip down to fine leg or deep backward square. 3 singles here from these 3 deliveries is a great outcome for South Africa.
They were 151 at the start of the 17th over. Midway through the 18th, they're 156. 21 needed from 15 balls. Jansen waits. Oh, it's a beauty. He's bowled. And Jasprit Bumrah is doing everything he can to try and haul India back into this game and over the line. And this incredible bowler, and he really is, he's unbelievable. He's done it again. 156 for 6. 21 needed from 14.
Oh, I'm nervous up here watching this. What a delivery from Bumrah. The seam's angled in towards the leg stump, and Jansen, he presses forward on the front foot, offers the full face of the bat, but the millisecond that there was a gap between that bat and pad, Bumrah manages to snake the ball back through it and disturbs the leg stump. And what a marvellous bowler he is. He's so in control of what he's doing. He possesses such an aura to anyone that's facing him. At any second, he can change the momentum of a game. 26 from 24 is now 21 from 14. He has 2 deliveries remaining. Maharaj is on strike, and David Miller will be desperate to make sure that he probably doesn't face another delivery from Bumrah.
So 2 balls left of Bumrah, who's gone for 1 in this over so far. Now he's got the wicket. Maharaj comes to the middle. He's capable, but as you say, he's not someone that instills fear necessarily.
No, I mean, Bumrah would dispose of most top-order batters in the world, so it's if you're coming in at number 8, probably a spot too high as well for Maharaj. you're just thinking pure survival here. Support Miller. Miller's the one who the runs are going to come from the blade of. Maharaj's job is to survive these 2 deliveries and then make sure Miller faces as many balls as possible in the last 2 overs.
21 needed from 14 for South Africa. That's what India have to defend to lift their first World Cup in over a decade. Bumrah, bearded figure, moving away from us. Maharaj on strike is defending. Leaning forward, and Miller barely left his ground at the other end.
He's defended that like he's saving a test match. I would be inclined to think as well, if the ball dribbled down to fine leg, Miller wouldn't be running.
21 from 13. Bumrah. I mean, look at these figures. He's bowled 3.5 overs, 2 for 17 again. Arshdeep has bowled well today, by the way. He's still got an over to come. 2 for 16 from 3. Here comes Bumrah. The game was South Africa's. It's no longer South Africa's. 21 from 13 needed. Bumrah to bowl to Maharaj, who's defending. Yes is the cry, and they will run through for the single. So the over comes to an end, 2 from it. 20 needed from 12. You're not convinced by that, Finney?
No, I like it. South Africa have to take the runs on offer, definitely. At that stage, I think the 5th delivery of the over,
okay, so
Maharaj wouldn't have been dashing through to take that single, but at the end of the over, fine. Maharaj can face the first ball of the next over. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to keep Miller away from Bumrah, but what Bumrah's complaining about there, Kohli was right back on the circle, because clearly India would rather bowl at Maharaj in this situation and heap the pressure onto him. So I think Rohit had pushed Virat to the edge of the circle, but Bumrah didn't realise that had done so, and I think he was thinking about his figures, and he's been rather expensive for what he's been in this tournament. 2 for 18 from 4 today, just over 4s. Ridiculous to even speak about it in that manner. Yeah, 2 for 18 has increased his economy rate in the tournament today, which is crazy.
They needed 30 from 30, South Africa, and it was 26 from 24. It was 21 from 14. Now it is 20 from 12. 2 overs left. 2 overs left of the World Cup. In comes Arshdeep Singh to bowl to Maharaj, who's getting a ball which is punched back towards the bowler. Stopped. It's a dot.
India are up and about now. They were forlorn figures about 12 deliveries ago when Rishabh Pant went down on his bum and had the physio come on and tape his knee up. He's still hobbling around now, but that break in play has seemed so significant for the course of the game and the momentum of the game that we are seeing right now, because Klaasen departs the very next delivery to a slower ball from Pandya, and now the Indian fielders, they're like a membrane coming in towards the batter every time, crowding him each delivery. There were 4 of them surrounding him there. Now they're back on the circle. Be pouncing again, making sure Maharaj is on strike.
Kohli encouraging the crowd to give the whole slow hand clap. The field is changing. We've got Kuldeep coming up inside the circle from deep third. In comes Arshdeep Singh. Maharaj is waiting, swinging, missing. Dot ball. It's dribbling away from South Africa, this. They need 20 from 10.
Rohit's a beauties. So Arshdeep has brought deep third up into the circle. He's then bowled a short wide one with pace on across Maharaj, who's played and missed, and yes, he's played and missed, but an outside edge there flies away from 4. Immediately Rohit's walking towards Arshdeep, wagging his finger at him, saying, no, if you're going to put long on and long off back, I do not want you to bowl a back of a length outside off stump with the pace on, because an outside edge gifts 4 runs there. So that was brilliant, wagging his finger at him.
In comes Arshdeep again. 2 dots to start the over. And he runs into Maharaj, who hits the ball whippy into the leg side just for 1 run. So it will get Miller on strike with 19 needed from 9. There was a famous World Cup final in 2016 in Kolkata, where it wasn't quite this significant a challenge with the bat, but it did require some hitting, and now we do need some hitting. It's not going to have to be the sort of 6 demolition we saw from Carlos Brathwaite, but it is going to require something, with the required rate now up to nearly 13 and over. Forget that, 19 from 9.
Yeah, he needs a boundary. These 3 deliveries, he needs probably 2 boundaries, I would say here, Miller, to keep them calm going into that last over. Hardik Pandya will be bowling it, who's not renowned for bowling Yorkers at the death. He'll use changes of pace, but Miller will know these are 3 huge deliveries within the context of this game, and I think Rohit and Arshdeep Singh think that too.
Rohit himself goes out towards the long off boundary. Every delivery, minute changes to the field. And yeah, there'll be important tactical changes, but also they want to ramp up the pressure on Miller here, who himself is coming down the track, gardening, prodding and poking. 19 needed from 9 balls. Arshdeep again, angled approach, over the wicket, left arm to bowl to Miller, who swings at a ball into the leg side. I'm not sure he's got enough of it for 2. They'll turn for a second run and they'll get a second run. 17 from 8. 2 balls left of the over. 3 runs from the over. And Miller was trying to launch into the leg side. I mean, what will be in his favour is the wind is blowing in the direction of his hitting arc in the final over.
Yep, and it'll be Hardik Pandya bowling it. Arshdeep Singh's 2 deliveries left. It's been a good over so far.
3 from it. 17 needed from 8. Miller on strike, goes hard at the ball. He'll get probably 1 only. It is only the single as Jadeja runs in front of the scoreboard to our right. Some of the crowd can barely look. 16 needed from 7.
I can barely look, and I've got to commentate on it. I'm nervous for South Africa here. This is a free hit for Maharaj. I think if it's an even number, they come back. If it's not, you don't want Maharaj thrashing at 2, as we saw the first 2 deliveries of this over, thrashing around at 2 of them and wasting 2 dot balls. So Miller, for me, has to stay at the far end. It's either 0, 2, 4 or 6 here for me for South Africa.
They needed 26 from 24. The game was in the palm of their hand. South Africa, India are in it, and favourites, I would say, just about. 16 needed from 7. Maharaj waits and swings at the ball into the ground, and is that a catch? It might be. Some of the crowd think so, and you can't really tell from the reaction. I don't think it's a bump ball, surely. I think it is. I don't think he's played it into his toe. But it is 16 from the final over. David Miller, over to you. Hardik Pandya against David Miller for the World Cup. 16 needed from 6.
Yep. Here we go. Miller, I don't think he was sat on his bat handle there as well. There was no way he was running unless it was a 2. It was going to dribble up towards long on that final delivery. It was a brilliant over by Arshdeep Singh. 4 from it. Nailed everything he wanted to do there, apart from the one where his captain gave him a bit of a ticking off for maybe gifting South Africa 4 runs from outside the off stump. But he's been fantastic today, Arshdeep Singh, India's leading wicket taker throughout the tournament. And now this really is the mouth-watering finale that we all wanted.
And they've got 14 after the last 24 deliveries. South Africa, the game was theirs. It was. And yeah, all the accusations about that word that they don't like, choke, from being in positions in semi-finals where they should surely get over the line. Not much will hurt as much as this if they don't win it. South African sport would have been looking at today as an opportunity. At the halfway stage, it was in India's favour. Brilliant run scoring from Heinrich Klaassen. Looked like it was South Africa's game. India were forlorn, they were gone. But he went. He chased a wide delivery from Hardik Pandya. And suddenly the run scoring ground to a halt. And 16 from 6 balls. Virat Kohli is down there to our left at deep mid-wicket, which is going to be a part of the ground, you sense, where David Miller is going to be trying to target. The wind is blowing in that direction. Grey clouds overhead.
Hardik Pandya is going to have to look to bowl it across Miller here. Anything on his legs or anything on the stumps is giving Miller the opportunity to hammer it. Square leg is coming up inside the circle as well, which signifies to me that Hardik bowling over the wicket is going to be targeting that wide line, way outside off stump, deep backward point, deep square cover.
16 from 6. Miller waits, full toss. He's hit it in the air. He's hit it down the ground. Fielder running round. Oh, it's a brilliant piece of work, but this could be 6, it could be out. I do not know. Surya Kumar Yadav thinks he's got him. Is that foot down? It required 2 tosses in the air, and I just don't know. Miller is walking, but he's asking the question. This is going to take some work from the TV umpire. Should have been 6.
Yeah, it's quite a remarkable piece of fielding from Suryakumar Yadav, sprinting to his left, right underneath us. We're like a bird on top of that piece of play, right down below us. He's caught it beyond the boundary rope. He throws it up. His feet go the other side of the rope. He then jumps, catches it whilst it's mid-air.
Best angle for the catch, please.
For me, that's out. We'll find out now.
By the way, the ground staff are gathering. 161 for 7 is what the scoreboard reads. Here we go. Suryakumar Yadav takes the catch. Foot is not on the boundary. He tosses it up. He goes over the boundary. Eyes fixed on the ball.
Keep it rolling through, please.
Gets
Keep
it again.
Through.
Takes it again. It's going to be out.
Did you have any other angle from just behind, please? Thank you.
It's a quite staggering piece of fielding under pressure.
Foot's inside there. Foot's inside there. Foot's inside there. Thrown up.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Keep it rolling, please. Keep it rolling. Yeah, foot's inside there. Keep it rolling. Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Umpire Kettleborough is about to delight every single person in this ground, and a great many more back in India. It's out. It's 16 from 5. And David Miller got a full toss that he couldn't punish down the ground. He has hit so many of them in his career a mile. He almost got enough, within an inch or two of clearing the brilliance of Suryakumar Yadav, but he couldn't quite get all of it.
He stayed. Had he moved across his crease there, David Miller, I think he'd have met that in the middle of the bat and it would have cannoned into the media centre up here, but his feet have stayed rooted on or around middle stump, which means when that ball is full and drifting away from him outside towards the wide line, all he can do is catch it with the toe end of the bat. It's exactly what Hardik Pandya wants, and because he doesn't catch it as clean as he possibly could, it balloons up in the air. And for all love or money, I thought that was going to get over the head of Sky down there at long off, but it didn't. Now Rabada's at the crease with loads to do.
16 needed from 5. Rabada, edge 4. Big swing and luck.
And it's hacking down as well.
It's raining. The rain falls. 165 for 7. 12 needed from 4. The rain is falling. If you're going to swing, swing hard. And he does, Gagisa Rabada. He's another left-hander.
And he can bat.
He can.
He can bat. He can whack him. He got South Africa over the line the other evening in a nervy one against the West Indies. 12 from 4. That changes the field, makes India think about something different. Deep backward point comes up inside the circle. Deep third goes out exactly for that outside edge.
12 from 4. The rain just easing a bit, just adding to the drama. 12 from 4. Rabada taps his bat. Hardik Pandya with a deep breath pushes off below us. Running away to bowl at Rabada, who swings again mightily, and Maharaj is running through to take the run that will see the equation to 11 from 3. For me, Rabada's more likely to hit you these runs. I think he's the 6 hitter. I'm not sure Maharaj. He's good for a nudge and a nurdle, but he's not going to necessarily launch the ball out the ground, particularly because Rabada is swinging towards the side where the wind is blowing. They take the bye. 11 needed from 3.
Yeah, good bowling from Pandya. Takes the pace off it. The ball before, the 2 balls before, had been pace on. That one, I think he's just run his fingers down the ball. It's a span and spat into the chest of Rishabh Pant, who just smothered it rather than trying to catch it. Swooped the ball on the rebound and had a shy at the stumps. Maharaj was home though. South Africa get a single. 11 from 3.
Hardik Pandya down below us, knowing that this ball could be almost the game. He runs into bowl to Maharaj, a lonely figure in the middle, and bowls onto the pads. They'll run through for one leg by, and Rabada is saying, don't you think about it. And it is now 10 from 2. He needs a 6. He's got to find a 6. It's 167 for 7. A reminder, South Africa needed 30 to run a ball. They needed 26 and 24. And this game has fallen away from them. And India and their fans are celebrating. Rohit Sharma won't think this is job done, but they're mighty close to it. This ball could be it. And Heinrich Klaassen has buried his face in a grey towel sitting in the dugout. His efforts look like being in vain. There is still hope, but that window of opportunity for South Africa to win their first World Cup is closing agonisingly. 10 needed from 2. This delivery doesn't go for a boundary. India, providing no balls and wides are avoided. He'll be there. Hardik Pandya down below us to bowl to Kagiso Rabada. 1-6-7 for 7. 10 needed from 2. It's outside the off stump. Wide. 9 needed from 2. So it could be 2 fours to take us to a super over, everybody.
I'd actually really enjoy that. I would enjoy that.
I think we all would.
It's been a remarkable game of cricket. Brilliant tournament as well. So many finishes like this.
Hardik Pandya leans on his knees. He's nervous.
Yeah, you've got this funny situation now where Rohit is the captain of India and Hardik is the captain of the Mumbai Indians.
Oh yeah, that dynamic. Just add a little something else. 9 needed from 2. Hardik Pandya to bowl to Kagiso Rabada. Taps his bat, waits for Hardik, who runs in now. It's been hit down the ground aerially. Fielder running in. Surya Kumar Yadav with the catch. Jubilation for India. Virat Kohli doesn't celebrate with his team because he turns. He sees those supporters that have wanted him to lift the trophy for so long, and now he buries his head in his hands. And India celebrate in the middle. Though we have a ball remaining, they know it's job done. And Virat Kohli, way down below us, leaning on his knees, staring at the ground for so long. So many have said this man, he just can't win trophies. He doesn't do it internationally, he doesn't do it domestically. But in a few minutes' time, he will have his hands on a T20 World Cup trophy. It's a long time since he was part of that India squad in 2011 that won. From Mumbai via a Champions Trophy in Birmingham to Bridgetown in the Caribbean, it is going to be India. 9 needed from 1 ball. South Africa had this game. They had it won. But India have fought back thanks to some brilliant bowling. Some slightly panicked batting at times. But 9 from 1 ball just does not go. Heinrich Nortje, well, he's going to have to do his job here. But India flags are flying, the music is cranking up. And Hardik Pandya stands at the end of his mark knowing a legitimate delivery. It doesn't matter what happens with it, because 9 are needed from 1 ball. And here comes Pandya to finish this World Cup. He runs in over the wicket, bowls a ball which is clobbered into the leg side. On the bounce, India already celebrate. And Rohit Sharma lies on the ground, punches the turf. And India, with the flags waving, have won a World Cup for the first time in more than a decade. The superpowers of the world game. It seemed inexplicable they wouldn't reach this mark at some stage. Ahmedabad in November felt like the moment. They lost to Australia. They looked like losing here to South Africa. But as the group in blue and orange celebrate in the middle, they've done it. And for over 1 billion people, that is all that matters. They've done it, they've won it, and India are champions of the Men's T20 World Cup here in the Caribbean.
What a fascinating game of cricket we've watched there. It toed, it throwed right from the very beginning. You couldn't tell who was on top in the game. Virat Kohli anchored the Indian innings. He was supported all the way through with cameos. And then there was that stage where Klaassen and Miller were going. They had it under control. And that small break in play where Rishabh Pant sat, had his knee strapped up, just took the sting out of the game for 2 or 3 minutes, left Klaassen and Miller pouring around in their creases. And the very next delivery, Klaassen edged a slower ball to Pant himself from the bowling of Hardik Pandya. And that moment there felt like the game. And then the great Jasprit Bumrah got rid of Janssen, and then it all looked uphill. Rested on the shoulders of David Miller, but you have to give credit to India. They fought. It's the hardest they've been pushed in this tournament. They had a close-ish game with Pakistan during the group stage, but under pressure, their IPL superstars have delivered, and spare a thought for South Africa. They've played a magnificent tournament. They really have. For me, they deserve more, but the powerhouse and the juggernaut that's India had too much for them today under pressure.
And Harsha Bogle, the great broadcaster, has just done a jig of delight across the outfield in celebration as India finally can celebrate a World Cup win. Many say that with the resource, with the strength and depth, they should win every tournament they play, and this could be the start of an incredible run, who knows. But they have got the World Cup win. It looked certain they'd win in the 50-over edition at home. It was all set up. It was a coronation, it felt, until Travis Head and Australia had their say. Today, it looked as though it was drifting away from them, and South Africa, who have been in the dugout and unable to come out and bring themselves out towards the middle, a few of them do begin to emerge and walk out towards the Indian side that are congratulating each other, and will soon take the handshakes from South Africa as well, who will be devastated. South Africa, who have come so close to finals so many times. They made the final, they climbed that hurdle, and the game was theirs. They will sit in their bar tonight and think, we had that. It was ours, 30 from 30. We needed 26 from 24. As Jasprit Bumrah embraces his wife, who is part of the television coverage, I think at that moment professionalism goes out the window. And good on him, and good on them, and good on India, because they're a brilliant team that provide entertainment and provide such amazing narrative, if nothing else. And Jasprit Bumrah, who's waving to those in the crowd, has been a quite startling bowler, not just in this tournament, but right across the last few years. He finally gets his moment. It's not quite in the sun as the rain continues to fall, but they won't mind. Stephen Finn, this is an extraordinary scene in front of us, it really is.
Yeah, well, South Africa threatened to rain on India's parade here, really, didn't they, at one stage? It's just that moment. Klaasen, he will cut a lonely, forlorn figure this evening in the team hotel. His teammates will rally round him because he did so much hard work to get his team into a position to chase a total that in reality was probably 10 over par. 176, you felt as though 165 was chaseable, but South Africa did so much hard work there. They did the hard bit, they got to the final, they put themselves in a position to win it, but they couldn't. They'll be better for the experience. They've got over that hurdle of the semi-final hoodoo. They've made it to the end of a world tournament. They haven't quite got over the line. They've got some magnificent players for the future. But that wicket of Klaasen to Pandya was the one that broke the camel's back.
The last time India won a World Cup, players like Sehwag, Tendulkar, Yuvraj Singh, Zaire Khan were playing. Now this generation of 2024, these players, the likes of Bumrah, Jadeja, Rohit Sharma himself, these titans of the game who have waited so long for this moment. Well, they get it now. It's not in Ahmedabad, it's not in front of the Prime Minister and 100,000. It's altogether a very, very different scene. Certainly it wasn't a beach and jet skis, as I recall. But the celebrations and the tears tell you all you need to know. Kohli and Rohit embrace and head up towards the dugout. And Rohit Sharma, as he lay there on the turf, punching that grass. Years of pressure, years of waiting come to an end.
You rarely see Rohit Sharma emotional, do you, there, really? He's always so calm, calculated when he's out there with the bat in hand, with his captaincy. But he looks emotional there. He's popped off inside the dressing room, I think, probably to do it away from the prying eyes of TV cameras. But the South Africans, they hands on heads, hands on hips, discussions between players interspersed, the coaching staff going around trying to make sure these players are okay. There'll be so much emotion there for them, but spare a thought for them. They played a magnificent game, just not good enough on the day.
Alex Hartley is back with us, a World Cup winner yourself, Alex, in 2017. You know these moments, what they mean to a player, and also you can barely imagine what it'll be like for those South African players.
Yeah, heartbreak for South Africa, and South Africa players, you can see that, you know, there's players all stood on their own. David Miller just not stood with his teammates, just stood out in the middle thinking what could have been. What could have been if Surya Kumar Yadav didn't take that absolute screamer to dismiss me. But for India, you can see how happy they are, the celebrations.
In the last 5 overs, they needed 30 runs, and Bumrah was walking. What was the mood like in the dressing room?
I'm only believe on Jasprit because game changer player. He is only one guy, is Jasprit Bumrah. I thought this hour maybe is match changing hour. And what I'm thinking about is exactly same there. I'm like, it's unbelievable feeling right now, to be honest. I can't describe my feeling.
6 months ago, you played a final and you were part of the 11 and you ended up losing that game. How is the feeling right now that you won the World Cup?
Last year World Cup, I lost same but now this match, I think is as a player, you also the last year World Cup you there, so his feeling is unbelievable. Every professional cricketer he wants World Cup final, but I'm to be grateful, I'm blessed, I'm enjoying this moment. To be honest, I'm lucky. Thank God, Almighty Allah.
Thanks, and on to you, Nas.
Thoughts there of Mohammad Siraj, not part of the
Hardik, you're proudly holding that Indian flag. Just sum up what this World Cup win means to you.
You know, means a lot. It's very emotional. We've been working very hard, but something was not clicking, and I think today was a day where we kind of fulfilled what the whole world, whole nation wanted. You know, so many people supporting, and I think even it's more special for me how my 6 months have been. I've been very graceful of not speaking a word. Things have been very unfair, but I believe that, you know, if I keep working hard, there will be a time where I will be able to, you know, shine and, you know, do what I've always I've done. And I think that sums everything up. You know, it was a dream to win, and especially getting an opportunity like this makes it even more special.
You believed in yourself. Did you believe in the team when they needed 30 from 30? Did you still have that real belief you could do it?
We always believed we can do it. It was just about we execute our plans, stay calm, and, you know, let the pressure come to them. And I mean, credit to Jassi and the fast bowlers, the way they bowled those last 4 overs, change everything. And yeah, it was about time to get it.
You're cool and calm and calculated. How were you in that last over?
I mean, I knew pressure's not gonna, if I'm not gonna be calm, it's not gonna help me. So for me, it was simple that I execute my plans and make sure that every ball which I bowl, I commit 100%. So yeah, I mean, I've been in this situation. Yes, I've not won it, but for me, I've always enjoyed pressure situation. All of a sudden, my run-up speed increased as well when the time came. So yeah, it's been wonderful. It's been very enjoyed.
And the final question, you gave your coach, Rahul Dravid, a big hug. His last day as coach, he is someone that's backed you and the team throughout.
I mean, you know, I'm very happy for him. You know, he's been a wonderful man. Really enjoyed working with him. To give him a farewell like this, where this is how his so far coaching career ends. It's been wonderful. You know, I've had a very good relationship with him. Kind of became friends, and you know, very excited, very happy for him that the way they all are going, all the support staff, they've been very integral on last 3-4 years.
And a big kiss from your captain as well. Hardik Pandya, World Cup winner, well done.
Thoughts of Hardik Pandya.
Aksan, it's been a great few months for you.
Edge. We might just pause all of the reaction there.
Well, let's keep going all night. Let's hear from them all.
Well, I was intrigued by Hardik Pandya talking about his own captaincy in the IPL in his first answer when they've won the World Cup final. But there we go. What a moment for India. Stephen Finn, Alex Hartley alongside me. The celebrations are wild, raucous, as well they should be. I mean, World Cup final wins, Alex, you've been there, you know what it's like. It's an incredible moment.
They are, but it's almost like a more relief than anything else, because you've worked so hard for that moment, and as we know, anything can happen in finals, but when you get over the line, when you realise that you're going to win the game, you almost feel like you're in a daze. You almost feel like it's not real life, and you can tell by a few of the players that we've just heard from there where they're almost like, I can't believe this has happened. I've been waiting for so long for this, and all I remember is being stood there and almost not talking to any of my teammates and almost looking around going, where are my mum and dad? I just want to see my mum and dad. But it's the best feeling in the world because you've worked so hard for it, and yeah, when you get over the line, you just almost go, oh, finally.
Yeah, and Finny, your experience in the 2010-11 Ashes squad, there are comparisons, I suppose, in the sense you were part of a team that achieved something that nobody thought was going to be possible, and that, you know, actually getting over the line can be so difficult for a team.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this India team and you did think that it was possible for them in these circumstances. You thought the pitches would suit them. You thought that they would be there right until the very end because of the superstars that they have. But yeah, you can see the emotion on their faces. You play the game of cricket for moments like this. You put in that hard work, you do the extra sessions, you get up early, you put yourself under pressure as much as you can for the moments of happiness and joy like this that you can share with your loved ones and the people that you do all of those hardships with on the training pitch. You are able to celebrate with them. It's a thoroughly deserved trophy, I think, for India. It would have been really romantic if South Africa had have won it. I think it would have been a brilliant story, a magnificent overcoming of nerves and things that have held them back over the years in world tournaments, but it's very hard to argue with the juggernaut that is Indian cricket, and especially in this format of the game. They've been magnificent all the way through. They deserve their world title.
I think when you also get over the line, all those birthdays and all the things you've missed out on, the weekends and everything that you miss being a professional cricketer, because you miss out on growing up, basically. You miss out on hanging around with your friends. It makes it all worth it, and you know, just to see the smiles on, you know, the Indian faces, it puts a smile on your face as well, because you can see the relief in theirs.
Yeah, and as the rain falls, they won't mind that at all. Even, you know, and the ground and the pitch is left exposed. Don't need to worry about that. But let's just remind ourselves of how this game played out. India hitting 176 for 7. Virat Kohli top scoring was 76. Akshay Patel, a word for him, by the way, coming in at 5 when the score had fallen to 34 for 3. A lifetime ago, it feels.
And can you imagine, it has just started to rain here.
Right, here comes Virat Kohli, player of the match.
Zamil, Vice President Public Affairs, Aramco, to none other than Virat Kohli. Let the emotion run, Virat. What does this mean to you?
Well, this was my last T20 World Cup, and this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is an amazing game. I was telling Rohit today when we went out to bat, I was like, one day you feel like you can't get a run, and then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
It was a different Virat Kohli we saw today, the Virat Kohli we'd seen all these years. What prompted that change in you?
Well, just the occasion. It was now or never kind of a situation. I knew this is my last T20 game playing for India. It's the last World Cup that I was going to play. So I wanted to make the most of it. And this was our aim. We wanted to win an ICC tournament. We wanted to lift the cup. And as I said, it was the occasion that helped me to put my head down and just respect the situation rather than trying to force things out there and just really play the game that my team wanted me to play.
Have you just made an announcement, Virat, about T20 internationals?
Yes, I have. This was an open secret. It was not something that I was not going to announce even if we had lost. This was going to be my last T20 World Cup playing for India. It's time for the next generation to take over. 2-year cycle. There's some amazing players playing in India, and they're going to take the team forward in the 2020 format and do wonders as we've seen them do in the IPL. And I have no doubts that they'll keep the flag waving high and, you know, really take this team further from here now.
In 2011, you said it's time to carry someone on the shoulders because he's carried India for so long. Time to carry you on the shoulders maybe for this.
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, it's been a long wait for us, you know, just waiting to win an ICC tournament. And it's not just me alone. You look at someone like Rohit as well. He's played 9 T20 World Cups. This is my 6th. So he deserves it as much as anyone else in the squad. So we're just happy we were able to get the job done. And really, it's hard to explain, you know, the emotions I felt after the game. I knew what kind of mindset I was in,
I wasn't very confident in the last few games. I wasn't feeling really good out there. But when God has to bless you with something, He shows you in ways that you can't imagine. That's why I said I'm really grateful and humbled right now when I bow my head.
Well done, Virat. The world sees you as a very tough human being. It's revealing to see this side to you today.
It's been difficult, and hence the emotions of how the game went as well, where we came back from, the kind of character the guys showed. It's really difficult to hold things back. I think it's going to sink in a little later, and the emotions are going to come to the surface a little later more, but it's just an amazing day. I couldn't be more thankful.
If it is indeed the last one, you go with your head held high as you always do. Well done, Virat Kohli.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Harsha.
Harsha Bogle chatting to Virat Kohli, who confirms his final T20 World Cup. And what a way to bow out as he stood there on the boundary edge on his own. It was a very, very special moment. You could see it down there on the boundary edge. You knew how emotional he was, Alex. And for Kohli to go out in that way from T20 international cricket.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, you can't think of better ways to end your career that has been so fantastic throughout.
And here comes Jasprit Bumrah. Let's hear from him.
I'm just pausing to let the sound come through, Jasprit. Did you think when you were a kid growing up in Ahmedabad that far away here in Barbados you'd be seeing these kind of emotions?
Not at all. Usually I'm the one who tries to keep my emotions in check and, try to focus on the job. But today, I don't have a lot of words. The emotions are taking over. I usually don't cry after a game, but, this feels really special. Midway stage, we felt we were in trouble, but to pull off a win like this is an unreal feeling.
Is this the very best that you have bowled? Because I've seen cricket for a while. I've yet to see a white ball bowler bowl at this level consistently. What do you think of it?
I'm just really over the moon that, my son is here, my family is here, and I could do something special for India. We've been working really hard towards this, and we've come close. We just fell short last time, but we were able to go through this time. There's no better feeling than that. We play the sport for this, for these days, for big stages. When you do well and you get your team through, there's no better feeling.
It's incredible that in a game that's normally dominated by batters, there's a bowler who's the player of the tournament. And right from the first game, you just look like your rhythm was right, everything was right.
Yeah, it just felt good. I was trying to keep myself in a bubble because I was spending time with my family, not thinking too far ahead, staying where your feet are. All of these things are okay. Yes, we do say it, but when comes the big day, you have to do it even more. You have to do what you have been doing, not to try over because it's the final. So yeah, it just felt very good, and over the tournament, I felt very clear and calm.
Was there ever pressure on you because you are the lead bowler? Was there ever pressure on you that your 4 overs are the key moments, and especially today when you came back for the 16th?
I don't look at it like that because, whenever I'm at my peak mindset, I think of one ball at a time and one over at a time. If I think of the overall picture too early, I give on to the pressure and I try too hard sometimes. So this was what was working for me today. Yes, obviously emotions can take over and was taking over, but you had to keep yourself in check. But now the job is done, the emotions can come out and you can, scream and shout.
Can I just ask you one final question on when you took the ball for the 16th over? It was 30 of 5 overs. The game was slipping out. You're standing at the top of your mark. Surely there's a thought going on that we'd love to share from you.
Yeah, it was, when it was a runner ball, we did think that, what is happening. So when I came, I saw the ball was a little scuffed up and a little reverse of it. So I thought, what is the difficult shot for the batsman? How will he get beaten or I will get a wicket? So I thought length ball was an option. The ball was reverse swinging. I was happy that I was able to keep my calm and I was able to execute.
Go and put that trophy in your cabinet. It'll take pride of place. Well done, Jasprit Bumrah. It's been an absolute honor watching you play cricket.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
And it really has. He's been phenomenal. And turning point in the game, Heinrich Klaasen's dismissal. And we going through how the game played out. That 176 we thought at the halfway stage might be too many for South Africa, but they were cruising. They needed 30 off 30 with 6 wickets in hand at the start of the 16th over to win the 2024 T20 World Cup. They got 18 out of those 30 and they lost 4 wickets. So many times, Alex.
Yep.
we've heard the phrase South Africa, when the pressure's on, they bottle it.
Yeah, and that was
Have they bottled it?
Yeah, it was the ultimate bottle job today, wasn't it? They should have won. They were cruising. When Klaassen got out, it was a huge turning point. We knew that it would be. But I still think with Miller there and Janssen there, just rotate the strike, you know, get the ball into the deep. And then Bumrah came onto ball and bowled a fantastic over. And, you know, Bumrah's got more wickets than he's conceded boundaries in this World Cup. He's been absolutely fantastic. He's been outstanding. For me, the player of the tournament by a country mile. But yeah, for South Africa, it's why you can see them on the far side of the field all sat down, none of them really talking to each other, because they will know yet again they've bottled another World Cup.
Finny, is it as simple as that, or is it a bit of credit actually to Jasprit Bumrah, who we heard from a moment ago?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's quite as simple as that. I do think that you have to take into account the fact that you've got this guy who he's an alien. He's from another planet. He just the things that he's able to do, and the way that he keeps it so simple in his mind, I think is the thing that makes it so impressive. He gets asked the question there, what's going through your mind? And a lot of other people in that scenario, it's easy for your thought process to be muddled. He's not muddled. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He recognises, he adapts, he delivers, he executes, and he was, albeit Virat Kohli wins the player of the match for the way that he batted and set up that innings in the first innings, which, you know, is debatable. Had South Africa got those runs, he'd have been one of the main reasons India lost that and didn't get more runs, because he batted slow through the middle overs. So that's all subjective. The true game changer today for me, again, was Jasprit Bumrah. That over that we talked about, we said he needs to take the wicket of Janssen and then try and keep Miller away from the strike. India did exactly that. They marshalled it perfectly. That was the moment they won the game. You have to feel it's going to be hard for South Africa to shake that tag, but I'm reluctant to use it too much in this situation, given what they were faced against today.
I'll use it for him.
98% the win predictor in South Africa's favour at one stage. They were done. You can't quite...
It's the hardest thing, that, isn't it? I think when you know you should be so in control of a game, and then you've got somebody like Bumrah, and you've got a catch taken on the boundary from Suryakumar Yadav that does again change the game again. I think, you know, it was never going to be straightforward, but I think South Africa will be kicking themselves. They've been a batter light throughout this whole World Cup, in my opinion, and I think that showed today.
Well, there's a wonderful photograph for someone, they've got their camera, of Hardik Pandya. He's crouching down with an India flag resting on his shoulder, looking at the pitch that they've won this game of cricket on. And finally, the South African families have come out to the middle. The pushchairs, the wives, all heading out there to the middle. A huge hug for David Miller, who's in floods of tears. And they've sat there on their own, really unable to share a word, the South African players, because they will know they should have won this game. And yeah, they came up against some incredible bowling, brilliant bowling, but the names were up in lights. They were aware of what it would mean to South Africa as a country and as a sport-loving country, the impact that a World Cup win can have, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't get over the line, and they will go to bed tonight, if indeed they can sleep a wink, and think that was our moment, that was the time.
Well, but how good for India? How good for India. They've waited a long time, haven't they? And the heartache and the pain that they'd have felt at that 50-over World Cup at home in a competition that they dominated until the very final. They finally managed to get over the line.
They did, and I do slightly wonder, Finney, now they've got over the line in one, is this going to be the start? We're about to see Manchester City in the world of cricket.
Well, they're formidable, aren't they? I mean, they seem to have everything covered for all conditions, and in someone like Bumrah, you've got someone who, no matter where in the world, a tournament or what the wickets are like, it doesn't matter what ball he's using, he will make stuff happen. And this has all been driven, really, I think, from whenever Virat Kohli took over the captaincy, the professionalism, the standards that he set and he drived is really what has ended up or helped India end up here. That catch that we saw Suryakumar Yadav take on the boundary, the way that people played around Kohli, the explosiveness, the athleticism of them all in the field, I think are all things that have stemmed right from way back when Kohli took over that captaincy. And then this has now become Rohit's team. He's put his stamp on it. He'll lift the trophy today, but really they are a formidable team across formats. And yeah, you do worry for world cricket if now that they have finally got over the line, in tough circumstances like this as well, that they're going to have a lot of experiences and good experiences to draw upon that will make them a force to be reckoned with.
I'm not convinced it'll make up for Ahmedabad in 2023. That was their coronation, that was their day, wasn't it? But as we see, Garfield Sobers out there for the presentation, wearing a rather fetching hat.
With the Prime Minister, should
Oh, is that your mate, the Prime
yeah.
Minister? Oh, there you go. Well, there's a big cheer around the ground for one of the true greats of the game out there, ready to hand over the trophy, I should think, which will be going to India. And it has been a long wait. India 2011, I mentioned some of the names that were part of that India squad. Virat Kohli was part of that squad, by the way. But for so many of these greats that have come and gone over the last 10 years for India, or longer than that, you do start thinking, well, we're going to see an entire career for Jasprit Bumrah, Rohit Sharma, you know, all these amazing names that haven't had the silverware at international level that you would have thought that their careers and their brilliance, their impact would have. And this is their day. They have got over the line, and there's an interesting scene there, and I can see our friend Alex Davidson, the photographer, is crouching down because Virat Kohli is on his own, on his haunches, and he is quite clearly and evidently weeping.
You feel for him, don't you? Just give him 5 minutes peace and quiet, will you? He's just retired from international T20 international cricket. He's probably having a moment, and he's being swarmed by photographers who have now all noticed that he's having a moment on the outfield.
And he's saying, he's putting his hands up and saying, do you mind, lads?
I think he's on his phone. I reckon he's FaceTiming home. There.
Oh, there, you're right,
yeah.
actually. Well, or it's the world's most staged selfie. But it appears to be most of the population of Barbados has made their way onto the outfield. There's an awful lot of people out there.
Why are we not down there?
Well, Alex, because we're up here. The beach over there has got the India flags flying. They weren't an hour ago. They really weren't. And this game did look like it was done. But sometimes it's very easy to look at a team failing. I think maybe the narrative will be quite heavily in favour of South Africa having bottled it, but actually there was some brilliant bowling in there, and captaincy actually, because that big brains trust meeting to throw the ball to Jasprit Bumrah at the moment they did was a risk, but it was the call you wanted, Philip.
Yeah, I actually don't think it was a risk. I think it was their only way of winning the game. I think if they let Hardik Pandya bowl that over, there's a chance it goes for 10. I mean, we're throwing just figures into the sky here, but clearly Bumrah's ability to bowl exactly what is necessary at that moment in time, and we heard that in his player of the tournament interview there about how he just assessed conditions. He said, well, the ball's moving through the air a little bit, I'll bowl a length ball angling back into the top of leg stump, and it went through the gate. He bowled him, and then you'd broken open the tail. Then you have those couple of dot balls where Maharaj thrashes outside the off stump at the beginning of the next over, and it went from being a manageable, almost a runnable situation to being 8, 9 and over within the space of 4 deliveries. And it's those moments within games that the big players stand up and they do it, and that's exactly what Bumrah did then.
There was a key moment, and you called it right at the time, and you spotted it, and it was Heinrich Klaasen who was there on 52 off 26. Rishabh Pant goes down, has some running repairs on a knee injury. There's a 5-minute almost break. Next ball, Hardik Pandya finds the outside edge.
Yeah, and sometimes, and we'll never know whether Rishabh Pant is actually struggling with his knee, but when you're in a game situation like that, and Klaasen was just on one, his concentration, he'd have just faced up every single ball, and you're in this zone. You get like that as a bowler sometimes. I never really experienced it with the bat, funnily enough. I only really experienced it with the ball. But
you got 30 odd once.
Yeah, 35, yeah. Shane Watson over his head for 6. But you get into a rhythm, and you just want to, if you're a bowler, you just want to get the ball, turn, go, turn, go, turn, go. And sometimes you just need to do something that breaks the concentration of the other team, the other person. It's within the rules, it's gamesmanship, a bit of Vince Lombardi, sort of pushing the limits of what's acceptable. But definitely that break in play just meant Klaasen would have had an opportunity to remove himself and turn around and look at the scoreboard and say, okay, right, one more decent over here and we've won the game. Slow ball outside off stump, brilliantly executed by Hardik Pandya, gets a little bit of kick, catches the outside edge, and then right from that very moment, India went from having hunched shoulders, sat on the edge of the circle waiting for something to happen, to being like tigers prowling around their prey against everyone in the middle, and that was the moment that game was won for India.
Not far away from the end of tournament presentation, and after that we'll have a few reflections on what we've seen in this competition, which has been thrilling over the last few weeks. But we will hear from South Africa for the first time. Their captain Aidan Markram, who would have seen himself following Francois Pienaar to see Khaleesi.
First World Cup game he's lost.
Indeed.
As captain.
And he would have been sitting in that dugout thinking, this could be one heck of a party.
Well, it's a lonely place when you feel like you should be achieving something, or you sort of get yourself into a mentality or a headspace where you're like, oh wow, what this is going to feel like. It's a very lonely place and a very thought-provoking place when you're now stood there as South Africa are, and they're going to be watching India lift that trophy, where all not much longer than an hour ago they thought it was going to be them.
Yeah, and there's something rather poignant about one young member of a South African family who's wearing a pink tutu and a South Africa shirt, running around with absolutely no idea of the significance and the emotions of Dad somewhere standing nearby.
You sometimes need that though, don't you? Just turn around and there's more to life than a game of cricket, you know. And yes, you'll be hurting, and you know the heartbreak of not
Ladies
getting
and
over the
gentlemen,
line.
welcome to the final post-match presentation of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024, hosted in the magnificent venues of the USA and the West Indies. It's been a great tournament. We've witnessed thrilling matches, outstanding performances, and unforgettable moments. Congratulations to both teams for an extraordinary journey, for captivating us with their skill and passion, and for making this T20 World Cup a spectacular event. On behalf of the International Cricket Council, I'd like to thank the host, Cricket West Indies, the sponsors, the international media and broadcasters, the players, and finally you, the fans, for making this event a special one. Let me introduce the presentation party that stands with us today. Mr. Greg Barclay, the ICC chair. Dr. Kishore Shallow, Cricket West Indies president and ICC director. Mr. Jay Shah, BCCI honorary general secretary and ICC director. And Lawson Naidu, Cricket South Africa chair and ICC director. To commence our final post-match presentation, we are honored to welcome one of Barbados and West Indies' finest modern players, former T20 World Cup champion Carlos Brathwaite, to place the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024 trophy on the presentation podium. No one will forget what Carlos did back in 2016 in ushering the West Indies to a second title. Thank you very much, Carlos. Yeah, it's been a wonderful occasion, and now we get down to the individual awards and presentations. And firstly, I'd like to invite the match officials to collect their medals from Dr. Kishore Shallow, the Cricket West Indies president, led by the match referee, Richie Richardson. Also, Richie Richardson will come forward, and he will lead the on-field umpires, Chris Gaffney and Richard Illingworth, who will also be accompanied by the television umpire for today, Richard Kettleborough, and the fourth umpire, Rod Tucker. Thank you very much to the officials without whom this would not have been possible. And we move on now to present the runners-up who have played with immense skill and determination throughout the tournament and only did not cross the line today on the big stage. Congratulations to South Africa. You have been fabulous. I'd now like to invite the South African team to come up to collect their runners-up medals from Lawson Naidu, Chair Cricket South Africa. Now we can get the players to come forward. Othniel Batman, Gerald Coetzee, Quinton de Kock, Bjorn Fortain, Reza Hendricks, Marco Janssen, Heinrich Klaassen, Keshav Maharaj, David Miller, the impressive fast bowler Anrik Nokia and his colleague Kahiso Rabada, Ryan Rickleton, Tabraiz Shamsi, Tristan Stubbs, and last but not by any means least, South Africa's captain, impressive captain who's led so magnificently throughout this tournament, Aiden Markram. Great appreciation for South Africa and the way they've acquitted themselves in this tournament. We will surely see a lot more of South Africa in the knockout and final stages in years to come. And now if Aiden Markram can make his way over toward us, in commiserations, I think the appreciation from the crowd present here and those viewing, the global audience, have shown their great love for what you've provided. As you look at today's game and the outcome, generally, how do you feel?
Yeah, obviously gutted for the time being. I think it'll take some time for us to have a really good reflection on a really good campaign that we've had. Obviously for the time being, though, like I've mentioned, it hurts quite a bit, but having said that, still incredibly proud of this group of players and everyone that's involved in this team.
The bowling effort today by your unit, how many marks do you give to them for the way they carried it out?
Yeah, I thought they bowled well. Don't think there was a hell of a lot to work with with regards to the pitch, so thought they did well to restrict them to what we thought was a chaseable total. Thought we batted really well as well and came down to the wire. Really good game of cricket. So on all fronts, really chuffed with the guys today. Like I mentioned, not great to get over the line, but incredibly proud of this group of people that we've got going here in our white ball squad.
Was there a time in the run chase, did it seesaw with you the way that you chased the total? What was a crucial point for you?
Yeah, it did. And you know, we've seen with a lot of our games this campaign that it's not really over until the last ball is bowled. So we never got comfortable. There's always that element of scoreboard pressure, and especially at the back end, things happen quite quickly and can change quite quickly as well. But having said that, we got into a great position, which proves that we were worthy finalists. Could have won the game today, unfortunately didn't, but still, like I mentioned, incredibly proud of the group.
Yeah, a lot of close calls. I was reading a quote from one of your journalists back home, and it surrounds a lot of South African sport. They don't know what we know as South Africans. How does that set you up for the future?
Yeah, hopefully really in a really good way. I think one thing that's guaranteed about a South African, wherever they are in the world, is they're a really competitive person, a really respectful person, and a person that will go down with the fight. So that's one thing that we as a group sort of pride ourselves on. Hopefully moving forward we can draw a lot from those few things and can keep putting the skill side of the sport to good use. But yeah, it's still a proud moment for us.
Congratulations on getting to the final, and there is no doubt, Aiden, that your time will come in future. Thank you very much for the entertainment.
Thank you, Bish. Thanks.
Aiden Markram, South Africa's captain and a worthy finalist of this 2024 T20 World Cup. And now let's celebrate the champions. May I invite the victorious India cricket team to come up and receive their champion medals from Jay Shah, the BCCI Honorary Secretary General and ICC Director. They will be led by Jasprit Bumrah, Yuzvendra Chahal, Shivam Dubey, Ravindra Jadeja, Yashasvi Jaiswal, the impressive and great Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Rishabh Pant, Aksa Patel, Sanju Samson, Ashdeep Singh, who was bowled splendidly all tournament, Mohammad Siraj, Kuldeep Yadav, Surya Kumar Yadav, and bringing up the back end there is their captain, their leader, Rohit Sharma. Great performance throughout the tournament. India unbeaten. And one would have to say the way that they've marched through, by some distance, a well-balanced, the most well-balanced, finely groomed and well-led team. The only team to go undefeated in winning a T20 World Cup in the history of the tournament. Round of applause one more time for Rohit Sharma and his men. And now Rohit would make his way Rohit, congratulations. If I may just press you back just a little bit so they get a good shot of you and none of me. How do you sum up this moment, given all the planning, given all, I suppose, the times that you didn't quite cross the line as you would have wanted to? Sum up this for the nation and for the global society.
Very hard to sum up what we've been through for the last 3 or 4 years. To be honest, we worked really hard as individuals and as a team. A lot has gone behind the scenes for us to be here today and winning this game. It's not what we did today, it's what we've been doing for the last 3-4 years. That's the result that has come for us today. You know, we played a lot of high pressure game in the past as well, and we've been on the wrong side of it as well. So guys do understand, you know, when the pressure is on, what needs to be done. And today was the perfect example of when the back is against the wall, what is required. We stuck together as a team, all of us, even though, you know, at one point it was looking South Africa's way, but I thought, you know, overall as a team, as a group on the field, we wanted this really bad. We wanted to win this, but I know to win a tournament like this, a lot goes behind the scenes, a lot of efforts, a lot of mind needs to come together. And I'm very, very proud of the bunch of boys that I have and the management as well for giving us that liberty to go and play and you know, execute and having that trust in each one of us, and that has to start from the management, coach, captain, and then the players, you know, go out there and do it. Throughout the tournament, I think we were fantastic.
Let's talk about a few individual players and not isolating anyone else, but Virat's form wasn't the greatest coming into this final. What's your appreciation of what he did today with the bat?
Look, I was, not me, but nobody was in doubt about that form of Virat's. We know the quality that he has. You know, he's been on top of his game for the last 15 years. So, you know, come the occasion, we know big players will stand up. And, you know, Virat was obviously holding that one end, which was very, very crucial for us. And the others played around him. And for us to get to that total was a team effort as well. You know, we wanted somebody to bat as long as possible. These are not the wicket where you can just come and bat freely and keep the scoreboard ticking straight away. So we do understand that, and we wanted somebody to bat as long as possible. Virat did that perfectly. That is where experience, you know, all the years that he has played comes into the picture, and the other guys around played really well. Aksar's knock of 47 was, I think, very, very crucial as well.
Let's jump on to the bowling now, and you've got many, many heroes across the tournament. Aksar himself with the ball, Kuldeep, Ashdeep. But this guy, Jasprit Bumrah, how do we put into words what he keeps doing?
I can understand you guys trying to put it out in the words, but I've been someone who's seen him for so many years playing alongside me. Even I don't know what exactly is with him, you know, and what I know exactly what he brings to the table, but how he does that, it is just masterclass, to be honest. And you know, he backs his skills, which is more than enough. And he's a very confident lad. You know, whatever he wants to do, he executes that to perfection, which is a very rare sight. I know.
Hardik is telling you that he wants to celebrate here now.
Yeah, no, I mean, just with Bumrah, to put it in one word, he's a class act.
And Hardik bowling that.
Hardik was brilliant as well. Bowling that over, no matter how many runs is required to bowl that last over, nerves and all of that, you know, I'm very, very, very proud of the boys.
A word to the fans who've turned up here finally, who've supported you at home and abroad.
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. You know, all the way through New York to Barbados, I just want to salute them, you know, to come and support us the way they have. And also back home, millions of people are sitting there watching it. It's a late night in India. I'm pretty sure they will be up tonight to watch this. It is for them. You know, they've been waiting for a long time, like we have. So yeah, I mean, very, very proud of what we've achieved today.
Rohit, congratulations. Thank you very much for all the entertainment you've provided around this tournament. Once again, I'll allow you to go and to join your teammates to receive the trophy from Mr. Greg Barclay, the ICC chair, and Mr. Jay Shah, ICC director. Congratulations to India, led by Rohit Sharma, ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup champions 2024.
And Rohit Sharma lifts that trophy high, the fireworks go off, the gold ticker tape, and India can celebrate. It is India's trophy. They've waited a long time for this. Hardik Pandya didn't want to wait a moment more, and as Rohit Sharma did the robot as he walked up to lift that trophy, they can now begin the celebrations, can India. And the stiff breeze blows that gold confetti all over the place and over the heads of those South African players who look at the ground and will think about what might have been and what perhaps should have been. India's day. India celebrate. India, the champions of the 2024 Men's T20 World Cup. And what a tournament it has been. Stephen Finn, Alex Hartley. Oh, New York feels a long time ago.
You're telling me.
That super over here with Oman and Namibia feels a long time ago, Stephen Finn. And Rahul Dravid, look at those celebrations for him, by the way. Not often you see that sort of emotion from a man known as the Wall, but he's enjoying it. India's coach, but what a tournament, Finny. It's been brilliant.
It's been fantastic, actually. I think the pitches, even though they've not been free-flowing, high-scoring IPL-style pitches, I think that it's made for some really, truly compelling cricket. It levelled the playing field. We had the giant killings, the upsets, we had tight games, super overs, and I think ultimately we've had the best, most consistent, dominant team that have ended up winning it, but not with a few interjections with people along the way, none more so than South Africa, who pushed them very, very close today, who should be super proud of what they've achieved. I've thoroughly enjoyed this World Cup. I wasn't that enamoured when I came home from the 50-over World Cup before Christmas. I thought that the format and everything, it just wasn't an exciting, mind-capturing tournament, but this one truly has been. It's been a spectacle, and I've thoroughly enjoyed trying to cover it for everyone back at home.
Alex Hartley, you've seen the American leg, you've seen bits in the Caribbean as well. We won't forget the last few weeks.
No, I won't. It's genuinely been the best World Cup I've done. I think it's right up there with the women's back in 2020 when they had Katy Perry at the final performing at the MCG. This one has been fantastic fun on and off the field. We've seen some brilliant games of cricket. As you say, New York feels like a long time ago. Gone are the days where we were talking about the bad pitches and how they were and how they played out in New York. This World Cup will be remembered for a lot of good things.
It was England 2 years ago that were enjoying the moments that India are enjoying right now on that outfield, and T20 World Cups come around reasonably quickly, and certainly England, South Africa, Australia will come back and see India, right, you're the side we've got to take down now. And it's part of the fun in some ways of how quickly these tournaments do come back around, because they aren't half enjoyable once they get going.
Yeah, and now India have a target on their back, don't they? India have been the chasing team. They've been the ones chasing this dream in a World Cup since 2011, in an ICC tournament since 2013. They've been in that chasing pack, predominantly chasing England, to be honest, who have set the standards in white ball cricket around the world, and Australia, clearly. But now India are the ones to beat, so it's time for the other teams to go away, regenerate, do exactly what India did when they've not got over the line in those World Cups in the interim, and it's going to be thoroughly compelling the next time one comes around.
I've just seen one of the South African daughters, the one in the pink tutu and the South African shirt, running and chasing all the confetti. And that is one of the sweetest things that I've seen throughout this World Cup.
Well, as you were saying just before the presentation, sometimes you need something like that just to remind you as a player that there are bigger things. But South Africa, they'll be devastated. Of course they will, and we've spoken about that. But I think looking over the last few weeks, sometimes you get to the end of a tournament and you think, well, has the best team won it? I'm not sure Australia were the best team in the 50-over World Cup. They had a great day out with Travis Head playing that great knock. And you deserve to win if you win the final, let's make no mistake. India are unbeaten. No side's ever done that in a T20 World Cup. And I think you'd be hard-pushed to argue that they haven't been the best cross-format team over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think you would be hard-pressed, definitely. I think the way in which they've dominated this tournament is something that's not been seen before. I think it's not altogether unsurprising, given the strength of the IPL and the dominance of that domestic tournament within the international calendar. I think lends India to being well geared to come into these tournaments and play very well, and play very well under pressure. But yeah, certainly across formats they've got this bulk of players that they seem to keep producing. You think that the India B team would probably have made it to the semi-finals as well in this tournament, and that's a scary proposition for other countries around the world who again need to go away, and now they're in the chasing pack. They need to chase this Indian team.
Yeah, I think they have been the best team in the world for a number of years, and it wasn't if they win the World Cup, it was a when. It was when are they going to win a World Cup, because they've been so close so many times, and they've played fantastic cricket in a lot of World Cups, and as Finney just said, and yourself, they thoroughly deserve this win.
Yep, they're over the line, they can celebrate, and the India flags are flying everywhere you look, and it would have been some quiet night in Antigua, Barbados, had they not won this game, because predominantly it is India fans that are inside this ground and are packing out the beach. Down below us, the India side doing a lap of honour, and I can see Akshay Patel down there, Yuzvendra Chahal as well, Arshdeep Singh, who's had a fabulous tournament, and photographers everywhere you look wanting to get that iconic snap that might be on the front page somewhere. Virat Kohli hands the trophy over to Rishabh Pant, who's had his own amazing story over the last couple of years, and he poses for the camera. Very good. Well done, Rishabh. He gives a big roar and raises the trophy. He knows what he's doing. But we'll say goodbye in just a moment as India celebrate right down below us. And Stephen, Finn, India, a brilliant side. Yeah, we know about how well resourced they are and the dominance they have in terms of the IPL and all of the power that tournament has. But you can't help but be pleased for someone like Kohli, who has given so much to the world game, to get this moment.
Well, you would argue that Virat Kohli is one of the people who single-handedly kept Test cricket relevant and alive in a sea of T20 cricket that is threatening to dominate the landscape. So, yes, he's won this T20 World Cup, and it's an accolade and another one to add to his list of things that he's been successful in his career. You can see how emotional he was, but he is one of the true champions of cricket for us as a game in the world, and it needs characters like him to helped this game survive, especially Test cricket, and I think that's one of the most laudable things that he's done.
Yeah, and I think as we see Rohit Sharma embraced by Chris Gale, actually, of all people, wearing a beret with a big grey beard these days, and it feels in some ways to me a little bit of a sort of a moment, a punctuation mark in the history of the game with some of these greats from India. We know this is Kohli's last T20 international, but it does feel a little bit like, right, that's that job done for India. Where next?
Yes, yeah, and that's the thing. We referenced the fact that an India B team probably would have got very far in this tournament with the superstars that are there, and I think actually that's part of the reason, or a lot of the reason, why this first team keeps getting pushed forward. There's no opportunity to rest on your laurels, because as soon as you're not good enough anymore, you have to leave the team and someone else will replace you. So we know there are superstars in there that are going to replace these great players. It's always a sad time though when they do finally decide to leave the international stage, so we need to savour them as much as we possibly can, and that's for all of the older great players who've put on a great show for us during this tournament.
Alex, some final words from you.
Look, I think India thoroughly deserve this win. I mean, Virat Kohli, it doesn't quite seem real in the fact that he's retired from international T20 cricket, because he's been so good for so long for India. I think it'll take Indian fans, the Indian team, a while for it to sink in, but you can just see them doing the lap of honour. They're going to have a good old party tonight, I imagine.
You would have thought so. Right. Stephen Finn, thank you so much. Alex Hartley as well. What a month or so it has been. India can celebrate. They're lifting the trophy. We've seen some amazing stories, haven't we? We've seen England struggling their way through 2 group stages, ultimately knocked out by the eventual winners. Scotland playing brilliantly at times as well. The USA being the shock surprise party in there too. Thank you to you two for being such brilliant company, to Geoff Lemon as well, Daniel Norcross, Atif Nawaz, Simon Mann. We've heard from so many people over the last few weeks. Stefan Schemmelt as well, Matt Kabir-Floyd, Nikesh Regani too, and the team that have been bringing this tournament to you. It has been such a privilege to be able to describe some fabulous cricket in some brilliant places. In the end, it is India who are champions in 2024. That's what it says on the big screen over to our right. There's a storm coming to this part of the world. India won't mind if they have to party for days and days and days. The cricket will be continuing very soon. So soon, in fact, we'll be back tomorrow morning, 10:45, second ODI, England's women versus New Zealand. A week on Wednesday, the Test Summer.
ABC News with Andrew Kalupas. Questions have been raised about police response times after a woman's death on the north coast of New South Wales. Joanne Shoebridge reports.
A woman is dead and a man in custody in what police are treating as another case of domestic violence. Forensics teams are piecing together just what happened at this home in Casino in northern New South Wales. It's believed she was in her 40s, while it's understood the man in custody was in a relationship with her. He's been charged with murder. What happened between about 1:30 when that 000 call was made and 2:27 when police arrived at this address will be the subject of a critical incident investigation. A particular focus will be why a higher priority wasn't placed on the call.
Queensland Police say there were no domestic violence orders regarding a woman who's been fatally stabbed near Innisfail in the state's north. Police say the woman attempted to seek help from neighbours after she'd been attacked. They say the woman's death is domestic violence related. A 51-year-old man believed to be her former de facto partner has been charged with murder. He'll appear in court on Monday. Serbian and Israeli officials are investigating what they say is a terrorist incident after a police officer guarding the Israeli embassy in Belgrade was wounded by a man with a crossbow. Here's Tim Wharton.
The officer who was hit in the neck shot and killed the assailant after he approached the policeman who was guarding the Israeli embassy in Belgrade and fired his crossbow. The officer was transported to Belgrade's main hospital, where an operation to remove the arrow from his neck was performed. Israeli officials say the embassy is now closed and none of its employees were injured. An investigation is underway, with Serbian and Israeli officials saying they're treating it as a terrorist incident. Authorities have raised the security level in Belgrade for foreign embassies and government buildings and also public places such as shopping malls and other busy areas.
The Greens will move this week to speed up the process of introducing a National Truth and Justice Commission looking into injustices faced by Indigenous Australians. Legislation will be introduced into federal parliament to establish the commission, which would spend the next 4 years looking into historic and ongoing injustices. Labor has said it will take its time with the process following the defeat of the Voice referendum. Green Senator Dorinda Cox says it's about setting the record straight.
What I think we have to do is go into this conversation with some key principles that it will be uncomfortable and understanding that there is no blame attached to this, that this is a recording of history.
The leader of the UK right-wing Reform Party, Nigel Farage, admits some of his supporters and candidates have embarrassed him and he wants nothing to do with them. This week, 2 Reform campaigners were caught on camera making racist, homophobic and Islamophobic comments about the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Less than a week away from the British election, Mr Sunak has described the comments about him as corrosive and divisive. Mr Farage has told the BBC he's dismayed about the episode, and he also claims unsuitable Reform candidates were supposed to have been vetted out of the party.
I inherited this. It was a start-up party. I paid a professional London vetting company to weed this out. The work wasn't done. We're a start-up, and all start-ups, whether they're business or political parties, get Rollins in the
Well,
end.
now I've pointed it out to you. Are you going to withdraw your support from these people?
I wouldn't want anything to do with them.
An Iranian affairs specialist believes a little-known reformist candidate stands a good chance of winning a runoff presidential election on Friday against the hardline former nuclear negotiator. Masoud Pezeshkian will face hardliner Saeed Jalili after the pair won the most votes in yesterday's election, which saw a record low turnout. Nasser Hadian, a former professor in international relations at the University of Tehran, says the reformist foreign policy could see him win the runoff election.
Those who do not want war or want to have the people who are capable of preventing the war, they would vote mostly for a reformist. A positive thing about the former President Raisi, foreign policy was about neighborhood policy. I guess Pezeshkian is going to continue on that one.
At soccer's European Championship, the defending title holders Italy have crashed out of Euro 2024 after losing to Switzerland 2-0 in the last round of 16. And in cricket, India has claimed the T20 World Cup with a nail-biting 7-run win against South Africa in the final. ABC News.